Friends, the greatest news today is that the new railways have been started as Bharat Gaurav Railways, and these are, very impressive initiative by the Railway Ministry of India, and the new Railway Minister has announced this today. In fact, I was watching the program on TV today about the Rosov Railways from South Africa, and if you know the Reserve Railways, this is one of the state-of-the-art railways which takes people from Cape Town to all the way to Dar es Salaam in Tanzania, travels through 4 African countries in luxury and in style. And this is something which is also known as Pride of Africa. It's a very, very popular tourist tour which is organized, and the boarding happens out of Cape Town. And when the people are onboarded, they get the opportunity to travel almost like 6,000 kilometers on this railway system. And they have all the amenities that you can think of. There is a dining car, there is a lounge, there is a networking opportunity, and the train will pass through places where otherwise you will not get a chance to see in Africa. And when especially passing through multiple countries, you get to see best of everything. And the journey ends at Dar es Salaam. And similarly, when you actually lodge in this train, there is all kinds of suites available. There is first class and even the imperial section, which is, you actually live for almost 15 days in luxury. So this is a kind of train that we also have in India, and that is called Palace on Wheels. Many of you would be knowing what is Palace on Wheels. It is basically the Maharaja's train, later converted into a tourist tour, which you can book in advance, and it will take you through the Golden Triangle, as we call it in India. And this is a train, actually, you can board it from either Delhi or it goes to Agra, and then bring you back to Delhi. So there are historic places you can see in Delhi, and Jaipur and Delhi. So I think the best mechanism of touring basically for your recreation is the train. I mean, if you take a Europe tour, you will have to take a flight from one place to other. But I think nothing like train, because you live in luxury, you actually get to see places on the ground, and you can stop by on the picturesque points, which is not possible otherwise. And just in case, if you want to check in into a hotel, the best of the class hotels are also attached to these railways, and you can check in, have a journey break for 2 days, explore things nearby in leisure, and so on and so forth. So this is very important. If you're traveling on leisure, you need to enjoy in style. India is such a large country. There are many things to see, and there are 29 states. Each state in India is as big as a country in Europe. However, we just have one train, which is called Palace on Wheels. I think the Indian Railways have taken the initiative for launching these new Gaurav Bharat rail systems or tourist tours. I think it's very good, because then this way you can actually get to explore the rest of India. So the first train is the Ramayana Express. This is the train which will follow the path of Lord Ram and Sita, his wife Sita. And Ram traveled from all ends of our country, from north to south and beyond. So I think the train, which is now to commemorate the journey of Ram, and the train will go to all the places where Ram visited during his conquest and his lifetime. He was married to the princess of, Janakpuri, which is in Nepal today. So the one leg of train will also go to Janakpuri and all the way to Rameshwaram. So I think this is connecting India and also offering a huge tour facility with world-class facilities which are available in Ramayana Express. And in the Ramayana Express, there will be a facility for recreation, lounges, food of your choice you can book in advance. You can have a luxurious compartment, and also the staff which will serve you day and night during your journey when you are actually going on your pilgrimage and also your travel for recreation. I think this is very good. So this is first thing which is part of this initiative by Indian Railway. The second one is called Guru Kripa Tour, and this is basically related to the Sikh religion. It will take, the train will go all around Punjab, take to places wherever there is a activity or a historic relevance related to Sikh religion. So I think this is something great. In a country like India, we need these kind of world-class tours so that people who want to relive the life of Lord Ram, they can actually board the Ramayana Express from north to south. You can travel a long journey which Ram took from Ayodhya to Sri Lanka. You can actually do that trip within India itself, and up to Janakpuri, which is in Nepal, and also the Guru Kripa train, which will take you, and if you follow the Sikh faith, it will take you to your prominent places. And also, well, anybody can buy the ticket and actually travel the journey and also get to see places. Because India is such a large country, we need these package tours, and exploring place is nothing like a train. So I think this is something that I feel is very good that Indian Railways have brought in. It is going to benefit all of us and also people who want to explore India. Friends, do write in your comments and I will respond to each one of you. And I will say goodbye for today, only to catch you in the next one. Hello friends, and as you know that the Indian civilization is the oldest surviving continuous civilization. The whole ideology of Hinduism is the driving force of this civilization. And if you look back into our history, there are very good scriptures which are written which guides us on every step. And scriptures like Ramayana and also Mahabharata, and there are many more. But I like to ask you one question which is intriguing me also. For instance, if you talk about Ramayana, I mean, we all know there are many incidents which are listed in Ramayana, but I think there is one which I want to discuss today, and that is which changes the course of Lord Ram going for exile for 14 years. And that is because the stepmother of Ram asked for his this thing from his father. That means for 14 years he will not be near Ayodhya and he will have to be in the jungle, and that was the thing. We all know that. I don't want to repeat more on this, but my question is that Kekai could have asked for the lifetime exile for Ram if she was so worried about her son getting the throne, and because she was so possessive about his son Bharat, and therefore he could have completely removed Ram from the picture and sent him to the lifetime exile. Yet she didn't do that. She only asked for 14 years of exile. Well, this is one case, and it has baffled me why she did not ask for lifetime or more number of years, and why only 14 years. So I think we'll come back to this question. Let us look at what more we can see from our scriptures. And when it comes to other scriptures like Mahabharata, similar incident can be recalled when it comes to Mahabharata, and that is when Duryodhana asked for exile of Pandavas. He only asked for 13 years and not more. And he could have asked, they were the arch rival for Kauravas. He could have asked Pandavas to be exiled forever. There was no stopping him. He could have taken that. But yet he didn't do it. And as we know that the Duryodhana is supposed to be the ultimate villain, but he did not ask for lifetime exile of Pandavas. He only asked for 13 years. Well, I think this is, in my point of view, this is because of the underlying belief system of Hinduism, where the belief is that there is nothing permanent in our universe. And that is the basic of Hinduism. This is what I feel. And since nothing is permanent, there is no point in asking for something which is like an infinity. So Kekai not asking for exile for more than 14 years, because I think back of her mind she knew that okay, 14 years is sufficient and there is no need to ask for the lifetime, because the underlying mechanism of Hinduism is that there is nothing called permanent and everything is ever changing, everlasting. Now let's go back to other examples where the other demons as described in our scriptures. There are different demons who always wanted immortality. They always use their powers to attain immortality. Now this is not new. I mean, if you look at any other powerful king in any other culture, the ultimate goal of that king would be to live forever, because once you have tasted power. And as far as Hinduism is concerned, the power is really not a strong attribute, it is actually a negative attribute. So once you become a very powerful king, or you also become demon king as per the scriptures, then the ultimate desire is to live forever and rule forever. And that is why they wanted immortality. However, Brahma never gave immortality to anyone, and he always refused immortality. So they have actually got workaround around it. It's a very long story, because each one of these demon king, have their own nemesis. Who can kill them, how they will die, etc., etc. Long stories. But I think the whole point is that even Brahma did not give them something which is going to last forever. This is something which is not permanent, and I think that is the whole the essence of Hinduism. That is a basic underlying essence, that we believe in the Kal Chakra. Kal Chakra is the wheel of time, and the wheel of time is infinite. You cannot compete with the wheel of time. The time will keep moving, you keep moving along with the time, and time is never constant, it is ever changing. So I think that is the belief of the Hinduism, and that is why since this was a belief in the Indian society, it survived for so long, because there were no need for collecting material gains. For 10,000 years, humans living in this part of the world, especially who were following the Hindu belief, there was no need for them, because everything was God, owned by God. And when everything is owned by God, you are only utilizing, you are taking permission from God and utilizing the whole resources which are available for your benefit, for the time your journey starts on earth and ends on earth. So during that time, you're not the owner, you're only using it, and you're taking permission from the God. Now if you look at the kings also, even kings did not had the absolute control on the land. There was no concept of owning land, there was no concept of owning things. Kings were only the caretaker of administration appointed by the gods. So this was a belief system continued for very long time, until the time we actually started getting the Islamic invader coming into the country. And before that, if you look at, if you look at all the kings that existed before the Islamic invasion, where are their descendants? Who owned the land? We keep hearing information about Mughals asking for Red Fort legally. They keep filing their applications in the courts, Indian courts, and they lay claim on the Red Fort. However, as far as the Hindu society is concerned, there are no land records before the Muslim invasions, the first king and all that, first sultan, I beg your pardon. And these Muslim invader brought the concept of owning the land, owning the riches, owning gold, owning this, owning that. all that has come with this Islamic invasion, and because their belief system was basically transfer of property through generations, whereas in Hindu religion there was no such thing like that. And we believe that the God is omnipresent, God is taking care of everyone, God is life, God is also death. That was the thing, and we are only nomads in our and we are actually living as a nomad, utilize the resources wherever we go with permission of the God. And therefore this is something which is so unique here. And for the first time, I mean, if you go and look at the land records in Indian record systems, you will see that the oldest records available are basically the right and title of the land given out as a benefit to the ministers and other courtesans of these sultans. And that was the first time. So these people started giving land, right, and title to the people who they like, and they used to give them prizes in the form of land, and that actually gave right to feudalism. Before that, people did not own anything. They can move around the land wherever they want. They can live the way they want. Of course, there was law and order, but which was maintained by again the religious system, because religious system was so strong that people used to follow this, and they used to literally follow, including kings used to follow this. There are certain ethics, and even kings also did not own anything. So if you look at the kings before the sultans, there is no record of their land, their wealth. We only learn about their buildings, their society, only from the Chinese travelers who came to India and wrote about the society at that point in time. But there is no record of owning any land. So I think this is something which I thought I raised a question within myself, that why KK did not ask for lifetime exile of Ram. I think this is a basic reason, that since we believe, even if we are bad guys, we still believe that there is nothing called permanent. Everything is destroyable. If there is a birth, there is going to be an end to it. So friends, what do you think about this theory? If you feel what I'm saying is right, write in. And if you think that there is more to it, still I would like to engage with you. And I will play some of your good messages in my next Akulmek Live. Until then, I'd like to say goodbye for today, only to catch you in the next one.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmek Technologies, and as you all know that we have a platform which is helping a lot of companies worldwide for their lead generation and branding activities. The platform is called Toppress, and in order to enhance the offering on this platform, we have started a new video initiative called Likeable Leaders. Under this initiative, we interview the popular CEOs or the budding CEOs who have been successful in their own way, and they've got a lot of experience, who would like to create an inspirational story around themselves and inspire their own team as well as their industry colleagues. So the Likeable Leader section of Top Brass gives an opportunity. In this section, we will ask certain questions which will help you establish yourself. You can share your stories of success, of failure, how you basically overcome any bad feelings if you have. How do you discipline your life? How do you bring focus to your own activities? What sort of books you read? How do you motivate your team? And there could be any other thing that you would like to share about yourself. And this is something which is very good for all the CEOs to start with, to start sharing their ideas. and reaching out to their own team as well as their peers in the industry. So I personally like to talk to you and look forward to this opportunity. Thank you. Bye bye.
Friends, welcome to Akul Mac Live, and I want to draw your attention to the recently conducted COP26 meeting in Glasgow, in which some decisions were taken in order to save our climate. There is a target of net zero by 2050, whereas India has said that the net zero target has to be achieved, but not by 2050, but by 2070. There are a lot of reasons, and we have actually covered those reasons in the past videos. But in today's video, I have a very interesting news. Friends, as you know that the major polluter is the power generation plants. So if you look at the hydro, which is clean again, and if you look at the other one, which is most prevalent in India, are the thermal power plants, are the most polluting. So in the interim, while India is ramping up their solar power generation and also unconventional method of power generation, I think the tested and tried method is the nuclear power. And it's been operational for last couple of decades. The nuclear power plants are typically very huge, and it requires a nuclear reaction to go inside the nuclear power plant in order to generate power. So this is a tested and tried method. So in the interim, India has decided to go into ramping up the nuclear power. And the decision is that, in fact, it is announced a couple of days back that there will be at least 9 new nuclear power plants across India. And this will help bridge the gap and reduce the dependency on thermal power in the long run. And if you look at how this power generation happens, so it's typically, you have to boil the water to generate steam, and the steam will then drive the turbines, and the turbine will then generate the electricity, which is pretty much like a hydropower plant where you have a water is flows down into a turbine, and the turbine rotates, generating electricity. So it's that portion is similar. However, the critical part here is a reactor. The reactor is basically runs on a nuclear fuel, and I think most of us know what is a nuclear fuel. Nuclear fuel is in today's world is the uranium, and the reaction is also very interesting. And in fact, you would like to know, in fact, for the benefit of viewers who want to know actually how the energy is generated, I would like to just draw your attention to the type of energy which is released in fission reaction, and that is the strong nuclear force. Now, strong nuclear force is so strong that it binds the nucleus together, and during this reaction of fission, 0.7% of the mass of the fuel is converted into pure energy. So I think this is a very important parameter. It's not that the entire mass is burned. It's only 0.7% of the matter is used to generate energy, which we can use it as a clean energy for our consumption. And if you look at the reaction in very simple terms, the uranium atom has 200, the weight of the nucleus is 235, which means that it has in the nucleus so many protons and so many neutrons, and 235 is the number of the atomic number. And if you look at in this picture, we are showing that we are just adding one neutron into the nucleus of this uranium atom. Now, since uranium atom is one of the largest atom, the binding energy is there, which binds the nucleus together, but it is kind of weak. So by adding one neutron into the nucleus, bombarding into the nucleus, we make it unstable. And because it is unstable, it immediately decay into krypton and barium, two smaller elements. And the remainder of the energy, which is 0.7%, is converted into pure energy. And in addition, there are three extra neutrons are also released in this reaction, which will then strike the other uranium atom nearby, and the reaction goes on, and this is what we call it a chain reaction. So by just using only 0.7% of the material, so much of energy is released. So you can imagine that the nuclear power plant can be so efficient, unlike petroleum engine or unlike burning coal, where there is so much of wastage. Nuclear power plants are tested, tried, giving you very clean green energy. And there are two types of variants of uranium, which is 238, which is slightly bigger, and 235, which is slightly smaller. So the type of reaction that happens, I have demonstrated in the previous slide, was basically based on uranium, which is 235, and it is purified. So if you have a purified version of 235, the previous reaction will happen. However, if you have 238 also, which is a very different kind of a variant, which has extra mass in it, but a different type of reaction will happen if you use a mixture of 235 and 238. Then this kind of reaction will not only give you a lot of energy, a lot of heat, but also give you plutonium. And plutonium is the weapon grade material. So it is used in atom bomb, etc. And these kind of nuclear reactors are called enrichment nuclear reactors. So it uses both variant of uranium, which is 235 as well as 238. So you can imagine now, friends, when I'm telling you about the nuclear energy, you have to just find very small amount of uranium, and that will basically last for a lifetime. So typically, if you look at the nuclear power plant, they come with fully loaded for about 20 to 30 years. That means once they are constructed, they will be completely protected using lead and concrete dooms. The amount of uranium which is fed inside those will last for the entire lifetime of the power plant. So this is pretty much very proven technology, and it is very clean, and it does not require to fuel several times every day, or several times in a week, or several times in a month. So it is like fitted once, and then it will keep giving you energy for rest of its lifetime. So now let's understand where this uranium is. I'm sure you must be able to appreciate that the uranium is very scarce, and it is not found everywhere. It is even more scarce than the gold, and since it is heavier than the gold. So this is the chart which tells us about the known sources, and you can see that the largest source is Australia, where there is the highest amount of uranium found. However, India also has about 1% of the uranium, and now these are the ore uranium which has to be further taken out from the mines and purified so that it can be used in the power plant. So purification is kind of very tough process, which is called refinement, and those kind of refinement facilities are mostly available in US and USSR or Russia, current day Russia. So, and also UK and all that. So I think the whole idea of getting uranium is the key here. So you can build a power plant, but to get the supply of the uranium is the key, because not every country has the knowledge or capacity to purify uranium which can be used in a power plant. So that is why the dependency, or you keep hearing about the nuclear treaty, is something which comes in the picture. However, with the current plan, India is going to increase the nuclear power output almost 3 times within next 10 years until 2030-31. And currently India is producing 6780 megawatt from nuclear reactors, but because of this 9 new nuclear reactors which will be added in next 10 years, the increase of in power generation from the nuclear reactors will go up to 22,480 megawatts. So it's a big deal, but I think it is required, and it must be done by India in order to reduce the load on the conventional power generation division, because these are the biggest polluter of nature. And by doing this, India will also fulfill their goal of becoming green country, because we will have most of the vehicles will be running by electricity by that time, and the power generation for houses will also be done using unconventional power and also the nuclear power. So I think this is a great news. We are going to get 9 extra nuclear power generation plants in India in next 10 years. So friends, do you feel excited about this? If yes, do write in, share your comments, share your thoughts, and I will read some of these selected comments of yours in the next program of Akul Mac Live. I will say goodbye today, only to catch you in the next one. Hello friends, welcome to Akul Mac Live. My name is Chandrakant. Today we will discuss about Mahatma Gandhi. You remember in 1922 there was a sedition case on Mahatma Gandhi, which was basically charged by the British government of the day. And in this particular case, Mahatma Gandhi said, I am guilty, because he said, I'm an Indian, I love my country, and I will talk for Indians. So if you think this is against your laws, please come and charge me. And he actually pleaded guilty. And he also gave a very powerful speech during his trial. So to discuss this matter further, I have a very distinguished guest in the studio. We will start our discussion after a short break. Don't go anywhere, as an outstanding show coming up right now. Welcome back, friends. And in today's session of the legal matters, we will be discussing something very, very interesting and something which has happened and related to Mahatma Gandhi. And to discuss this further, I have my friend joining from Ahmedabad, Mr. Jeet Bhatt. Welcome to the show, Jeet.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for having me on this show, Legal Matters. And yes, today we are going to discuss a very important part of history, the modern history in India, when Gandhiji was tried by the Britishers under the offense of sedition. And when Gandhi had put the entire colonial system on trial after being charged of this offense. And so it's absolutely interesting and very important event that took place in history. And is also a lesson that why sedition, which the Mahatma Gandhi preferred as the prince of the Indian Penal Code for subjugating the liberties of the citizens of this country, should have been done away with.
Well, I think this is quite interesting subject, because sedition is still being used and the same law continues. And so what really happened and which year was this? And what are the background of this case? We would like to know more about it.
Yes, Chandrakant, absolutely. In fact, there is a brief history, because Gandhi ji had come to India after a brief stint in South Africa, where also he was involved in the freedom movement. But thereafter, in India, he completely devoted his time for the independence movement. Initially, though he says that he was cooperating with the Britishers and wanted to gain independence, but thereafter, due to certain events, which he mentions is that the Rowlatt Bill, which was placed in 1919, due to which the Jallianwala Bagh incident happened, because there was a protest, and Gandhiji himself had protested by non-cooperation movement from 1919 to 1922, and that event led to Jallianwala Bagh assassination, and also certain other events which he talks about in his speech given in a statement given before the Ahmedabad District and Sessions Court. But he wrote 3 articles in a Young India magazine on 29th September, 15th December of 1921, and the third on February 23 of 1922. And the, the title of these articles was Tempering with Loyalty. The second one was The Puzzle and Its Solution. And the third was Shaking the Mains. Now, in his article titled Tempering with Loyalty in 1921, he noted that I shall not hesitate at the peril of being shot to ask the Indian sepoy individually to leave his service and become a weaver. For has not the sepoy been used to hold India under subjection? Has he not been used to murder innocent people at Jallianwala Bagh? Has he not been used to subjugate the proud Arab of Mesopotamia? The sepoy has been used more often as a hired assassin than as a soldier defending the liberty of the weak and the helpless. So this was the first article, Tempering with Loyalty, wherein he says the sepoy must leave his service and become a weaver. So this is showing disaffection towards the British government established by law in India. In the second article, he says that sedition has become the creed of the Congress. Every non-cooperator is pledged to preach disaffection towards the government established by law. Non-cooperation through a religious and strictly moral movement deliberately aims at the overthrow of the government and is therefore legally seditious in terms of the Indian Penal Code. In the third article, he says that we are challenging the might of this government because we consider its activity to be wholly evil. We want to overthrow the government. We want to compel its submission to the people's will. We desire to show that the government exists to serve the people, not the people the government. Free life under the government has become intolerable, for the price exacted for the retention of freedom is unconscionably great. Whether we are one or many, we must refuse to purchase freedom at the cost of our self-respect to our cherished convictions. So certainly through these articles, he wanted the overthrow of the British government because he had developed such disaffection towards the entire system of governance established by the British in India. So the British in retaliation had responded by framing a charge of sedition under section 124A of the Indian Penal Code against Mahatma Gandhi. Now, because of this offense, he was arrested on 10th of March 1922. And on 18th of March 1922, he was brought before the district and sessions judge in Ahmedabad, wherein his trial was to begin. Now, normally in every trial, we see that the accused do not plead guilty and they want a trial. But in this case, Gandhiji was asked whether you plead guilty or not. Gandhiji said that I plead guilty to all the charges. In fact, he was also tried with one Mr. Banker, who was the publisher of this magazine, Young India. And he was also charged with the same offense. And he also said that I also plead guilty. Now, the judge immediately wanted to hand over the sentence, but the Advocate General, Mr. Strangman, said that the procedure must be followed. And that was a great statement made by the opponent when he says that the procedure must be followed because he wanted the procedure to be fair. And he wanted the accused should also be given a fair trial. So on basis of his request, he was heard and he made his submission. And thereafter, the judge asked Mahatma Gandhiji whether he wanted to make any statement. Because on the basis of his pleading guilty, he was going to pass a sentence of imprisonment. So the court asked him whether you want to make a statement on your sentence. Now, to this, Mahatma Gandhiji made a wonderful speech in the Sessions Court at Ahmedabad. And he submitted that how, from the starting, being a cooperator to the British system, how he developed disaffection to the entire system, and how he was completely, he did not want the British to continue and he wanted independence for the country. Now he says in his speech, well, he says that he took responsibility of the entire charge which was framed against him, and he also said that he also took responsibility of the violent attacks which had happened after his speech. He said that I wanted to avoid violence. As non-violence is the first article of my faith, it is also the last article of my creed. But I had to make my choice. I had either to submit to a system which I considered had done an irreparable harm to my country, or incur the risk of the mad fury of my people bursting forth when they understood the truth from my lips. So he said that I do not ask for mercy. I do not plead any extenuating act. I am here, therefore, to invite and cheerfully submit to the highest penalty that can be inflicted upon me for what in law is a deliberate crime and what appears to be me to be the highest duty of a citizen. Because he said that freedom of speech and expression is not just a right, but is also a duty to speak your mind against the violence committed by the government. So therefore, he said, it is my duty, and I owe it perhaps to the Indian public and to the public in England to placate which this prosecution is mainly taken up, that I should explain why, from a staunch loyalist and cooperator, I have become an uncompromising disaffectionist and non-cooperator. To the court, too, I should say, when I plead guilty to the charge of promoting disaffection towards the government established by law in India. So then he starts describing his journey from South Africa and thereafter what the events happened later. And then he says that because of the events in Jallianwala Bagh and the Rowlatt Act, that he became, and also the events that happened with regards to the Muslims in India, that he had lost all hope on the British government. And therefore, he further says that I came reluctantly to the conclusion that the British connection had made India more helpless than she ever was before, politically and economically. A disarmed India has no power of resistance against any aggressor if she wanted to engage in an armed conflict with him. So much is this the case that some of our best men consider that India must take generations before she can achieve dominion status. So, in light of this, he said that before the British advent, India was weaving and spinning cottages, and there was growing industry, and it was a very considered as a very developed nation. But it is because of this British imperialism of 200 odd years that India had the people in India had come to such a state of penury that there was no life in them. So then he says that no sophistry, no jugglery in figures can explain away the evidence that the skeletons in many villages present to the naked eye. I have no doubt whatsoever that both England and the town dweller of India will have to answer if there is a God above for this crime against humanity, which is perhaps unequaled in history. The law itself in this country has been used to serve the foreign exploiter. My unbiased examination of the Punjab martial law cases has led me to believe that at least 95% of convictions were wholly bad. My experience of political cases in India leads me to the conclusion that in 9 out of every 10, the condemned men were totally innocent. Their crime consisted in the love of their country. In 99 cases out of 100, justice has been denied to Indians as against Europeans in the courts of India. This is not an exaggerated picture. It is the experience of almost every Indian who has had anything to do with such cases. So he says that this is how the system was used against the citizens of India. And the government, which is for the people, was using the people to enrich itself. So therefore, with regards to these all facts, he says that I have come to such a conclusion that there is complete disaffection against the government and the system. And therefore, I should be allowed to express my voice. With regards to this offense of sedition, he says that Section 124A, under which I am happily charged, is perhaps the prince amongst the political sections of the Indian Penal Code designed to suppress the liberty of the citizens. Affection cannot be manufactured or regulated by law. If one has no affection for a person or system, one should be free to give the fullest expression to his disaffection, so long as he does not contemplate, promote, or incite to violence. But the section under which Mr. Banker and I are charged is one under which mere promotion of disaffection is a crime. I have studied some of the cases tried under it. I know that some of the most loved of India's patriots have been convicted under it. I consider it as a privilege, therefore, to be charged under that section. I have endeavored to give in their briefest outline the reasons for my disaffection. And I have no personal ill will against any single administrator, much less can I have any disaffection towards the king's person. But I hold it to be a virtue to be disaffected towards a government which in its totality has done more harm to India than any previous system. And India is less manly under the British rule than she was ever before. Holding such a belief, I consider it to be a sin to have affection for the system. And it has been a precious privilege for me to be able to write what I have in the various articles tendered in evidence against me. In fact, I believe that I have rendered a service to India and England by showing in non-cooperation the way out of the unnatural state in which both are living. So this is how he says that this is why I have come to the conclusion that I have complete disaffection towards the government, and it is my duty to write what he has written. So this is his statement, and ultimately based on his own admission, the court passes a sentence of 6 years of imprisonment. But Justice Broomfield, who had written the judgment, in his last para, quotes that the law is no respecter of persons. Nevertheless, it would be impossible to ignore the fact that you are a different category from any person I have ever tried or am likely to have to try. It would be impossible to ignore the fact that in the eyes of millions of your countrymen, you are a great patriot and a great leader. It is my duty to judge you as a man subject to the law, who by his own admission has broken the law and committed what to an ordinary man must appear to be a grave offense against the state. And I should like to say in doing so, that if in the course of events in India should make it possible for the government to reduce the period and release you, no one will be better pleased than I. So even while passing the sentence, he says that if the government remits the sentence, nobody would be happier than I would be. So this is how he showed the respect to the great man who was tried in his court. And he showed great respect because he said that you are a great man and no one has, I would be never trying a person like you. So therefore, the fairness, the respect that was shown to the accused, and the respect that was shown by the Advocate General himself, and the speech that was given by Mahatma Gandhi in this trial makes this trial one of the greatest trials in the modern history. And this trial also shows that how the entire system, that the colonial imperialism period and the British system that took away India's greatness was in fact, so therefore this was what was on trial, the entire colonial system and not Mr. Gandhi who was on trial. So therefore, this experience, this trial was a question of morality rather than the legal concepts of a trial. And he showed the world that how the British were trying to subjugate the citizens of this country. So this is a very important event that happened in Ahmedabad, and is a very rich heritage which has to be preserved, and this story has to be told time and again. And we must never forget what has happened with the people of this country and how India has attained freedom, and also the fact that how sedition has been misused or was misused by the Britishers, and it should not happen to the Indian citizens after India getting independence and after the constitution coming into effect, giving the fundamental rights to the citizens of this country, which the people of this country never had before.
Well, Ji, this is very powerful message, and I don't want to ask you any question. I don't want to dilute whatever you told us today, because we are talking about the great soul Mahatma Gandhi. In fact, I read somewhere that who's the bravest soldier ever lived in the history of the world, and I was watching top 10, and number 1 was Mahatma Gandhi, because he was so brave. You know, you don't have to use any weapon to show your strength or anything, or use some technique like ninja and all that. it lies in the brain. So I think that was the bravest thing to do, what Mahatma Gandhi gave to India and to the world. So I think I don't want to ask you any question today. Thank you so much for coming into our show and explaining this about this very popular case. In fact, many of these things, I think everybody may be remembering it, but I think a refresher is always good. So thank you so much, Jeet.
Thank you very much, Chandrakant, for having me.
I will catch up with you next week, and I like to say goodbye and have a nice weekend.
Thank you, Chandrakant. Same to you.
Hello friends, this is Akul Mac Live and I am Chandrakant. Today morning I received a email from a management consultant, very experienced management consultant with 20 years of experience, and this gentleman is asking for a job. I've gone through his profile and I'm really confused because the today's context, the type of client that we find and the type of business we are in is not what this management consultant has done. And therefore that made me to think, what is the possibility of management consulting business today, how they should reinvent to stay relevant. And to have this discussion, I will be joined by a very, very senior personality from UK who himself has been a very, very popular figure in the business. So friends, I'll join back along with my guest after a few promotional messages. Don't go anywhere. This is just a short break. Friends, have you ever wondered that making a lasting impression online is similar to landing on the moon? If yes, we have a solution for you. Akul Mac Genius program will help you prepare for your upwards trajectory towards success in the digital world. Our program consists of 12 unique tailor-made sessions of 1 hour each, spread over 6 weeks. Akul Mac Genius program provide you practical knowledge about how to optimally use online video platform with lights, action, camera, as well as crash course in using virtual screens. The program also includes a session on the grooming and online etiquettes, which are important for running your online sessions and webinars. At the end of the program, our participants would be allowed to make their own videos, which will be published on a very popular business channel called Akul Mac Live. This will provide global recognition to all our participants. If you like what you hear, then using the link in the description below, join the program straight away or visit www.akulmac.com. Welcome back, friends, and today we have a very interesting topic to discuss. It's about management consulting, and to discuss this we have a very distinguished guest in our studio, Mr. Neville Gund. Welcome to the show, Neville. How are you today?
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Yes, I'm feeling great. It's a beautiful sunny day today. It's middle of the week, so the rest of the week is downhill, isn't it? A hump day or something? What do the Australians call it?
Of course, but we have just finished our share of huge deluge of rain, and we are just enjoying the little sunshine that we are getting right now.
Well, plants need rain, and now the sunshine's coming to dry them up. So, just like consulting, we used to have lots of consulting companies pre-COVID. But is the model bust? Have consultants, the big consultants, have they had their day? What do you think?
Well, Neville, I think that I worked for corporates where these consulting companies were hired to guide the corporate in the right direction, to find the new path, to find the new businesses. How do you find new clients, new type of clients, etc. So, we know all these top 5 companies. We don't have to take the name, but they used to bring their Bible, these thick, tested, tried models, 8 by 8. And they say that, hey, if you implement this, you are going to make millions. Your turnover will double in next 3 years or 5 years. The challenge that I see right now is that since those old models are tested, tried models for last 100 years, and the COVID has changed the whole business scenario so drastically, my confusion is that will those models still work in today's concept?
Well, it's a really good question. And if you recall, I wrote a book just over a year ago now with a good friend of mine called John Gilmany. And we entitled the book, Can You Handle the Truth? And a big question mark. And the reality of life is these models were bust some time ago. So even when I had a proper job like you did, when I was working in corporate life, we used to get these consultants to come in, the big four, as now big 5 or 6 maybe, and they would come in and literally interview all the staff and then put a beautiful review together and tell the board exactly what the staff have recommended, in essence. Not much different from that. And then they said, well, we'll help you implement it. And they charged a fortune, even for the smallest of corporates. They were investing in millions of dollars worth of investment. The question I always had was, does it work? And of course, it probably would work if they implemented everything the members of staff, the employees, were suggesting they did. But these consulting groups have an unusual way of twisting things slightly so that it wasn't quite what you thought you'd suggested to them. And consequently, they never work because who's implementing them? You are. Very rarely do you see a wholesale change in an organization, in other words, people leaving, when you're implementing change. You tend to find you've got more consultants than you've ever had in the past, like little army of ants that are crawling all over the place and trying to help you succeed. Now, I don't think that they're trying to make you fail. I mean, that's number one. But are they making you succeed? And I think COVID now is challenging even more than it did in the past. But it's challenging all of those organizations to say, so how have you succeeded over that period? How have you survived? What was it in the organization that made you get through it and be where you are today? And when your organizations start to ask those questions and see actually how good they are, and some of these are small companies and some of these are huge companies, but they've got through a storm. This wasn't a storm that could be predicted. This wasn't on the weather map. There was always the zombie virus that people were talking about, the millennium bug. You remember that? 2000, what's going to happen when the clocks suddenly turn to the 2000 agenda as opposed to a 1999. And not a lot's happened in those arenas. But you couldn't plan for this, really. But you needed to it needed to happen when you're on your feet. So this is about how robust have your people been? How robust have your systems been? We hear about cybersecurity infiltrating the arena, but fundamentally the best form of cybersecurity is having smart people. Not opening that email that looks like it's come from Coca-Cola, but actually it's got Coca-Cola1.com. Well, that's not a Coca-Cola address. There's someone that's been very smart. So I think where we are is we're in this, are we in this no man's land? I think we are. What do you think? Do you think we're in this no man's land where people are saying, can we put the old models back? Can we bring in our previous consultants to help us through this period? Now we're coming into, we've survived, but now we want to look at growth. Will they automatically go for their consultancy model and bring in people that have helped them in the past? I think these are big questions. I'd be interested to know what you think.
Well, Neville, I think this idea triggered today morning when I got an email from a friend of mine, and he said that his friend is looking for a management consulting role. Do you have some leads? And that got me thinking, because even if we hire this management consultant, what is going to do for us? We have to really, even to interview this person, we should have right questions. So I was not sure what to reply, and that made me to start thinking about big fours and big fives. They used to come with a strategy saying that, hey, if you fire so many people in 3 years, you will double your revenue. Your share price will zoom. And that is what they used to do. Actually, you fire a lot of people, give them a golden handshake and let them go. And over 3 years, it's a no-brainer. Your share price will improve. The CEO will make his incentives and move on. So that used to be the plan in those days. That plan is not going to work now because everybody has moved on. There is nobody to fire. So how do you steer the company in the right direction? So that is why my question today, Neville, I don't think the old book or Bible of management consulting will work for companies of today.
So in essence, what you're saying is that the companies have been through the hardship, and then they've had to get rid of what you might call dead wood, for want of a better term. And it just so happens that the COVID crisis has probably identified a lot more dead wood in the organisation than perhaps you would have thought of previously. I mean, it's an interesting arena. I mean, I always have a little smile on my face when I get that type of email, because let me just ask you, what's the role of management consultants? What do they do? Just simply, not in detail. What do they do?
Well, I think, in my opinion, please, viewers, please pardon me because I'm going to talk what I think. These management consultants will come to your office, will interview or pretend to interview thousands of people across the board. They spend 2 months, 3 months, and they bill you for that, for interviewing and listening to your story, boring story. Hey, what happened? What didn't work? What worked? Etc. They are not doing anything with that. After 3 months over, when you have already paid $1 million to them, they will come up with their own plan, as if they have done a lot of research within their after taking your interviews, and they have come out with a very tailor-made plan. But in reality, it's the same plan. IBM would have got the same plan. CSE would have got the same plan. HP would have got the same plan from the same consulting company. And that plan is a 3-year plan. You implement this matrix 8 by 8, get rid of deadwood, and within 3 years, you'll find new clients, you'll find new revenue, your share price will double, and they will walk away with their incentive after 3 years. So I think that is what I feel personally. And my disclaimer is, it is just what I feel. I may be wrong also, but this is what I felt as a client of these big fours.
I like anything else, and this is about what you and I think here, and some of it is evidenced, and indeed, you've more or less said exactly what we said in the book, Can You Handle the Truth? Because that's what they do. And the interesting thing is, do you know what? They've done it for many years, and it works. But the interesting thing is there is a different way of doing it, and you could do it yourself. But like anything else, majority of companies are already exhausted their employees, and they've got more than a day job each because they're getting more for less. But I'd just like to go back to the very simple thing about what consultants do. What they do is that they take you, what you believe they will do is take you to another level, to another plane, to improve your KPIs, your profit, your loss statement, your cash flow, stabilize your balance sheet, improve your balance sheet, get you more money, whatever it is. But the point about consultants is they're, in many respects, stopping the rot, if you want to call it one thing. I call it behavioral waste, and actually taking behavioral waste out of the system and putting new processes in place. They wouldn't know what behavioral waste was, most of them, but that's in essence what they're doing. So the key thing is when you got that email from someone who's a friend of a consultant, weren't they doing it for themselves? Why isn't this business consultant actually doing it for themselves? They're always asking, lots of small consultancies are always asking for referrals into other organizations. And the interesting thing is, I don't want a referral in. I want to go and say, so what are you doing? How are you doing this? What are you doing about it? Because that's what they do. That's what consultants do. They ask questions. So, but they're not asking questions of themselves. Where am I getting business from? What is my core business? How am I going to grow? What processes am I adopting that are a complete waste of time? What processes should I be adopting? And I think this is the challenge, actually, of the small consultant. Because the really good ones are always employed. Always. They've got more work than they can actually take on. And the thing is about the next tier it's like boom and bust. When they're employed, it's great. When they're not employed, they're asking for referrals. They need to start asking themselves questions. What was it I did when I was fully employed? What was that client saying to me? How am I going to promote myself? Because that's how they get into the next tier and be fully employed. It really is as simple as that. I don't want to make it complicated because it's not. It might be difficult because you've never done it before. But once you start to get into that motion, then you'll get it. Now, another thing, you and I get emails all the time from all over the place. I get a load of emails and asked to be connected on LinkedIn. What's the biggest thing on LinkedIn that you've had people offering you recently?
Well, Neville, I think the biggest thing that I hear from people is how you can sell yourself on LinkedIn.
Exactly. I almost sort of, I led you into the answer. It wasn't deliberate, but how can you improve yourself on LinkedIn? What have you got to do? So all of these LinkedIn so-called experts, and I'll say so-called because there aren't that many that are that good, because they're all following very much the similar routine. But when you meet one of them, why isn't this management consultant investing in one of them? Because the management consultant is actually asking a company to invest in them. So you can't actually say, well, you do it this way, but that's not for me, because you're telling them to do exactly what you're prepared not to do. So I always find this a fascinating arena where people say, oh, a bit down on my luck at the moment, I'm a management consultant, can you help me? Why? It's a bit like an IT expert, why do you need my help? If you're that good, you should have a string of companies out there. If you're young and new to the game, yeah, I'll help you. Absolutely not a problem. But I'm not going to do it for you. I'm going to ask you some pretty tough questions. And for those listening, if you want me to ask you those questions, I just have. So listen back to what we said in this discussion, because it's about growth. It's about survival initially, and it's about growth. Have I got a business? Is it scalable? Is it just a me? Is it a cottage industry? Can I collaborate with other people? All of these questions we can ask ourselves if we're in the right mindset. And I guess it always comes down to having the right mindset. And, thinking about what I've just said here about that consultant that's, asking for you to help them, has that given you any thoughts about what help you're going to give them?
Well, I don't have an answer, actually. I don't know what to reply to him. I can't tell him, hey, there are no jobs. Even if I circulate your CV, there will be no response. I think it's a journey that the consulting companies or business consultants will have to undertake themselves and find out what is the winning mantra for them to get employed right now, because the old process is all dead. You can't fire any more people. They're already gone from all organizations, and the business demands are also changed drastically. So the management consultants will have to find new ways of generating more revenue for their clients, and for that I think they have to come up with the new idea. And so far I have not seen any new idea from anyone so far.
Well, is it a new idea, or is it just knowing about the business? I mean, one thing, as many people will know, I come from the oil and gas industry. Now, we used to employ real specialists in oil and gas. And why was that? Because they knew the industry inside out. They knew that there was never 100% win. They knew, or the good ones knew, that it was a cumulative effect. It'd be like compound interest. I'll get 1% here, 0.5% there, 2% over there. But they had this almost like a map in their mind of what other companies have done and how perhaps you can navigate these very different waters. Because, as you well know, despite the fact you're in the same industry, you may employ exactly the same number of people, looking as though you're doing exactly the same thing, but in reality, you're not. Because you've got a different people dynamic internally. You've got different shareholder base. You're on a different path to growth. You may be a pure punt in the arena, or maybe you're more of the stable influence. People are looking not for huge capital growth. Your investors are looking for sustainable growth, which is through the P&L as opposed to through the balance sheet. So I think there's a fantastic opportunity currently for really good, independent, or the large consultancies. They can help a company think about why are they doing what they're doing. They can help them go through a business process review. I'll now use the term BPR, because in corporate world, BPR is pretty common. But again, the reality is most organizations don't actually do a business process review more than twice in their lifetime. So when the average age of a corporate is 30 years these days, twice, once every 15 years, my goodness, that's not enough. It's not good enough. Things are changing. If you do it once every 15 years and forget that there's a digital transformation, you could be dead. So this is how fun this arena can be. And, I would love to go back into the world of consult. Oh, no, I'll take that back, actually. I wouldn't love to go back into the world of consultancy. It's hard work once you get in there. But I think there's a great opportunity for the right consultants to say, here I am, this is what I'm really good at, this is what I've done for someone else in the same industry. That looks like a good company to go and address, knock on the door. That's the way you do it. Just knock on the door. You are showing that you are doing something different to everybody else. I was talking to on a business bunker the other day, and we were talking about a lot of the complaints in the world is that there aren't many jobs. Now, for those that are listening, I will say this very slowly. There are thousands of jobs. It's just that you don't know where to look for them. But if you did know where to look for them, you'd get one. Now, don't take my word for it, because I was actually talking to a person that runs a job site, one of the biggest job sites in the UK. And he said there are thousands of jobs, but people are just listing their CV online and expecting a response. We've become lazy, fundamentally, and that's where your management consultant is, I'm afraid. That email just shows me he's lazy or she's lazy. And my advice to them, if they're listening, you can send them this interview, is go and do it for yourself. Because that's the only person that's actually going to make it work. Because who knows what opportunities are out there until you start to knock on the door. And the other thing is, go and find a specialist on LinkedIn. If you look at my inbox, I get 20 or 30 offers every day. We can get you 20 or 30 leads every month. Guaranteed 20 or 30 leads. Well, if you're a small consultancy, and the price for those leads isn't that much, actually, as long as they're good quality leads, you'd be quite surprised over time. But again, if you're going to go down that route of lead generation, it's not going to happen in a week. You have to be focused on it. But of course, the management consultant will know that, won't they, TK? They'll know that overnight successes are not instantaneous. They've never promised an overnight success. So why would they expect it from somebody else? Just a little bit of fun this morning in the world of management consultancy, or any type of consultancy, really, because the same thing applies. That given you any thoughts, CK? I've seen you smiling at parts of what I've been saying there, as touching a few nerves and perhaps delving into your history.
Well, Neville, I think you made a very good comment. That is, first, management consultant has to understand the business as it exists today, and then make a pitch. Because if he doesn't know the business, then there is no business for him also. So I think we can end our discussion today with this message that please understand the business today. Produce a pitch which works, which people buy in. And if you don't do that, then there is no work for you, actually. So I think as a management consultant, you need to reinvent like everyone else. We are also reinventing ourselves. So even management consulting arena needs to reinvent himself in order to stay relevant. So Neville, thank you so much for finding time and talking about this very important subject this morning.
My pleasure, CK. Good luck, everybody, and go and knock on some doors. You never know what's available.
And before you start knocking on the doors, make sure that your pitch is right. So
absolutely.
All right, Neville, you have a good morning and a great day today ahead, and we will catch up with you tomorrow again on something even more interesting.
Cheerio, everybody.
Good morning, everyone. This is Chandrakant from Akulmac Technologies, and welcome you all on this edition of CEO Roundtable. Before we start our discussion, let me invite my friends, Mr. Neville Gund from UK,
Good morning, everybody.
Miss Farida Charania from Singapore,
Hello. Hi.
and Miss Kanchan Verma from India.
Hello.
So, friends, today we would like to discuss about the impact of COVID-19 situation, lockdown, and what havoc it has created on us. With specifically discussing what impact it has on the media business. And as you know that media is a big segment. It has various different aspects. It has entertainment, it has news media, it has print media, and it has digital media. So whole lot. So what impact it has, and since we are not seeing too many movies coming out because of this lockdown, artists are not able to travel to studios for recording. Since there is nothing to edit, editors are not finding jobs to edit, and the whole lot. There are a lot of daily wagers who are involved in this industry, which are getting impacted. So, Neville, what is your opinion what is the impact in UK and worldwide? What do you see future of the media business?
Well, it's a really good question. It's a huge question to answer because when people talk about the media, they just think of the performing artists, those that are on now moved on to YouTube or may have gone on to Zoom because the theatres are closed, the cinemas are closed, the open air theatres are closed. But we also should recall, you know, uh, the media is even bigger. It's the whole art world. So museums have closed. And lots of work goes on in that particular arena. And then if you start to look behind the scenes, it's the agents of these people in the frontline media. And then it's the people that move all of the sets around the world, the musicians, the following musicians, the graphic artists, the designers, the costume designers, the makeup artists. This is a massive, massive industry. And it actually is probably the forerunner of the gig economy. In other words, it's one gig followed by another, followed by another. So all of these people that are employed in the media tend to move from one project to another, to another, to another. Some projects are quite long, some projects are quite short. So, um, a concert on a weekend, it's really quite short, and then everything has to be in one place at one time, and then all of a sudden it's dismantled, stuck on a plane or transportation, and taken to another venue because it's a calendar. One follows another, follows another, and all of that has been decimated by this, pandemic. So I did ask someone a little while ago, could they put a figure as to the size of the industry? Well, just in the UK, we are talking several £billions, and the UK is quite small compared to what's happening in the media. So it has had a big impact. And the funny thing is, we turn on the TV and we watch the news and we treat that as media. And yet, if you look at some of the news stations, the BBC inclusive, they've restricted, they've curtailed some of their activities. So this has affected everybody around the world. It's not just the UK. This has been devastating. So it'd be interesting to hear Farida and Kenshin's take on it, because India's 1.4 billion people, which is a damn sight bigger than the UK. We've got a mere 65 million here. So how's it affected you over there?
Yeah, I feel that whatever points you have put across, they are definitely worth discussing, because media industry definitely are at the blow, because there are unemployment, films are not being produced. But then media and communication industry are inherited linked to human behavior and perception. So we, especially in India, we enjoy entertainment and we find out the ways to do that. And I feel that digital platform has played a vital role in doing that. And I think media space being taken over by digital media, and many of the films are being produced on platforms like Netflix or Prime. But yes, there are some people, a chunk of people who are working, supporting this whole industry. They are jobless because there's no movie which is being produced physically in the studios. So whatever they are doing online, and sometimes they are separately doing. I mean, individualistically, they are approaching and showing their creativity. So that is a quite a grim situation, and we need to discuss out and maybe give a solution to these frontline professional who support. It's a frontline as well as support professional to really work for upliftment and work for this media.
I'll just pick this up from where Kanchan left. I have a slightly different view on this. I don't think we can offer solutions to people who are jobless because of this pandemic and because of this entire shift, because that's going to be difficult. I live in a very small country. We are less than 5 million people, but still the loss of jobs, specifically in the media industry, is huge. Now, if you look at 2020, it's been a watershed year for the media and entertainment industry. Consumers and advertisers are actually shifting to digital channels, and they are expecting greater value for their time and money. They are also raising the bar for the customer experience, and competition is intensifying quite heavily to basically be able to use this granular data which is available on the internet, and to actually improve the customer experience. There are different business models which have come up, or rather they've mushroomed so quickly to evolve, to accommodate this new class of consumers and create hybrid monetization opportunities as well. Now, even the platform companies, so if you take example of India, the OTT platforms are already under scrutiny, and they have been kind of put under the same radar as films, medias, etc. So it's not all that hunky dory. Maybe the delivery has changed, but still work is going on in the background, and probably the medium is shifting. So the brick and mortar and digital world, the gap is widening, which was anyways expected, but COVID somewhere accelerated it. Now, job losses are mainly in the areas in the brick and mortar industry, for instance. If you talk about a theater, someone goes to a theater for an experience, and to provide that experience, there are so many people who are involved. There are people who are involved in serving you at the cafeteria, suppliers to the cafeteria, the ushers who bring you in, the staff that the theater actually employs. And these are people who are actually losing their jobs because the entire activity has gone down so much. I don't think it is so much editors or the lightmen who are part of this, because still the production is going on. They are definitely impacted, but perhaps to a lesser level than people who are in the brick and mortar spaces. For instance, the museums, they are closed, and all of those people might not have jobs after the government support schemes end. So because it's not going to be very easy for all of this to come back to pre-COVID levels very quickly. So it is a big problem. um, we cannot offer a solution. We can discuss it and probably offer some advice uh, based on our experience and what we see, because we are from different parts of the world, so we encounter different situations. But would love to hear your take on this, CK. What do you think?
Well, Farida and Kanchan, I think you summarized the whole problem quite nicely. I will break it down into smaller chunks for the benefit of our discussion. For instance, when we talk about print media is the worst affected segment of that market because nobody's buying any magazines, nobody's buying any entertainment, and nobody's certainly buying any newspaper. And most of this media was dependent on the advertisers. So advertisers have gone and found a different medium, which is the digital media, what Kanchan was mentioning. Most of the advertisements are now happening on the digital platform. So the print media is suffering. In fact, there are a couple of very popular print media in India are closed. The shops are shut. So when I say the shops are shut, it's the print media which is shut, and they have prudently transferred their business to the digital platform. So all of those print is now available on the digital platform. So Farida, I fully agree with you. They have found a different way to stay relevant. However, the physical print media is almost almost non-existent basically. Now let's look at the TV platforms. In my opinion, the TV or the entertainment on TV or the news on TV also runs on the advertisers. So this situation of COVID has created a snowball situation in the market where when some merchandise is being advertised on TV, the chances are people will go on the digital platform like Amazon or Walmart, and they will pick up that merchandise from those platforms. Now, since nobody is watching these TV ads, or nobody is selling these merchandises, or nobody is buying these merchandises, whatever the situation may be, the advertisers are not spending too much money in advertising itself because people are not buying in abundance as they were doing in 2019. And since the money is dwindling, the financial impact on the TV platform is also huge. So when we look at the next level, which is the bigger level of movies like Hollywood or Bollywood, uh, there were about 700 to 800 movies, mainstream cinema that used to come out from India, and almost similar number used to come out from LA. So those movies employ at least 1 million people across India and America. Those people are totally jobless. There is no light boy. There is no daily wages. There is no extras which are being deployed. So while people can come out with a new way of doing things, but that affects only the cream de la cream of this market segment. The lower people are suffering. So I think that for us, when we are discussing this matter, I think we should also give little bit of guidance in terms of what these people should be doing. If these artists are good, really, and they are forced to work as extras, I think here is an opportunity for them to really showcase their skills, because now there is no bar, there is no as we say, there is no media agent. If you are good in your skills, here is a digital platform, leverage it for free and showcase to the world what you can do. What is your opinion, Neville?
I don't know about leveraging for free, because there's always a cost to these things. And remember, some of these superstars are not used to doing this like impromptu Zoom arena. They're still in the world of the lighting needs to be right, because actually they're portraying their persona over the screen. Whether it's a Netflix type screen or just a PC screen or what have you, they're still trying to put a message over. These are professionals, let's face it, at the end of the day. And indeed, we've seen some of that happen in the UK. There's been some really interesting new releases from a few very good actors, Martin Freeman being one, who's probably well known for The Hobbit, etc. And Sherlock Holmes, he was Dr. Watson. He and a few other people have done really interesting shows on the TV. In fact, one group has put a whole pantomime together on the TV, which on the screen, let's say, wasn't on the TV. So there's been some ingenious ideas that have come through, but I think we need to go back to the root cause of this. And the COVID pandemic hasn't really changed anything, apart from it's accelerated what was already happening. People's behavior was changing. You mentioned initially, TK, the paper media, newspapers, articles, magazines. All of the newspapers in the UK have all moved onto a digital platform, not just in the last year, but they were all already moving there because they could see that print media was really on its last legs. I mean, we've heard this. I mean, I've heard this for over 20 years. No one's advertising in print, etc. But they still did. No one is going to pay for printing, but they still did. So what COVID has done is it's accelerated the process. And the interesting thing is people's behavior is accelerating this process, not because we're now being driven by what the media wants us to know about. So let's look at Netflix. Farida mentioned bricks and mortar. Well, apart from a few buildings that Netflix rent around the world, they're just another Facebook, another Uber, and another Airbnb. They really only had a great idea, and that idea actually sits in the cloud, and they're just streaming what we want to see. This is what we want, remember. So the people that are going to make the real benefit out there, are going to make that real transition, is to listen to your customers. I mean, I don't know how many times we've said this in the past. You know, if your customers are asking certain things of you, give them it, because that's what they want. Don't give them what you think they need, give them what they want. And I think this is polarized, actually, the issue in media as a whole. And I don't think we're going to see newspapers as I knew it, have ever known it, ever again. I can't see newsstands ever having even free newspapers anymore, because I think we've just gone away. We're scared of touching things that might contain a virus. You know, this is what's going on up here. We need to recognize what's going on. Whereas my iPhone, my PC, I clean it. It's my responsibility. My TV, my home, everything's going to be streamed into the home. And we just have to wake up to the music and just get on with it, really. So think about where your customers are. We've said this time and time again in coaching any business. It's not just my view, by the way. Thousands of people are saying the same thing. It's just a question of when are people going to listen.
We in India, we have a projection that India would have a billion digital user by 2030. So, and then I feel that this all been accelerated due to COVID, because everybody wants to see and enjoy in the comfort zone. Apart of this, there are many home productions which have opened up. So there's no limitation. If you have a skill, if you have creative, you can work from your home and provide your message and creative things through media, digital media.
I just like to add to this. One of the other things that has happened, which could be viewed as an opportunity as well, because content creation has started outpacing the ability to monetize. Again, CK was saying that if they have the skill, they can showcase it for free. And, so based on those lines, yes, there are platforms available to showcase your skills for free. And there is now not much difference, or the lines between, say, amateur, professionals, creators, distributors, it's all kind of fading away. So there is an opportunity for someone who's really, really talented. But I'm talking mostly about the performers and people who create that performance. I'm not talking about the people who are impacted by this, because they are the support staff. They are not part of the creation process. There is also tension between profitability and distribution, because the time to disrupt, everything is changing. So what worked for you last year is not working for you now. So again, the advertisers have moved their advertising spend to channels where they are getting a response. So all of that, like print media, yeah, it's dead. I kind of completely understand, and it's going to change the consumer behavior, because now we are so scared to actually touch any surface we are not aware of, right? Even if you go to a restaurant, you would basically see that it's been cleaned before you actually take your table. So I think that also is something which is changing. A lot of regulations will come in as well, but that will not hold back disruption, because this is anyways expected. It's just that, like Neville said, COVID has accelerated the pace of this disruption, and the consumer behavior changing, and the delivery of entertainment or media changing. Yeah.
Just picking up on that, behavior change. We're now seeing Universal Studios, for instance, that have taken that leap of faith. They're the first one, and what they've done is they've decided that all new releases next year will also be streamed live from the date of release. Will that change me? Actually, no, it won't change me. If I want to go and experience the new James Bond film, which has been, you know, Sony were releasing it in March of this year, and then we were told it was September. Now we're told it's next year. I want to see the James Bond film. I don't want to see it. I've got a very big TV screen. You know, I've got a 72-inch TV screen. I still don't want to see a James. I want to experience that James Bond film in a cinema with the surround sound and all of the shaking seats and goodness knows what else, and the crowd that are there as well, because this is a community type of experience. So have Universal jumped the gun? No, not really. They're just recognizing, I believe, that different people want different things. And equally, they're reaching a far bigger audience. So maybe you will see it on the TV and think, well, maybe I won't go and see the cinema. And if it's so good, you go to the cinema. So this is almost like the classic consultancy arena. I'm going to give you a little bit for free. I mean, these streaming program, I mean, $5.99 for a month of Netflix. This is not expensive. That's pounds or dollars. It's not expensive. But if I want to see a movie that I've seen on Netflix, I will go to the cinema, because that's my second behavior. And interestingly enough, it was always my second behavior. I'd much rather see a trailer and then go and see it if I really want to see it at the cinema. So again, we just need to be looking at what consumer behavior is doing. We are changing, and we're changing quite rapidly. And remember, some consumer behavior has killed companies off in a matter of months. I mean, on the UK high street, we've seen so much devastation. And I'm not talking about COVID now. I'm talking about pre-COVID. Toys R Us. Toys R Us was an experience. If these type of companies have recognized that Disney has it right, that if you imagine that Disney ride that you would go on lasts about 2.5 minutes, 150, 150 seconds. That's not a long time, and yet you're queuing up for an hour on some of these Disney rides, but you're entertained for the whole journey. And I think this is where, Disney, when you think of Orlando, when that was opened well into last century. So just imagine what a little mouse has done for us over the years and where it's gone. And even Disney have moved into the digital arena. They bought Pixar, very smart move, So companies can be ahead of the game. I know what I'm talking about, big picture stuff here, but at the end of the day, that's going to drive everything that happens with us. So this could be an exciting time for people that do things slightly differently and just don't accept the norm, because the norm has gone.
I like to also make one observation. You see, when everything is moving to digital media and the OTT is becoming more and more relevant, there is a need for consultant who will guide these players in terms of regulations. Because now with OTT, when you start streaming your content on OTT, will follow the government regulation, what you can stream, what you cannot, what format, etc. So there is a new breed of media experts which are required here to guide all of these people to ensure the government regulation across all countries. So you see, what is happening is that while the constitution of each country gives freedom of speech, freedom of expression, however, because of OTT coming and becoming relevant, there is going to be regulated. The media itself will get regulated directly or indirectly. So I think these are all very profound changes, because one side we say freedom of expression and other side we have to follow regulation. So I think this is interesting time, as you said, Neville. The whole lot of changes are happening. The new opportunities are coming. As in this discussion, we identified that there could be streaming experts, there could be consultants who will guide people on legal aspects. There could be new type of camera. There could be new type of editors required. There could be new type of storytellers. Um, and so on. There could be animation work required. There could be green screen experts. So who knows? I mean, the whole scenario is completely changing. And Neville, I think you made one comment that it was always happening. The pandemic only accelerated the whole matter. You see what was going on. If somebody is shooting Iron Man, Robert Downey Jr. will wear a suit and basically stand in front of green screen. So they pretty much do the same thing, standing off in front of a green screen, but at a home.
Yeah, it's very true.
Addition
Very
of
true.
Yeah, there will be an addition of new user every year. So that makes a digital platform more reachable, and it's more required by media people to really use this platform.
So I think this is a very vast subject. Probably we can break it down into smaller chunks in future edition of CEO Roundtable. Um, but I think we have just touched the surface and we brought out some of these opportunities and some of these threat areas for the media professionals today in our discussion. So I like to thank all the panelists, Naval, Farida, and Kanchan, for finding time and joining us for this important discussion.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
Bye bye.
Bye. Have a good weekend.
Bye bye, and we'll
Bye-bye.
catch up in the next CEO Roundtable.
Hello, welcome to Akulmek Live. I'm Kanchan Verma, and today is awesome Saturday. And you know, Saturday we go to places, and today we have Sitesh Srivastav, who is as an industry leader. He's closely related to radio broadcasting. And what place he will be taking, let us find out. So let's welcome him. Welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Hey, Kanchan, this is good Saturday morning when we have come together to talk about another illustrious city from India, which actually shaped the consciousness of the modern India for a very, very long time and gave us our modern, and I'm talking about modern city of Pune. We're in the western parts of India. I'm sure you have heard about it.
Yes, definitely. And I've been to Pune, and the air, the city really gives impression that it is quite an advanced city. And I've also read that Pune, the word which has come with the Hindi word Punne, and later on it was converted into Pune. So yes, I'm so eager to really know about the city, and my viewers are also waiting for that. Yes, tell us about the city.
Well, Kanchan, I would start with a very, very interesting phrase that I heard while I was in Pune, and which says that Pune tithe kai ude. that means Pune lacks nothing. And that's where this city is a very, very interesting city on the backdrop of the Western Ghats, closer to our financial capital, Mumbai. Pune has been in the conscious history, in modern conscious history of India for many, many years. In the modern Pune life is basically considered close to the Maratha Empire, uh, Shivaji Maharaj, and the Peshwas. But I think Pune has got even older uh, places to visit, older credentials to prove itself as a conscious capital of the Indian subcontinent. Goes back to the Rashtrakutas time, and we have some ancient, very ancient, relics like Pataleshwar temple, and this city is bustling today with automotive capital of India, lots of software industries, lot of software companies, and the kind of development in this city that is seen, seeing all the municipal corporations, the Mumbai-Pune Expressway, and the great cultural affiliation of this city, uh, which never goes out of fashion, despite being at the forefront of the modern capitalistic world. So yeah, this city is great, Kanchan. So, you share your pieces and then I come back with more.
Well, definitely, because I lived in Bangalore. I also lived in Pune, and there's a drastic difference between when in the culture and the people thinking and the way the city emerged. Pune gives a lot of freshness, and though it is very near to Mumbai, and the impact of Mumbai also being seen here. And moreover, I think I've been there when there was Ganesh Chaturthi celebration, and the all atmosphere was so awesome. So when we were talking about this wonderful city of the world, which is very happening currently now, what kind of art and architecture we really think about when we are talking about Pune city? Is it very similar to Mumbai, or how it is, or Maratha? How you will rate that?
Kanchan, you can see one of the architectural wonders of this city called Aga Khan Palace. And the whole city is dotted with a lot of British-made structures, lot of, Maratha times, Maratha Empire times or Peshwa times architectural pieces, and the whole city is dotted with some ancient structures as well. So this city, from its length and breadth, gives a view of the medieval India, because from this city was taken, granted as a jagir, or what you call it as a fiefdom to the grandfather of Shivaji Maharaj by the Ahmednagar Sultanate. And so Ahmednagar Sultanate, the Mughals, the Adil Shahi dynasty, and then the Maratha Empire, then the Peshwas, and then the British. All of this comes to this city, and you can find a very, very nice medley of sorts in the buildings, in the architecture, in the people, the culture, the language, and the soul of each of these smaller, the pieces of historical times can be seen in modern Pune. And it has got, ancient times is something which we can only relate through our imagination and seeing some of the relics and monuments. But as you know, I think I can relate from the medieval times, from when it was given as a jagir to the grandfather of Chhatrapati Shivaji, and then between 1600 and 1680, or between 1700, many times this city, which was then called Kasbe Pune, was between the Mughals, the Marathas, and the Adil Shahi dynasty, or the local satraps. And then why I said in the beginning that Pune is our conscious, modern conscious capital, because it was from this city that the Peshwas of Maratha Empire, the Peshwas who carried forward Shivaji's legacy, they actually nailed down the Mughal emperors. And actually, there was a time for, I think, 2 to 3 decades where it felt that the Mughal emperor has been nailed, finished completely by the Marathas, the Bajirao, and the different Peshwas, and different military leaders of that time. So if I think if the British would not have been in picture at that point of time, probably the Maratha Empire would have seen a new Indian subcontinent. It is up to 1818 when the Marathas were very, very powerful across the Indian subcontinent. And, the Mughal emperors of those days used to pay the taxes to be protected. So Marathas were the protectorate of the Indian subcontinent. So the legacy, the strength that is there in that history needs to be told, revived, and talked about in the popular mainstream media. Okay, and I think there is enough has been written or talked about it in the Marathi media, Marathi literature, but I think that it is less showcased or written or promoted in the English language or in the Hindi, the popular language of the country. So yeah, Kanchan, Pune is a place where you stand and you think historically important, militarily important. Our National Defense Academy is there, NDA, and it is also culturally very, very active. The kind of activists it has seen, and in the Indian independence movement, its contribution towards that. Then we have industrialists, and recently in this pandemic world, we have known all about Serum Institute of India, Adar Poonawalla. India is so thankful to Serum Institute and the others who have provided the vaccines to this country. So you see, Pune it cannot be framed into just one or two angles and perceptions. It is steep, deep into the history, the geography, the demographics, the politics, and military strength at the same time. Half of the international students who study in India, they study in Pune. Great, isn't it?
Definitely, and personally, I feel when I talk about Pune, it is like a very cute, very progressive city. Now, you had been talking about there's so much of people who have developed this city over the period of time. So let us talk about the demography of this city and how it has done an impact on the modern India.
Kanchan, where to start? We can start in terms of Shivaji Maharaj's time. We can start from the end of the Peshwa reign, those times. We can start from the British times from 1818 to 1947, or we can start after independence of 1947. Each of these phases of Pune city is filled up with people who have done and contributed great things to this region, this city. Peshwa have made around 250 temples in the city. A lot of institutions were opened during that time. I remember Savitri Bai Phule University, and then some other Ferguson College, and nowadays, Symbiosis and others, National Chemical Laboratories are there, Hindustan Aeronautics, and of course, as we mentioned, Serum Institute, and there are more. This city is also a culmination how it developed in the modern, after 1947. It was allowed to develop as an automotive hub for India, so that it can actually, balance the business, automotive business from Chennai, which is our Detroit of India. And then as there were, some other cosmopolitan areas around the city, the Ond, the Pimpri Chinchwad, and Khadakwasla area, and all of them were brought together slowly, and the regimes allowed it to grow for the industries beyond certain specific ones which were present somewhere in around 60s, and we saw the growth of software technology parks and Viman Nagar, Hinjewadi, Kharadi. These are the areas there you will find almost all IT companies in different sectors. So the working population is also very mixed. The international student scene is very vibrant. And as you mentioned, I definitely agree to the word that cute that you used for this city. This city is really, really cute. While you land in this city on the airport, you really don't feel how big the city is, because the airport is quite small. It is operated by, I think, Indian Air Force or Indian Army. But as you get inside the city and different areas, communities or localities which are called Pet, Sadashiv Pet, or some other Pet, that's very unique to Pune. And this city never stops, giving you surprises. And also international commune of Osho, Rajneesh, that also grew up from Pune in the 80s, in the early 80s. So this city is something that needs to be not just enjoyed, but revered and brought into our discussions and topics in the mainstream media.
So, what is the place which you like personally, and how you will summarize city in maybe one sentence, Siddesh?
IT hub of India and Pune's contribution in the Indian independence, and the areas that I really like to see and I want people to go and visit, and not just visit, stand there and think, are the places like Dagdu Shet Halwai Ganpati Temple, Pune Okayama Friendship Garden, Shanivar Vada, or chilling at Cafe Pash, Lohgad Fort, Shivneri Fort, where Shivaji was born, and Aga Khan Palace. Walk through the Pune Kasbah, having a relishing typical Marathi meal, but an Iranian coffee at various Irani coffee joints. And this city never leaves you surprised how it mixes and blends the old with the new, and keeps on ongoing in the modern world, with the youth, with the education, and with its it has got very interesting set of people the special people, from social reformers, like I mentioned, Savitri Bai Phule or Jyotiba Phule. And, we have in Indian independence struggle, Mahatma Gandhi and Kasturba, they were jailed in the Yerwada prison, and they were prisoned in Aga Khan Palace. In fact, Mahatma Gandhi's ashes are still there in the Aga Khan's palace for the people to visit and pay their respects. From an industrialist point of view, we know Rahul Bajaj, and we know Cyrus Poonawalla and Anu Aga and Baba Kalyani and many more from there. Similarly, in the music and dance, and we know from in the entertainment, lots of people. And how can I forget my favorite Pune Film and Television Institute, where I also ventured once of just thinking that I will get back into this glitzy world of Bollywood. Yeah, so yeah, Pune is endless Pune.
Well, today we have a guest, Sayyid Hussain, and he's appreciating. He said this place is the heritage place, and he's liking. So, any comments you want to tell him, that any extra you want to tell him, how this place is affected you and when you stayed there?
Feel the place. Feel the place standing in front of this building, which is behind me. It's the place where Shivaji spent his childhood with his mother. Stand there, breathe the air of the Pune, and feel a small place, which today is such a bustling, industrial city, modern city, how it can change the consciousness of a whole subcontinent. You must feel the Pune culture.
Well, it is, as usual, it is so wonderful to talk about the city and know there are few things which will be appreciated by the viewers and they like it. I also really get knowledge about so many places which you have discussed. So we'll be meeting again with other city. Till then, bye-bye and you take care.
Thank you, Kanchan. Pune lacks nothing.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmac Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass Skills Gap Discussion Forum. In this forum, we will be discussing the skills gap that we have today in India, and that may becoming a stumbling block to reaching the 5 trillion economy mark. And in this program, we call various leaders to discuss the prevailing issues. And today, I am honored to present to you Mr. Raj Neravati, who is the founder and CEO of a new age company called Hug Innovation. Raj and Hug Innovation are well known in the market among the people and also among the various business fraternity. So without further ado, let me present to you Mr. Raj Neravati.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmac Technologies, and today in our tip section we would like to discuss a uh, very widely discussed topic of how to use our mobile device, which comes with a very good camera, good quality camera, as our webcam. Because the webcam quality of the video is not very good. So when you are shooting a nice video, you want to use a party or some sort of an official video, then you are obviously looking for something which can have a high definition picture of you. And the high definition cameras are very expensive today. You will have to shell out a lot of money, a lot of investment goes into getting the high definition camera along with the cables, etc. So today we would like to discuss how you can make sure that you use the device which is already available, and how you can simply use it by not even investing a single dime into this activity. So let's discuss this. All you need is basically any sort of smartphone like iPhone or an Android phone and a PC, and you need to download a freeware software which we will come to in a bit. But before that, before we proceed on the procedure, I like to tell you friends that in this particular method which we are discussing today, we would need a Wi-Fi. So there are other solutions which require cable to be connected, and then USB cables, and then you need a bit of a controller to control your camera on the mobile device. But in today's session, we will simply use it open source or a freeware software to enable this. So to begin with, let me start sharing my screen. And as you can see, is the software that we have in mind for today is this software, which is called Iron, and it can be downloaded very simply by going to this website called iron.com. And then there are various versions available here. There is a Windows version, there is a Mac, etc. So once you click on this version for the choice of your platform like Mac or Windows, it will just download it. And once it is downloaded, you have to double click, accept the licensing agreement. After the agreement has been accepted, it will create a small icon on your desktop. And the installation is very simple. It will hardly take 1 minute to do that. And once you have downloaded it, the installation is completed, you will see this icon like here. And when you double click on this icon, it will pop up this warning message saying that it is not able to detect the mobile phone. So I think the one part of the activity has been done. We have finished that. Now let's look at how do we put this application, the other client side application, on our mobile. So in order to demonstrate that, let me connect my mobile uh, with uh, with my PC. And friends, as I said, you have to have a Wi-Fi installed in your home or your home office to be able to use this mobile device in this method. So as you can see, my mobile is now visible on your screen, and it is using the same Wi-Fi. The word of caution is that your mobile as well as your PC should be connected to the same Wi-Fi. Now we will go to the App Store and search for this same application called Iron. As you can see, it is available on App Store, but if you are an Android user, you can see it in your Play Store, and pretty much the same application is available. Since I've already installed this application, I just need to do open it. Installation is like a 30 seconds process. Just click on installation, it will install, and it will be ready to use. So once you install it and you open it, it will detect the session that you're running. And as you can see, whatever I'm seeing, it is showing the same thing on the PC. And boom, my mobile is connected to the PC, and it is showing me a live stream of whatever I'm seeing on the screen itself. So now, having done this, let's see how to configure this on on the PC. So we'll come back to PC and start seeing the PC console. So as you can see, it is now showing me the live feed into this application called Iron, the web client. And now here gives you a bit of features like you can select the resolution of your choice. Now, you need to remember that if you choose a higher resolution, the latency will also increase because it will take more time to transmit to your PC. However, let's select this resolution 1920 1080, which is substantially good resolution. Now, we can see that this camera is now coming and streaming live into our PC. How do we use it now? So let's go to software like OBS, and as you can see, my camera is already selected. As you can see, I have installed it. It is selected Iron webcam. So it is already there as a web capture device in OBS. I can now play around with this. I can position it the way I want to position it. And it's a high definition video quality which I'm getting here. Um, in order to use it, you can buy a tripod like we have shown here in the picture. You can put a tripod here, or you can put any kind of fixature to be able to do this activity. So friends, as you can see, it is just a 5 minutes activity to convert your mobile, which is you have so much faith on, as your webcam, and you can simply use it without the extra expenditure of buying any cable or expensive cameras, high definition camera. You can use it straight away your mobile as your webcam and make fantastic videos of your choice. Iron is not the only software available. There are multiple softwares available. You can choose whichever you want, and you can pretty much use the same method. There are several other softwares who follow the same methodology. That means there is a PC software which you need to download, and there is a mobile software which you need to download. Once you open all of them and you are connected on the same Wi-Fi network, you will get connected without doing anything. So friends, I'll end my video today, and hopefully you like this. And in case you have any suggestions or comments, do write in. I'll engage with you in my next video. Until then, I'd like to say goodbye for now.
So before we start the session, I would like to tell you little about mandala. Mandala is circular figure representation of universe in Hinduism and Buddhist symbols. Now, what it said, generally it is said that it's a psychological aspect of creation, and it is a symbol of dream representing a dreamer's research on completeness and self-unity. Teaching mandala is symbolic, generally in Sanskrit circles, and they are of three types. One is a religious mandala, stand mandala, and teaching. Now, when you are learning mandala, that means that we are initiating a step forward for learning something very auspicious. Like when we say that we are learning meditation. So first we have to learn meditation, and then we have to practice. Likewise, mandala also we have to learn mandala, and then we have to practice, come out to get the healing and spirituality aspect which is related to mandala art. Even if you go back in history, even Mayan calendar, in Mayan era, it is also represented in mandala art. Have time, you can visit any website and find out. Mandala in modern era is that Swiss psychologist Carl Sang, he explored mandala, and he said that in his personal journey and in his practice, he believed that it collectively, unconsciously heals you while doing mandala. So let's now start mandala learning. So all we have is, I'm taking help of this. We have paper, and I am dividing this paper into equal parts. So I have a scale, and if you count, you can see. So this, my page is around 28 centimeters. And we have to put a point in between of 28 centimeter, that will be 14. And again, we have to measure whatever page you are having. It is 21, so I will take around 20. I'll be this. And here I will be drawing, making a line. I hope it is visible clearly. And again, divide this page 4 parts. So it is equally divided. Now I'll take a compass. Generally, it is said that mandala is different. It's not different, it is pattern based, but actually it is different because unconsciously it your spiritual mind, unconscious mind. So first of all, I'll take a measurement. I will take 10 centimeter scale and then draw a circle here from the midpoint here, and I am making a circle. Then I will take half of the centimeter, 5 centimeter actually, and make another circle above of this 5 centimeter. Measure it 5 centimeter. Measuring 5 centimeter. Then again, I'll measure, take another 5 centimeter, mark here, hit here, and then again. Then again measure, depends how big you want to. Again, I'll mark 5. So I have taken, you can draw of this. How much big you want depends on you, your choice. Now, once we are done with these circles, we have to again divide these portions, all the portions. For this, again, we have to take measurement, and this measurement I have from 1 centimeter, 12 centimeter. I will mark a line here at 6 centimeter, and then in cutting this point, I will make again draw a line. We have divided the same here. I have this. So your measurement may be different. You can check on that. Again, I am taking 12 centimeter here, mark the middle, that is 6, and then again draw line, cutting the center point of the circle. You want to make a very intricate design, so you can divide these portions and make all these designs. So I will cut more, one portion more, and for that have around 6 centimeter here. So I will again mark a point here at 3, and then again cutting the middle portion, I will again draw a line here. Here, again, this is 6 centimeters. I'll mark a again, I'll draw a line. So now all these portions are equally divided. Now, generally, you must have seen the designs of mandala on many faces or other places. But generally, I advise that whatever design you come from within, because copying mandala will not be very effective if you are looking towards meditation or spiritual healing, or where you want to really make a very artistic, and it should from the within, though all designs are based, but still, if you make your ideas, sit in a corner and design something on a mandala design, and I think it needs practice, really come out with the intricate design, and once it is done, it present your idea, and if the mandala is presenting your idea, that is where the journey of making mandala starts. So now we have these. So I'll fill this portion so that you know how we can fill this. For that, I'll take another page. One minute, as some joining me. Yeah. So for that, I am showing you some design which you can incorporate in your design. Let's see, 2 centimeters. I am making lines just to refer the design where you can fill the designs in your mandala. So again, I'm taking centimeters. You can take 1 centimeter. You can take half of the centimeter bands. What kind of design really you are looking? So there are few lines. I'm just showing the design, the filling design, where you can make a mandala. But again, I am telling you that whatever design, or geometrical design or artistic, whatever you make come from. But anyhow, I'm just making these. Let's are able to. They're very, very simple designs. And you need not to copy any design. And suppose if your lines are not coming right, so that's okay. Once you fill mandala design, then it will look very beautiful, and whatever small faults are there in lines, or they will not be visible after you complete the mandala. Something like, or you take round and you fill round, like fill this, and then or can do all these banding. The main work I will be telling you once I use the pen, so you will understand how to really while drawing. because in mandala, the importance of thin lines and thick lines, that plays a very major. You can always share after the class, design if you want to know more, like show you design, can fill of design. Whatever comes in your mind, whatever design you make, in any case, it will look nice once the mandala is complete. You can fill this, and if it is the top line, you can always put kind of design, all these kind of design. You can say circular designs, you can triangles, you can make more artistic by using thick and thin pants, black color pants. I will be showing some designs which I have done in the puja and good. So these kind of design you can make. I will be sharing a list of class. So now I usually take pen, art line pens. They are very good. I am 0.1 nib, the 0.0 we get in this till 0.8. Otherwise, you can also go for pen. These are all colored pen, the octane pens. I color pens. Today I will be only black pen. How it like, but you can do all kind of color combination. I'll do mandala. Now I will be doing. Let's I'm filling these uh, designs in these measurements. Now, I would like to tell you, you can also draw a line. If you draw a line in between these portions which I have done, then again a design will look very nice and you have more options to really fill the patterns. And I will patience, because patience goes long way when you are doing that. You can fill it, you can make any designs, faces. I will be sharing few designs I have made. You can take reference from those designs and share your designs with whenever you are completing your mandala. can fill this design, or you can take these dots kind, or you all depends on whatever design you are thinking. Anybody making with glass? A good, at least try it. Don't use sketch pen, because the sketch pen doesn't look nice. When I'm talking about lines, so the combination of thick lines and thin lines, that plays a major role when we draw a mandala. And what happens, you see mandala everywhere around, but sometimes we really fail to really this. And we will find basically more of this in mandala art in Buddhism and Hinduism. In Akulmak, we have also done research on mandala. There's a professor, is Illinois professor. She is in University of Illinois, and she has done a great work on mandala. And she says, according to her study, the Kashi itself is having an architecture of mandala. All the buildings are made Kashi, Banaras. Ancient buildings have taken the concept of mandala, and she has done a research. If all are interested, I can send a detail of her research. It's there in our uh, in our channel. I will share you. So it is very, very important to really understand and appreciate, and of course do it, because that, as I told you, that they are learning meditation, they have to, they are learning likewise. If we are learning mandala, then we have to practice, come out, excel in that. And I think there are far-reaching effect of knowing mandala. As it says, it deals with the spiritual part of, quite interesting and quite good part of this art. And I would like to request you all that kindly draw and share your work in the group. And I am available if any query, always. So something like this, I am drawing. Designs are your own. I will be sharing some patterns. So, and I will also have done something I have done a puja session. A part of this, then you match different colors, and I've also done, I think, draw it. These are all ideas where you can incorporate with other arts. So, any questions now?
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Mac Technologies, and I welcome you all on today's edition of Jeremy Blaine's Live. And today is a very special day because we have an exclusive presentation by Mr. Jeremy Blaine about the emerging trend, which may be valid with regard to leadership and the new landscape of business for the decades to come. So, without wasting any further moment, let me welcome Mr. Jeremy Blaine.
Good morning, CK from the UK. How are you?
Yes, I'm good, and we are in Delhi, so it is as cold as London, probably.
It is.
So we don't have frost here, but I think you're going to heat the environment by really talking about what what you're going to present in your report, which you're bringing exclusively for our viewers.
That's right. It is an Mac exclusive today. I have just, with another business partner, completed a global piece of research on the emerging leadership traits and skills for tomorrow, today, particularly looking at the decade ahead. We've gone through enormous transformation and change. We've talked about this in our discussions over the last few weeks, CK. Digital transformation, workforce transformation, ways of working. That was before the pandemic, and now the pandemic hits. We've got the business imperatives front and center. How do we get back on track? But how do we bring our people along with us when we also still have new competition coming? We're not sure how the economy is. So much hitting leaders, and really it needs something to to give leaders a roadmap for the way ahead. And we felt that the time was right to do some research. So we looked across 4 regions and 27 countries, including India, as it happens. I'll pull out a little bit of data today. Almost 2,000 leaders, but also within that as well, we interviewed employees. So we brought in the leadership perspective as well as the employee perspective to give us an idea of not just what the challenges are, but how leaders are doing and what needs to happen differently over the next decade, but starting now.
I think this is a very important subject, because there is a lot of confusion in the field. People don't know what steps to take, and especially the leadership. They don't know which direction they have to steer their organization. So I think your work and your assessment would be very, very important and valuable. I mean, if your research can give a little bit directions to the leaders, specifically in Asia Pac, it will be very good.
Yeah, well, it's very interesting that you say that, because I will pull out this very first piece of data, is that it is clear that leaders in the Asia Pacific, across Asia Pacific, so if I look from India to the Pacific, are most prepared in the world for tomorrow and are ready to do things differently. And in terms of the top 10 countries in Asia Pacific, India within our survey, we're at number 5. So making progress, getting up there and more enlightened. What's interesting for me, I'm calling you, of course, from the UK here. It's interesting for me, the 3 key areas that were really struggling at the other end of the scale was the territories in Africa that we surveyed, territories in the Middle East we surveyed, but specifically the UK. Least prepared, but that comes with a very big Brexit effect, as much as the effects of what's impacting leaders that I've talked about before. So actually some real challenges for people, but the Asia century has really begun, which was a term coined by the Financial Times last year, and I really subscribe to it. In fact, the top 3 challenges, when we asked leaders in our survey, what are the top 3 sort of 5 challenges that you have over the next decade, particularly as we start in 2021, post pandemic, he said, hopefully, was the first one was keeping up with the pace of change, which is fairly obvious because that is ever accelerating, and the pandemic has been a further accelerator into that. The second was attracting and retaining appropriate talent. And when we went deeper into that, leaders have started to realize that talent does not just mean your permanent employees. It means those independent workers who will increasingly be part of your workforce, and therefore who are the highest value that need to impact your company. We've not particularly formalized that process. That was the second. The third was enabling the business to operate in the digital era while maintaining the human touch. So what are the tools that we need, the appropriate technologies to fuel the business, to drive greater collaboration and communication across all of our people, whether they be permanent employees, independent employees, stakeholders everywhere in the business, customers, partners, you name it. And then the final 2 really that came out within the top 10 and within actually the top 5 were leaders starting to acknowledge that they needed to upskill for the times that we're in. They recognize that traditional leadership skills, while really valuable, are not just what they need anymore. They need a new suite of skills for tomorrow, which give them the power and understanding of, for example, how to manage data effectively, how to work in more agile ways for them and their organization. And then within all of that, the final piece that came out from the leadership from a key challenges perspective were the balancing needs of all of the different stakeholders, which were now part of the mix that they had to manage, not just shareholders, not just the executive board, but it is customers, partners, it's workers, it's workforce, it's also community, which was a strong part that came out of it. Those were the top challenges, CK, that came through initially.
Javi, you have put it very nicely. I think to get to the direction in which the entrepreneurs must take the next steps, I think which way the industry is going is, you have to understand very well. So I think you rightly pointed out that the transition is happening, and a lot of industries have to look at transition in a very big way. For example, if there is a hospitality industry, which is a very big industry in the areas where our tourism is the main source of income. There are few pockets in India, there are few pockets everywhere, and I think these entrepreneurs who are very big in this arena have to relook at their strategy, what they have to do. Similarly, entertainment industry. I don't think there is any new movie. Have you seen any new movie lately? I mean, I don't see anyone releasing any movie. So I think that is also one big change people have to look at. I think the biggest change would be in the arena of production, because and the advertising further. How do you promote your items which you are producing? All that is now undergoing a tremendous change, and people have to realize where the industry is going. So my uh, pointed question to you would be specifically to these areas which are very badly affected, like entertainment, hospitality, airlines, tours and travel. What is your specific advice? Maybe you want to give it now, or maybe you want people to come to your report to see it in a complete picture. But if you can throw some light, it will be great.
Well, we do have actions that we recommend actually, but I will let people read the white paper, and I've given you the link to our webpage. This is not going to be released until sort of later this week, but I've given you the link where your viewers and network can see it first as an exclusive. And also, I'm going to be doing a web event in about 2 or 3 weeks' time with Paul Marks, who was my partner in this research, where we're going to go into it in a little bit more detail and talk very specifically about the actions. So we can provide that link so people can register. It's just an Eventbrite too. However, I totally agree with you. There are some industries which are really suffering. Some, of course, which have done very well. Let's not forget during this as well. So there's a huge shift with what's happening. And I think at the end of it, you mentioned entertainment. I did actually go and see Tenet at the movie theater, but it was a very eerie experience. There was a whole ring around us of seats, and it was just not the experience that I wanted. And so, what are they going to do? Because they're losing money hand over fist. So from a leadership perspective, there are two key things that are happening here. The first is that they have short-term business imperatives which are driven by survival, which are trumping everything. They have to get back on track. They have to think about what they're doing. Fortunately, some more enlightened governments in the world are putting together schemes whereby they're paying a certain percentage of their workforce's salary for a number of months, often called a furlough scheme. Others are kind of struggling themselves. But the other end of the scale, which really comes straight into our research, is that there's a very, very strong need for a new brand of leadership, because it is not just the leaders who have challenges. It is everybody that works for them who are worried, who don't know if they're going to have a job tomorrow, don't know if they're going back to work. Yes, they may be furloughed and being paid a salary, but they're at home. They've got a balance. You don't know what their home life is like. So we know that there are mental health issues, well-being issues, which are growing as well at the same time. So what was quite interesting that came out of the research was, if there is one big headline that came out, was the need to usher in a new age of human-centered leadership. That was absolutely number one. And at the top of that list was leaders demonstrating far more empathy. So if you track that against what we've just been talking about around some of those industries, leaders have a headache around their business. They don't know what the future looks like. And yet they're having to really, really think about how they interact with their people, because the very best leaders who are coming through this are the ones that have demonstrated the greatest empathy within the greatest challenges as well to their people, and the people will remember it. So this is, if you think about the challenges I talked about for leaders, number two was attracting and retaining talent. Now, if leaders demonstrate the great empathy-centered leadership through this pandemic that their employees and stakeholders can really get behind while trying to protect the business in very uncertain times, they will emerge as the ones who will be the most attractive leaders for employees everywhere looking. So of those traits coming through, those more human-centered traits coming through, I talked about empathy. The next one is being a master communicator. The next one is also living and breathing the transformation that needs to happen in the company, even if it's adopting remote working for the longer term. They need to be able to walk the walk as well as talk the talk. The more enlightened leaders are acknowledging they need new, different skills. So if I think of some companies like Citibank, for example, they are practicing actively reverse mentoring. They're bringing in their millennial workforce into the boardroom and they're saying, you need to help us. How do we integrate the most appropriate technologies to help us here? So that's really key. So actually the things that the worst leaders are doing from a pandemic response. So let's go back to your question as well. Let's say there are leaders who are really worried about business survival and they can't see beyond that. They're not able to see what everybody else is going through. And the number one challenge and the number one factor, which employees who are responding to us find the most negative trait, was the pandemic response, a poor pandemic response. Poor communication, focus on the short term, but also they see their leaders being overwhelmed by multiple pressures and priorities. In fact, to the extent that through the survey, what became very clear was that employees were seeing a narrowing gap between their capability and the capability of their leaders. So in some of those industries, for example, and particularly hospitality that you mentioned, employees are starting to stand up and say, give us a chance to help you because we can also do things at our level which are beyond our job description, but also will help you with the health of the business and the future strategy. So they're forcing an age of empowerment, which of course the more enlightened leaders are embracing because they think that, and they feel that this more collective approach to business help, short-term business challenges, long-term maneuvering and navigating of the business is best shared. And you've got some fantastic people in the business to do that with. So there's a few things that came out of it specifically for that, CK.
I'm sure your report is very, very enlightenment based, and the leaders of today need to access your report and get the ideas driven out from that. Because I think you have done a very wide survey. You have studied a lot of variety of businesses in variety of countries. So I think in today's environment, it's really a global village we live in. Your report will be very valuable for the viewers and the leaders who are watching this program. And I think there is as much discussion we can have. It's not sufficient. So I think it's best to do reading on the about the report. So we will publish that link so that people can access the report and maybe also join your webinar, which is going to be planned in 1 week's time. That may be very valuable for the viewers.
Yes, thank you. And I would say that when you go to my webpage, one thing that I would recommend doing if you just want to snapshot any of your viewers is that just scroll down a little bit of the page and you'll see that there is a press release. That press release is kind of like an executive briefing. The white paper itself that we've produced is a very robust piece of work. We pull in case studies and emerging best practices from companies all around the world, which we put together with the data that have come out to provide kind of a roadmap of the very best things, but also some of the things to avoid. As well as at the end of the report, we have produced a number of actions and a brand new model, the Enlightened Leader model, whereby we bring all of these together. In fact, the three components of this, as I mentioned, it's human-centered leadership as number one, community-centered leadership, which is thinking about your internal community of your people, but also the communities within which you serve, where you're based, and your impact on society as a whole. And the third element, of course, is the business-centered leadership. So these are things like adopting agile, data-driven decision-making, speed of action, technology-enabled, new leadership skills for tomorrow. So it's all there. And in fact, later on today, probably if you give us about an hour, there'll be a video introduction on that page as well from myself and Paul Marks, who's my partner in this. Just 5 minutes explaining what we did in some of these headlines. But thank you, CK, for sharing those links as well. I'm sure your audience will find it very interesting when they start getting into the detail.
Certainly, because it's a need of the hour. People are very confused. They have to adapt to the new environment, and a person like you, who's a marketing guru, can tell them, show them the way. It'll be very good. So I will leave the link in the description below, and I will also urge viewers to subscribe to Germany Plane, because in next 1 hour he's going to come out with a small introductory video with his partner Mark. So with that, we can end the discussion today, Jeremy.
Thank you very much, CK, for having me again. And I trust this is of great insight and interest to your audience.
Certainly. So I will catch up with you in the next episode of Germany Playing Live. Until then, bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmek Live. I'm Kanchan Varma, and today we are discussing about music therapy. But before that, I would like to remind you there's a free gift available only for you. Stick around to this episode till the end. We will guide you how to avail your free gift. Hello friends, welcome to our show today. And Wednesdays are very special, and here in our Akulmek team, we wait for every Wednesday because we get chance to listen to Dr. Shambhavi Das, who is a prominent musician and singer. So without wasting any further time, I would like to welcome Dr. Shambhavi Das. Welcome to the show, Shambhavi. How are you doing today?
Namaskar, Kanchanji. I'm doing very good. Hope the same for you.
Yeah, we are good. We are coping up with this pandemic. But every Wednesday, we get chance to listen to your songs and understand the raga. So what raga we are discussing today?
So today I will be discussing Rag Khamaj, which is a very popular rag, and I'm going to explain it, all the perversions of the raga.
Well, as usual, our program doesn't starts with a beautiful song, which we are waiting that you should sing a song for us.
So in Rag Khamaj, there's a very recent and popular song, and it's a Bollywood song I would like to sing. रघुकुल रीत सदा चली आई, प्राण जाए पर वचन न जाए, दिया नदी देरता न देरे नो, तदिया नदी देरता न देरे नो, तदिया नदी। रघुवर तेरी राह निहारे, रघुवर तेरी राह निहारे, सातों जन्म से सिया, घर मोरे परदेसिया, आओ पधारो पिया, घर मोरे परदेसिया, आओ पधारो पिया। दिम त नन देरे ना, दिम त नन देरे ना, धनि सा मा सा ग म धा, ni dha ma ga pa ga ma pa sa sa ga ma pa ni ga ma pa ni da pa ma ga re da pa re ma pa ni da pa re ma pa ni da re ma pa da ma pa ni da pa ma pa ga ma re sa re ma pa pa da ma ni ni re sa ni da pa ma pa da pa ma ga re sa re ga. Thank you so much.
Bahut Khubsurat. It's so wonderful to really listen to this wonderful song. So, coming to this Khamaj, what type of rag is this, and is it beneficial in well-being of our daily, what we say, routine?
So this rag is, yes, it's very beneficial, and the good part of this rag is that it's very shringarik, it's very romantic, and even in the movie songs, you will listen to the romantic songs in Rag Khamaj. There are many songs, and the good part is that it normally hits your well-being, and it is very good for the affection, that it emanates affection, love and affection, because it's much more into the it gives a lot of the acceptance, which is much more needed in these days. So like very briefly we talk about the chakras always. So this raga is normally for the gut memory, because in this raga if we sing the ga and the ni, that is the gut Manipur chakra, and the nishad, that is the Sahasrara chakra, is very important. Now, gut chakra, that is the solar plexus, Gandhar, which is Manipur. It is the gut area. So this is very, very important area, because all the maximum of the petals, the emotions are connected with this area. Second very important chakra is Sahasrar chakra, which is your pituitary gland, and Nishad is the sur, ni. Sa ga ma pa dha ni. This is ni, and which is connected to the Sahasrara chakra. And Sahasrara chakra has it's called a Brahmarandra. It has the thousands petals or emotions residing in it. If you activate that Sahasrar chakra, or if you are balancing the chakra or the tattva inside it, it is very good for your brain cognition. So all in all, this rag is good for your it works on the depression, one, and second, cognition. So depression, how? Because normally gut is related to the depression part. Gut, the metabolism, the constipation, digestion, indigestion, excretory system, all these areas are related to that. And this works on the intestinal memory. Memory, as in we call it gut memory, because mind and gut connections are very, very much studied these days. So this is very important in the gut connection. And secondly, since it works on the pituitary gland, and the good part of this raga is that it connects with the pituitary and the lower part of it, because it has both the knees in it, both nishads, the higher nishad and the lower nishad. So lower nishad is not a prime chakra, it's an upachakra, the knee komal. So how it goes is sa ga ma pa dha ni sa ni da pa. So when it goes up, it has this chakra. Sa ga ma pa dha ni. So these both the frequencies are not the same, it's different. Sa ni dha pa ma ga re sa. And it's very good on the depression as well. It works on the depression, and we have tested many patients with it. Now, if we see the Ayurveda version of this, Manipur chakra is very, very important for the fear, for the non-acceptance. Fear, like these days, it can be any fear. It can be that COVID stress, COVID fear. Oh, I should get the COVID. So all these fears are associated with the Manipur chakra, and therefore the depression is related to it. It's very important to activate the Manipur chakra or the abdominal area and to make your gut strong. That is also connected to immunity. So therefore, in that version, Khamaj works. So if you can listen to the flute of Khamaj or Sarod, it's very, very beneficial these days.
It is a very good advice to our viewers. Now, as you mentioned, we are undergoing into pandemic, and we, as family, as individual, we have a lot of stress. Now, what happens for children? We may say that we can scold them and ask them to really sit and study, but the problem comes when elder people, I mean, the like grandparents, they have depression or they are not able to cope up with the current situation. So what is your advice that how they can change their routine and with music, and music act as a therapy to them also, especially in this period?
That's a very good question. And these days, I'm dealing with such clients, and I'm very happy to say that I have been associated with many NGOs of senior citizens. And this is a very big problem, that what they are dealing with. If the youths are not able to cope up the stress, how can they? Because they are quite. Now, we have to understand a few problems first on a very basic level, and then on the psychological and physiological levels. Then we go to the Ayurvedic and the music therapy, the therapeutic level. So first basic level, we have to just see and talk to them that there are many problems with, I am not generalizing that everybody has, but most of the old age people have problems. One is if we talk about one of the problems is that they take a lot of medicine. So that medicine stress is also there. Everybody takes the BP medicine, the diabetes, the if they have some more comorbidities, so they are taking that medicine. Some of the senior citizens do take the sleep medicine as well. So, and through that medicines they are taking from so many years, they have certain, like they have a diet problem, they have any mood swings, they have a lot of mood swings with that. So that we have to deal with. So now that is some other science, that how medicine works and how medicine affects the mood of the person, and how we have to tackle it. We have to talk to them, and that's a different kind of music they should be listening, and we make them listen to a certain kind of happy music. There is a rag called Nattai we use with the people, with such people. Now, another very big problem is the lack of acceptance, fear again, the element as I said, it's related to the gut. So the gut memory has to be little stronger. Then as with lack of acceptance, many old age people crave that they are not given that attention. Then one very important problem, they don't like loneliness because they are unable to differentiate between loneliness and solitude. So we have to talk to them, we counsel them that it's okay to be alone. They crave that their children are not giving the time. They are sitting in the US and not giving the time to. So we have to tell them that loneliness is not a problem. But if you feel that it's okay, you are with yourself and you are into the solitude, let's change the perspective. And how we change the perspective now, loneliness, that trance, like I said, it works on the Muladhar chakra, that is our seat chakra. That works on our spiritual angle. So that is very, very important for every one of us to activate that Muladhar chakra, because that is related to one of the petal or emotion we have in Muladhar is the Sahaj, means neutral. Yoganandam means we are into the yogic stage. We are good in all stages. That is, so that's why meditation, quiet time. It is why it is scientifically proved that meditation is good, because meditation, in some cases, you are bringing yourself down, you are grounded towards Muladhar chakra, which is your survival, your seat. So one is that. Second is your anahata chakra. The heart chakra is important because that is, as I said, it's important for acceptance, love, affection. If they do have, so that replace the lack of acceptance towards people, they crave a lot. And the third thing is gut. As I said, gut is the Manipur chakra that works on the medicine. So the hormonal changes are there when you have a lot of medicines. So this is one thing. So if we just connect the physiological and the psychological, we have to read them, that these are certain common things which I find in the, like, they are alone, they are aloof, so that is Mooladhar. So when, if they are having a sleeplessness, so that's a brain element. So we have to make them listen to certain that kind of ragas. Then heart chakra, some like Khamaj, Durga is a rag where little acceptance, this area is heart means love, acceptance, affection, compassion towards people. So this area is activated through that. So they should listen to these kind of music which has a lot of madhyama in it, and we tackle with that. So and if they do have certain problems, like mainly old age people have dementia, so obviously we do have music therapy techniques for dementia, Alzheimer, Parkinson, these areas. So they do have, and we get results on that. But I think for stress and anxiety, these are the root causes. So instead of just tackling the stress and anxiety, we have to get how that stress and anxiety is affecting the person, and what are the basics. So when we go into that, and then we kind of heal them. And with the normal people, the normal ladies also, especially the normal old people, we play the musical games as well, which is very, very good for the dopamine release. That is the happiness hormone are released. So we play a lot of musical games, antakshari, sing with this word, rapid fire, humming the tunes. So we play a lot of games, and they are so enthusiastic. So these are certain tools which we use.
Very nicely you have put in how the raga can help in curing so many diseases and, of course, loneliness. At this point of time, I would like to ask you. Now, there are times when we have take up job and we don't have time, though may be inclined to music, may be inclined to learning painting. Now, when we are retired and we have a lot of time, so I would like to know how to start learning music. Actually, how to choose that rag from which we can start learning music.
So ragas, which the basic ragas which everybody should learn, and they will learn very easily, is Yaman, like which I have taken in the last few episodes. Yaman is very, very easy, and it's so popular that people normally resonate with it. Then Bhopali, second. Then Bhairav, third. Now Bhairav is, which I think I have not taken that thing. So these three ragas are there, which are quite, and Khamaj is also very basic rag. So these ragas are there, which is very, very popular, and you can easily sing if you are learning that raga, especially Yaman. Yaman is so, like I said, 95% of the Bollywood songs, cinema songs, ghazal, bhajan, Sufi, qawwali, so many songs are in Yaman. So when you sing, definitely you will be able to, you will recall any song with it, that okay, this is the song, this was the song. So, so people can learn it very, because it's very flexible rag. Now, but this is a very pleasant rag. Bhairav is a rag which is very, very important, and as it is, created by Lord Shiva, it's so ancient rag. So it's very important to learn rag Bhairav when you start learning classical music. But the thing is that it's a dull rag. It's a Gambhir Prakriti rag. So normally I read the students or adults or whatever. If they are a little, some students tell me I'm a very serious person, I like Gambhir ragas. So then I start Bhairav. They have everybody is from different attitudes. Some people are very, playful, bubbly. So the Yaman, Kafi, these kinds of ragas we do introduce. So we start with these ragas. Bhopali is a very bubbly rag, very sayonara. So these kind of songs, and it's very important to tell them the casual music of that particular raga, so they normally understand the raga. When they understand, so it's easier for them to go to other steps.
Right. Actually, now I would come back to our day raga, where the raga which we are discussing now, Khamaj. So let's listen some music or some songs of this raga.
So yes, so just to introduce this raga, has all the Shuddha Swar Saptak except Ni Komal while coming back. So we go with the all the natural notes and it's very pretty much easier. Sa ga ma pa dha ni sa. Come back with Ni Komal sa ni dha ma ga re sa. So this is how all the other notes are. Now the prime notes in this raga is ga and ni, that is the Manipur, the ga and ni, Manipur and Sahasrar. And very important song in this, very popular. It is actually a thumri, but it has been taken into fusion music by Shafqat Amanat Ali. Mora saiya mujhse bole na, लाख जतन कर हारी, लाख जतन कर हारी, मोरा सैया मुझसे बोले ना. Then आयो कहाँ से घनश्याम. This is also a thumri which was taken into movie. Buddha Mil Gaya, there was a movie. आयो कहाँ से घनश्याम. Similarly, there was a song in Gadar. आन मिलो सजना, आन मिलो सजना. Then धीरे धीरे मचल ए दिले बेकरार, कोई आता है यूं तड़प के न तड़पा मुझे बार बार, कोई आता है धीरे धीरे मचल, पिया तो से नैना लागे रे. This is not fully a command, but it's a base. पिया तो से नैना लागे रे, नैना लागे रे, जाने क्या हो अब आगे रे, नैना लागे रे, पिया तो से नैना लागे रे. These are certain songs which, if you are little dull, you're feeling low, if a person is attached to something and he's not feeling very good, the opinion problem, so many problems, so they can listen to such songs and they can just feel good.
बहुत ही खूबसूरत. It was so wonderful to hear singing you all these oldie songs, and they are good also. So as usual, it is so good to talk to you and to listen all the songs and understand the Khamaj rag. We'll be meeting again and discuss many more ragas in future episodes. Till then, bye bye. Take care.
Thank you so much.
We have some unique Akulmek memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of these beautiful Akulmek gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmek and smash that like button. Hello friends, this is Akul Mac Live and I am Chandrakant. Before we start, I must tell you that we are going live, and from whichever part of the world you are watching this program, you can actually use the chat function in your social media platform and you can engage with us. And also, this video is sponsored by Performance Works International. The description about them is given in the link, which is part of the description. You can actually go there or wait for this video to continue, and we will tell you more about Performance Works International. So what is the news today? The news today is very exciting, and that is India has done it again. You know, India has rolled out, first time in the world, approved a DNA-based COVID vaccination, and I'll tell you why this is such a big deal. DNA-based vaccination were invented in 1900, but so far, do you know, friends, that it has never been used on any human? And although the scientists believe that it is the best method to eradicate different kinds of epidemics, pandemic, etc., but for whatever reason, it has not been used. None of the DNA medicines have been used on humans so far. Although all the scientists believe that this is a most novel way of eradicating diseases. But now we have an Indian company called Cadila Zydus, which has done a lot of research, and they have actually done, they are rolling out this DNA-based medicine for novel coronavirus, which is also called as COVID-19. So I will actually start the discussion by telling you more about why the DNA medicines are better than the usual protein-based medicines. Let's understand how the coronavirus actually attacks, in the first place, and why it is called coronavirus. I think by now most of us know that the coronavirus has these crown type things, spikes as we call them. They get stuck with our cells, and then this is how the corona actually is very effective and infectious because of these spikes. These spikes are made of proteins, and they carry the genetic signature of the coronavirus. Now, to make the protein-based medicines, all the medicines, all the vaccinations that we have got today, whether it is Pfizer or AstraZeneca, and if you come to India, it is Covishield, Covaxin, Sputnik, whatever different types of medicines that you might have been injected with are all protein-based. And to produce these protein-based vaccination, you need actual coronavirus. The actual virus, the virus that is there, the genetic material is required to extract the protein out. So the input and output for the vaccination is definitely dependent on how much viruses you can make available to a production company, a pharmaceutical company, and they have to extract the protein out, and using that protein they have to make the vaccination. Then the next problem is shipping these vaccination, etc. So that is a big problem when it comes to protein-based vaccination development. And so far, all the vaccination that we have are all protein-based vaccination. And in this case also, whatever vaccine you have got in whichever part of the world, it's all protein-based. And the DNA-based vaccination is slightly different And for DNA based vaccination, you don't need the genetic material. Now let's look at what has happened so far in India. Because I'm an Indian, I will talk about what has happened so far. Even with the protein based vaccination, it is a humongous task to vaccinate the entire world's population of 7+ billion people. And there are two very populous countries in this world, which is India and China. So we don't know what is going on in China, but definitely in India, it's a democratic structure and multiple states, etc. So far, we have been able to successfully vaccinate 600 million people. And the majority of these people have been given either Covishield, which is under licensed production of AstraZeneca, or Covaxin, which is a homegrown protein-based vaccination, or Sputnik, which is Russian. So while there are all others are available like Pfizer and other well-known Moderna vaccinations are also available in India, but majority of the people of 600 million have been by and large being vaccinated by using these three major ones. However, I have to point out that only 15% are fully vaccinated. When I say fully vaccinated, it is like 2 doses. So when it comes to Covishield and Covaxin or AstraZeneca or Pfizer, it is basically 2 doses which are required to fully vaccinate against the novel virus. Whereas in the case of Sputnik, they claim only 1 is sufficient. And so considering that there is a supply chain, the huge transportation required to ship, to manufacture, to ship the vaccination, to administer, you need medical staff to administer, and to manage the queue system, who will get it, who's eligible, who's not, all that, considering all the complexities, we have been able to achieve 600 million people vaccinated in India, and 15% are fully vaccinated. Now, as I said in the beginning, that the protein-based medicines or vaccination require actual genetic material to be supplied to the pharmaceutical company. So let's move on and discuss about how this protein-based vaccinations are produced. It's basically a dead virus. You can actually give a signature of the virus to the immune system of the body, and you can actually dead virus. Basically, you have to extract the protein out of the dead virus and administer that in certain known quantities into the person's body, in human's body, and human's immune system will then identify that there is a external protein now available in the body, and it starts developing antibodies to counter that protein. And once the antibodies are prepared by the immune system, then even if the actual virus comes inside, the immune system knows that I have to remove this external infection which is now entering the body. So the protein-based vaccination works as if they are a crash course for the immune system of the human body, and that is why they are quite effective. And they have been tried, tested for all kinds of different types of diseases like measles, chickenpox, etc. There are vaccinations available for many decades now, which are protein based, and they are very, very effective. They actually train and prepare your immune system, and when the infection comes, your immune system already has the antibodies and it will fight it out. You will not fall sick. You will not have any impact of that. So this is how the protein based vaccination works. Now let's look at how the DNA based application vaccination works. Now DNA based vaccinations, first of all, the first difference is it does not require the genetic material to be supplied to the pharmaceutical company. Say, for example, if you just need the signature of the DNA, based on that you can make the DNA based medicines. So that is the first difference. That means you don't need to supply the input to the pharmaceutical company. That is first. Second is it pretty much works in a similar fashion like the protein-based vaccination. It trains each and every cell to fight the infection because it is based on DNA. So the DNA of the corona will be supplied as a signature, and the immune system will basically understand this DNA of foreign body, and then this DNA it will teach each and every cell of the human body to fight that disease. So therefore, this is a much better way of protecting a body, because then your every cell of, it's not only the immune system which is fighting the infection. It is the every cell of the body which is now prepared to face the infection. The downside of a DNA, which DNA-based vaccination, is that it could change your genetic material as well. So now, I think scientists have done a lot of pros and cons around it. They have also understood that, whether we should have a DNA-based medicines or should not have. Nevertheless, I think there is enough study, and the DNA-based vaccination were invented in 1900. So I think enough time has passed. I think we are all ready to try this new way of treating ourselves, and it will be a permanent solution. There are a lot of advantages because DNA-based vaccination can be produced at a much lower cost, and it does not require genetic material to be produced. So independent of the genetic material supplied to the pharmaceutical company, you can still generate the DNA-based vaccination. Number two advantage is it's very resilient. It does not require special storage facilities like lowering temperature, heat. It is immune to heat and cold temperature. So it's much easier to manage. And third thing is it's much easier to administer because it is working at the genetic level. You don't need to give an injection. You just need to make a small prick in your skin, and through the skin you can actually administer the vaccination. So it's much easier overall. It's less costly to produce, less expensive to transport, and also lot less tedious to administer. So as far as the Indian company is concerned, it is company is called Cadila Zydus. They have produced this. They have done a lot of research, and they have actually done clinical trials. They have also submitted their data of success of the clinical trials, and they say that right now it shows 70% efficacy. So it is very, very safe, and it is called ZycoVid. And the company is also building capacity to produce 120 million doses annually. So this is going to change the paradigm completely. It will also help us fight corona epidemic or pandemic in a much better way, because we will once administer the DNA, we can actually create the DNA-based vaccine in such a way that no SARS strain can infect the human race. So as long as we are able to take care of that, all kinds of different, we keep hearing about different mutation, etc. So all different mutations can be taken care by just one medicine, and it is a lot easier to produce. You don't need to provide any genetic input to the pharmaceutical company. So that is why there are a lot of advantages, and this medicine will be available shortly to Indians and to the rest of the world. I'm sure there are other countries who are also doing a lot of research in this area, and they will also come out with their DNA-based vaccination for novel coronavirus. So friends, before I end, I have to also inform you that the link to access the book, which is called Inner CEO, from our sponsor, which is Performance Works International, is given in the description down below. And there is a message from them moment I press this button. This video is sponsored by Performance Works International.
Are you ready for the challenges facing the modern workplace? Recent events have taught us the importance of transformation. Businesses now face a perfect storm of challenges. No business is too big to fail, and many are too slow to succeed. Our workforce is changing fast. We're entering a new age of empowerment, and everyone can contribute. The Inner CEO reveals how we can all play a part in making leading at all levels a reality. Written by Jeremy Blaine, an expert on business transformation and growth, it provides a roadmap to help everyone unleash their inner CEO and contribute beyond their job role, whatever their level. Traditionally, strategy has been owned by the few. Now it's time for the many to contribute. Leadership must come from a broader base. Everyone has the potential to step up and make things happen. It's a new model of collective and collaborative leadership which unleashes the power of people, enabled by appropriate technology and a supportive management structure. The book provides a roadmap for a bold new age of empowerment. Supported by a range of resources, the book provides a toolkit to help anyone unleash their inner CEO. Organisation health, development and growth is owned at all levels. Are you ready to unleash the inner CEO?
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmek Technologies and you are welcome to our show, Great Kings of India. Today we have eminent historian, Mrs. Meeta Joshi, who is a head of the department of one of the prestigious college, Sentence College at Hyderabad. So today we'll be discussing about one of the greatest king, Kanishka. So welcome to the show, madam. How are you doing today?
Namaskar, Kanchan. I'm fine. How are you?
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine. And as you know that we are discussing about Kanishka, one or we say Kanishka the Great, an emperor of Kushan dynasty in 2nd century. And is famous for his military, political, spiritual achievements. So let me hear and our viewers hear about this great king.
Kanchan, Kanishka belonged to the Kushan dynasty, and Kushans were people who belonged to Yuchi tribe of China, and they were nomads. Nomad means they were just moving from one place to another. So they came to India in 1st century AD under the leadership of Kajula Catphyses, or you can he was also known as Catphyses I, and after him, Vima Catphyses succeeded him, and then came Kanishka. So Kanishka came to throne in 78 AD. And why Kanishka's rule is so important? Because many things happened under his rule. He captured, first of all, Magadha, made Patliputra his capital, and it was then he met Ashwaghosha, a Buddhist monk, and then in fact, Ashwaghosha was one of the luminaries of his court, Kanishka's court. And after meeting Ashwaghosha, there were many changes in Kanishka, and later when he was in middle of his rule, he adopted Buddhism as his religion. But many historians say that he was a polytheist, he believed in many religions. But the work he has done in Buddhism, in propagating Buddhism, in building many monasteries, renovating old monasteries,
So all that indicates that he adopted Buddhism as his religion. Now, his rule was not only in India, but it was in foreign countries also, because he had a series of conquests. First, he captured Magadha, then came the Saka satrapas of northern India. After that was a very significant war with China. So when he defeated China, then the boundaries of his empire, they were like not only in India, UP, and then Punjab, Sindh, Kashmir, okay, Bihar, regions up to Vindhya mountains in the south. And if you see the foreign countries, okay, so his empire was extended till Afghanistan, Bactria, and three trans-Pamir regions. And those three regions were Kashgar, Yarkand, and Khotan. And that time he kept his capital at Purushpur, now the modern Peshawar. So not only in India, but the um, reach of Kushan's empire was still Central Asia. A huge empire, a very huge empire after the Mauryas. After the decline of Mauryas, no one could have such an extensive empire as Kushan's had under the leadership of Kanishka. Now, why he is much researched and much talked about? Because of his contribution to Buddhism. Because he worked so much to propagate the teachings of Buddhism far and wide. Only one difference between him and Ashoka is that Ashoka, after adopting Buddhism, he adopted the policy of non-violence and he stopped waging wars. But Kanishka was propagating Buddhism, and at the same time he was expanding his empires through waging conquests and wars. So this was the difference between Kanishka and Ashoka. Ashoka left the wars altogether after adopting Buddhism. But Kanishka said, this is one thing, this is another thing. Empire is, important, as well as religion is also important. And one very prominent thing which happened in Kanishka's reign was he convened the fourth Buddhist council at Kashmir. There were four Buddhist councils which were held: Rajgriha, Vaishali, Patliputra, and Kashmir. So the fourth Buddhist council was convened by Kanishka in Kashmir. And many scholars like Vasumitra, Ashwagosha, Nagarjuna, they attended that Buddhist council. And it is said that around 500 monks, they attended that Buddhist council. And very important decisions were taken in that meeting. And the biggest decision was the, adopting Mahayana. Because in that council only, Buddhism was divided into two sects. Hinayana was the older order, and now Mahayana was the new order. So this happened in the fourth Buddhist council at Kashmir under the patronage of Kanishka. He gave lot of grants to the Buddhist monks, to their monasteries. He took care of their expenses, and the literature which was developed during his reign was excellent, because all great scholars like Nagarjuna, Vasumitra, Ashwagosha wrote Buddha Charita that time, and Nagarjuna was there, Vasumitra was there. So art, religion, culture, literature, everything flourished under Kanishka's rule. So this was I can say that golden time, culture-wise, literature-wise, art-wise, because he made sure. And yes, when I say art, Gandhara school of art, it originated in Kanishka rule only.
Okay.
And Gandhara School of Art, still you can see the work of that time period.
Right.
So it was Indo-Greek fusion, the Gandhara School of Art. It
Right.
originated in Kanishka's rule.
Okay.
And if you see many buildings he constructed, one is very famous Shahji Ki Dheri
Mhm.
in um, it is a relic tower of bronze
Mhm.
known as Shahji Ki Dheri,
Mhm.
and it was a huge stupa and monastery about 400 feet high, which was built with the help of a Greek architect Agosla.
Mhm.
So this exchange of culture also happened in the Kanishka's rule. Then, as I told you, that he used art for the propagation of Buddhism. The sculptors and the painters of that period, they painted images of Buddha, they made statues of Buddha. So that way, it was his time period was a very rich time period, I must say. Religion, culture, art, architecture, and even his administration also was very unique, because what he did, he divided the empire into several small administrative units known as Rashtra, Ahara, Janpada, Vishya, and everything was very, organized and planned very meticulously when it came to administration. That's why he was able to extend the boundaries of his empire till Central Asia.
Mhm.
So, though foreigner by origin, but an Indian by heart,
Mhm.
Kanishka, because they adopted the culture.
Right.
They were totally into the culture of India. Though he belonged to China,
Mhm.
but he adopted entirely, Indianness in his life. So
So,
this was very unique about Kanishka.
so what is the impact of his empire on Indian subcontinent? Because I said that I think that after Maurya Empire, Kanishka Empire was the largest one.
Yes, it was the Kushans, we say collectively Kushans because Catphises won, then Bhima Catphises. They also captured, like, if you see the first leader, Catphises won, he was able to capture Kandahar, Kabul, Afghanistan that time when they came to India.
Mhm.
And then they slowly, they extended their boundaries. The impact was the culture, a fusion culture which, Greek, Indians, and this Yuchi tribe, all that, got, um, there was a fusion of culture. And as I said, Gandhara School of Art, another new thing which happened in his reign. Then the literature which was developed. I will tell you some names of some very good literature like Buddha Charita by Ashwagosha, then Sundarkand Kavya, which narrates specific events of Buddha's life, then Sariputra Prakarna, so, and Brahmanic literature also, not only Buddhist literature, Brahmanic literature in Sanskrit was also developed. So he was a person who was a very tolerant king. Not only that's why many historians they say that he was a polytheist when it came to religion, because he believed in every religion. That's why all development and progress in every language you can witness in his lifetime. Sanskrit, Prakrit, Brahmi, all those languages, they were, because he patronized those people, he respected those people, he gave seat to those people in his court. So if you say the impact, it was very deep, because culture-wise, it was enriched. literature wise there was an enrichment, art wise there was an enrichment, administration was very sound. And after him, uh, uh, two more successors were there, but they were not able to sustain the empire as Kanishka did. And then after him, there was completely a fall of decline of Kushan Empire, and then you can see that other people they came. And yes, one more thing which happened in Kanishka's time was the transformation in how the people dressed. Before that, pagdi, hat, this was not very common. But after like Kanishka's rule, like the pagdi and caps and overcoats, they all came into vogue. Dhoti, they all came into vogue. And ornaments of various types, like necklaces, bracelets, eardrops, bangles, and both men and women used to wear the ornaments. It was not like only women wore, but men also wore all the ornaments. And then food also, because they brought their culture, so there was a fusion in the cuisine also. And social conditions, if you see the society that time, there was a traditional caste system which was coming from previous ages. And these castes now were not based on wealth or profession but birth. And just remember that when the caste system originated, it was only and only on the basis of profession.
Right.
But now it was on the basis of birth.
Okay.
So all these things you can see in Kanishka's rule.
So actually,
And
when I was in school and when I read about Kanishka, I was so impressed that it happened that we went to Mathura and there was in museum. There's a huge a statue of Kanishka without an head. So it is said that it's been broken by a few people who didn't like the empire. So I also heard that systematically Kanishka's history is being erased by people after Kanishka's dynasty, after Kanishka's death. Systematically, it is being erased from the history books. So, if it is true, then why it is done?
politics, Kanchan. Because certain set of people, they don't like our Hinduism, Brahmanism to be popular, which is very very sad. Because India was a secular country, and India will remain a secular country. Every religion has was always respected in India, because see, in Kanishka's rule, Buddhism, Jainism, and Brahmanism, three were given equal importance. Though the king adopted Buddhism, does not mean that the whole public will also adopt Buddhism. Freedom was there. Freedom, a person had a right to choose. So why all these things got deleted from our history books? 110% politics. And politics plus the people who wrote history that time, you know, they had a Western outlook. So they glorified the Westerners, the Britishers, and the people who like they glorify Alexander. Alexander was just an invader. And what message you are giving to the coming generation by glorifying an invader?
Right.
So see, the good historians who wrote very very authentically about ancient India or medieval India or modern India, those books are not recommended in our universities. It is very sad to say that.
Okay.
Very sad.
Okay. Yeah.
But our children should know that India. See, before Britishers, you never find any word as communal or secular in our history, because it was not there. If you come to Hyderabad and if you read about the Qutub Shahi dynasty, they were so secular that the Golconda Sultan himself got constructed a Kali temple inside the Golconda fort for the Bonalu festival.
Okay.
And every Ram Navami in the Bhadrachalam temple, the first offering would go from the Qutub Shahi Sultan, who was a Muslim, and the Lord Rama was offered those things by the Qutub Shahi king. So India never witnessed all that before these Britishers came, and they adopted this policy of divide and rule. And then some few Indians got so mesmerized by the Britishers that they thought that whatever Britishers are doing or whatever Britishers are saying is only true,
Right.
which was not the case.
Right. So, ma'am, how you will summarize the personality and the king profile of Kanishka in few words?
See, I can just say that he was one of the greatest kings of Kushans, of India, who did very, very, commendable work in propagation of Buddhism. Not only Buddhism, all the religions which were prevalent that time, Brahmanism, Jainism, they also got equal importance. Their literature was also developed that time, and he patronized people from irrespective of their caste, creed, or religion. If you have that caliber, he patronized. Suppose I was an author, he respected that, and he used to sponsor that person. So which is because that's why we have so rich literature to refer to. Otherwise, see, when you see the Indian historiography, in medieval age, when the Islamic people, kings came, they only started keeping the chroniclers in the court to record the day-to-day activity. Before that, many good literature we don't have. Either it was burnt by the invaders, like Alexander when he came, or Mahmud Ghazni when he came, or Muhammad Ghori when they came. So they came to plunder the wealth. Plus, because they had no, they were not sophisticated people, barbaric. They knew only barbarism. So they killed, they destroyed many monuments. They destroyed. They burned palaces and palaces. So all our that rich literature we lost. So he was a very, very important king of Kushans, of India, and he will be always remembered for his work which he did in administration, in social aspects, in propagating Buddhism. So he will be remembered for that always.
It was so wonderful to talk to you, Mitaji, and we'll be meeting again in our next episode with one of the greatest king, again discussing about his profile and the impact of his rule on India. So till next time, bye bye, take care.
Thank you, Panch.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmek Live. I'm Kanchan Verma, and today we have a guest from Chicago. We'll be discussing about how to provide support when a woman is faced by miscarriage. Miscarriage creates a variety of emotion, and there's nothing right or wrong way of that feel. So we'll be discussing how her organization Sanjeevani provides support and emotional support to women who are undergoing loss of their child. Stick around to this episode till the end to know more.
Friends, have you ever wondered that making a lasting impression online is similar to landing on the moon? If yes, we have a solution for you. Akulmak Genius program will help you prepare for your upwards trajectory towards success in the digital world. Our program consists of 12 unique tailor-made sessions of 1 hour each, spread over 6 weeks. Akulmak Genius program provide you practical knowledge about how to optimally use online video platform with lights, action, camera, as well as crash course in using virtual screens. The program also includes a session on the grooming and online etiquettes, which are important for running your online sessions and webinars. At the end of the program, our participants would be allowed to make their own videos, which will be published on a very popular business channel called Akulmak Live. This will provide global recognition to all our participants. If you like what you hear, then using the link in the description below, join the program straight away or visit www.akulmak.com and click on Genius Program to know more.
Welcome back, and today we have Pramila Kumar, who is very active in community services. She has her own organization where she takes care about the problems like isolation or women who are suffering with miscarriage and the emotional support. So we'll be discussing about this today. So I'd like to welcome her. Welcome to the show, Pramila. How are you doing today?
Good morning, Kanchan. I'm doing very well, thank you. And thanks for having me in your show.
Well, Pramila, you see, you had been doing and serving community in various portfolios, and one of that is that you also take care of the emotional need of women who are suffering or the aftermath, I can say, of miscarriage. And I think that is very, very emotional phase for any woman. So how really you console these women? And I think that would be very difficult for you.
So essentially, Kanchan, miscarriage, or how we refer to as early pregnancy loss, it's an emotional and traumatic time for a woman. And not only a woman has to go through the loss of the baby, but there are physical impacts of a miscarriage. And it also leads to relationship impacts. So there are different ways that the healing can be done because someone, going through miscarriage can go through grief, hopelessness, sadness, guilt, anger, jealousy, and intense feelings of loneliness. So what we recommend to them that there are short term and of course there is long term steps that they can be taken.
Well, somebody who, because it's sometimes, I feel personally being a woman, it's sometimes so uncontrollable, the sorrow and the loss of a baby. And then, of course, people who also, I think, blame you for miscarriage because sometimes they say you have not taken care or something like that. So this situation is very critical for women. And when you talk about short term and long term, how you really initiate? Suppose if a lady is suffering from this kind of problem, I mean, I'll put it as a problem. How you initiate the guidance and recovery?
So essentially, when a woman goes through miscarriage, we have to allow her to grieve for the baby that she was unable to see. For whatever reason, the baby was within the womb and it just came out. So grieving is very important. Acknowledging the grief, acknowledging the fact that for whatever reason, it was beyond the control of the would-be mother to ensure the birth of the baby. And also sometimes we always recommend that the family, the spouse or friends need to be there to support this person. Instead of blaming, let's fix it rather than blame or, criticize or cause more harm to the baby. Sorry, to the mother, not the baby, to the mother.
Well, I can really understand it's very critical for any lady of this world when she suffers with the miscarriage. So, what are the precautions one should take? I mean, before we really get into this kind of situation.
Kanchan, I think a doctor can prescribe better to say what precautions are needed to avoid a miscarriage. But many a times a miscarriage does happen even if the lady has taken all precautions. And these are sometimes beyond the control of the mother. But the mother should always be feeling positive. No matter what has happened, it is not to be blamed, and there are always chances to have another baby. And to have another baby, the woman needs to ensure she's healthy enough to eating well, taking care of herself. They can go to a therapist, a support group, spiritual guidance, or simply take care and rest. These are some of the very important things which can be taken post miscarriage. And if the woman is having a spouse or a family members, they need full and unconditional support from them also.
Well, you and me, we all are mothers, and I want to know: is there any symptom of miscarriage? Can we really postpone this kind of sorrowful situation?
So pregnancy normally is termed when a woman stops having her menstruation. Is an indication that probably the woman is pregnant, most likely. And the onset of menstruation is another big symptom that the pregnancy is no longer active. And when it happens, I think the woman needs to take immediate help of a doctor and make sure that she is not in a very agitated state, because that will all trigger the miscarriage to happen even more fast.
Well, now the question comes now: how the family, as you mentioned, it's really very necessary that women get support of spouse and family. But what happens in the society where we live? There's a lot of people around us, and how really you guide communities to react to this, because this is, I feel, is one of the accident, and accident can happen anytime, anywhere. So how you really feel that community should come forward in support of a lady who has just undergone a miscarriage?
A woman who goes through miscarriage, it's a devastating loss, and they think that they will never get better and they will never recovery. So to the community, give lots of love to the person who had this accident, and get the support. Pregnancy loss can create a lot of sense of loneliness. Make sure that the community is around this person, taking care as if the woman would have delivered. Because we just want to also call out Kanchan, the toll the body takes, it's very similar to having a child. So even if the child did not survive, the body takes the same kind of toll.
Now, talking to you about your organization, Sanjeevani. So, do you have these kind of patients, or are you really go in your community by yourself to give support? And how it is? Do you enroll these kind of ladies and help them voluntarily?
Yes, so we have support groups. So, if a female has gone through a miscarriage uh, uh, by choice or by accident, so another woman who has the same incident, they can join the support group, and that becomes a big way of healing, because there are women who have the same emotions, same concerns, same grief, same sorrow, and they all together bring in hope to each other. Support groups plays a big way, and Sanjeevani is also geared to help these women as needed. A person to listen to, a shoulder to cry to, a hand to hold to.
So, do you provide any online support also, somebody who is out of Chicago and need your support. Maybe somebody is in India. Though in India, what happens, we have joint families. So rarely this kind of situation occurs. But still, there are families, there are people who are outstationed, working, serving, professional, and they may undergo these kind of situations. So do you have any online support?
Absolutely, Kanchan. We have an online support. We have 2 helplines, which is 24/7. Sanjeevni does get a lot of calls from India for different issues, and we also have a 24/7 chat. So people can reach anytime by chat and, of course, by phone to get the online support.
With another subject, and we will listen your ideas and support which is being done by Sanjeevni, and it was so lovely to talk to you again. So look forward.
Thanks, Kanchan. Once again, thanks Akulma for having me.
Bye bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmak Technologies and welcome to Jeremy Blaine Live. As the name suggests, we have Jeremy Blaine with us, and Jeremy does not require any special introduction. He has worked as a chief executive in the leadership role across the world, and we are very honored to have Jeremy with us. Jeremy, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, CK. Great to be here.
Right, Jeremy. So I don't want to basically waste time of our viewers. I will straight away start asking you about the digital age, which has finally arrived. You know, we needed a virus to bring the digital age. So, but nevertheless, it is here. But what does it mean? I want to take your opinion on that.
Well, you've got that absolutely right. We're finally there. In fact, it's synonymous with Industry 4.0, which is defined as the digital age. So it's a natural progression of where we've come through from the different industrial revolutions. And this one is defined as the physical, the biological, and the digital all coming together. So the best example of that I can give you is kind of, let's say, a wearable. So if you've got an Apple Watch or technology in your clothes, it's starting to use things that we're having together, not just the handsets in our phone. We're at the very beginning of this now, and thinking about so-called digital transformation actually for many years, but you're absolutely right. It took the pandemic to be the biggest accelerator of digital transformation since the iPhone in 2007.
So, Jeremy, I think the subject about digital age, whether it is here or it is not here, or is it going to be status quo, I think these are all old stuff. So I think we can just move ahead from there. I want to ask you, from your network and your colleagues, what are they talking about? What are the opportunities for small businesses going forward?
Well, you heard me say so-called digital transformation because I agree with you. We talk about it so much, and it almost overwhelming for many organizations. And in fact, many organizations have failed in digital transformation. According to IBM and Forbes, 84% are failing in strategy execution as far as digital adoption goes. And one of the reasons for that was because they were focused mainly on the technology, because it was so kind of, this word digital kept coming. But also a very big key component part of this was that in a piece of research that I did last year around this state of digitalization, essentially, we found that across 3 continents, 40% of all leaders were just simply not ready. And that was not ready in their head as well as not ready in capability. But I'm happy to say, actually, I've pulled out a few things from that India was one of the top performing countries stroke regions in the world around that, and Asia Pacific as a whole, if I count South Asia in that as well, is really the accelerating region. So the big opportunity is actually to stop talking about it as digital transformation and start talking about it as whole business transformation. It's not about having a digital strategy, it's a strategy for a digital world, essentially. So the big opportunity for small, medium businesses, as much as large businesses who are really struggling, actually, is to start to think about what are the component parts of that journey that, yes, bring together the technology part, but most importantly, bind together the human touch and the human heart of our businesses, because that's where success will happen.
So, Jeremy, as you mentioned that even the large corporations are struggling. So, I think the biggest confusion today is that they allowed work from home to all their employees. And in fact, Google announced that they will have work from home for next 3 years across the world. But that is not the transformation. I think the impact of this is much profound. And there are going to be some businesses which will have to close their shops, or there are some other businesses which have to transform into something else, and there are new businesses which will come and acquire those places, which are a quasi between digital and physical space. So next 1 year or 2 years, what are the opportunities for Indian companies? Why I'm asking this question, Jeremy, because let me explain. Slightly longer question, but let me explain. uh, you see, India drives the IT of the world today, as some people speak. But I think it's a collective responsibility. But there are $15 billion business which happens usually until 2019 uh, from India to the rest of the world, and it's not a small number. 50 to $100 billion of IT projects which were happening out of India. So what will happen to that realistically? So I think I'll take you're a best person to ask this question. What are the opportunities? Because there are a lot of confusion in the field. People are waiting for status quo.
Yes, and in fact, I strongly believe this is the coming of age of markets like India that are strongly invested in infrastructure like this, that have a workforce which is very tech savvy, very millennial driven, if you like, but perhaps hasn't realized that potential as yet. This is the coming of age. You mentioned a point about this, where we are right now. If I go back when I say just 30 weeks or so to the beginning of this year, 44% of all companies in the world did not even allow remote working, let alone be geared up for it. Over 80% of them by the end of March 2020 were scrabbling to do it. This is absolutely the opportunity out there in terms of infrastructure, beyond systems and platforms. This is about, for me, firmly believe, because of where India is in this marketplace, it is about being a champion of ecosystems for me. It is around taking that out to the world to say, forget individual systems and platforms. You need everything to talk together. This is, if you like, the way that we might introduce the Internet of Things, for example. But in the business realm, we need everything to talk together. This is the opportunity for many businesses in India and outside of India to start to think differently and bind things together. And it's a very interesting point that you mentioned about this. Where do we go from here? There are too many organizations and business leaders talking about, oh, I can't wait to go back to ... or back to normal, whatever. I'm about going forward to possibilities. There is no greater possibility than now. And you're absolutely right, CK, is that there are companies that are going to fail. But this is a hugely transformational period that we're in, and it's not going to last very long, because this is where we are now, that those organizations that have managed to shift and change are the ones that are really accelerating, and this is where we'll see accelerated success, accelerated failure. But I have to point to some of the research that I did last year and evolved this year as well, as far as how well positioned India is. In terms of the 10 key factors that drive a high proportion of readiness and willingness to do this and capability of them. India are at the top of the list. This is being able to understand what a digital visioning is all about, a leadership commitment and capability that this is the way forward, a readiness to do this in India and outside it, the fact that progress has been made and that things like adopting agile is there, being cyber secure is at the heart of the solutions that are coming out of India, being able to measure the more digital aspects of where we're going, because we shouldn't be looking at measuring our businesses how we used to. What are the digital measures that help us understand that we're making progress and helping big data make our decisions? If India, who are clearly at the top of the list of this, start to deliver and repeat that mantra outside it, that's where I think the growth can come from exponentially. The time's now, CK.
Yes, I think I also agree the time is now, but I see a lot of people in and around me in my office and in the neighborhood. They are still waiting for the good times to come back. They don't want to get out of this whole syndrome of not being able to meet somebody for a meeting. Like, for example, we are meeting digitally here, and that is a reality. But some of these people are very shy to meet. But let me get out of this rut and ask you a totally different question. You see, before the pandemic started, the era was fintech. We used to hear about fintech and a lot of transformation which was being brought by the tier 2 segment of the financial technology, because large banks are already transformed many years back. So they were already on the path of transforming the middle tier and the lower tier. But after the pandemic, it's the med tech and ed tech. These are the two new words which have come up. However, I must say that even these companies are only using this med tech and ed tech as a buzzword. I don't think anything is being done in that era. I mean, if you go to schools, simply using Google, technology to show your face is not teaching. So I think the time is now to create an application which will transform physical school into digital one. And similarly in medtech. So I think there are opportunities, and I'd like to take your opinion about that.
I fundamentally agree on this, and there are actually, I must say though, there are pockets of excellence certainly within the health field. I think we see now, we heard the news last night about Pfizer, and about kind of how they're accelerating things apart as far as a vaccine goes, whatever. These are the small points that help it, but it's not, my way of looking at it, it's not joined together yet. So there are pockets of digitalized excellence, but it's not together. And I think one of the reasons why that is that we haven't got the unleashing backup technology yet in place that allows us to really drive the power behind this. So I'm talking about 5G technology, which is about 10 times as fast as 4G, microcomb technology, where by its kind of a chipset that would essentially allow you to download a terabyte of data in a few seconds, which is from then beyond that is quantum. These are the unleashing of things, smart cities, and binding a lot of these technologies together. But I think you're right, is that many industries that are talking about it, and there is far more talking about it around ed tech, learn tech, insure tech, fintech, health tech, you name it. There's lots of new vocabulary, by the way, which is being invented at the same time as well, which is also confusing. But education is a really interesting one for me, because I also have worked in the L&D industry, corporate, for corporate training and corporate consulting for a while. And there's so much talk about it, but it really hasn't driven, and gone forward enough in the time. In fact, I'm going to be working with VIT quite soon in terms of consulting into them and advising them in terms of how ed tech can really start to come in, to not just support what they're doing as an organization with their, with their students, with their undergraduates and postgraduate students, but also the link and the bridge to the workplace and how that is. So there's a lot of great organizations and great educational establishments, particularly in India, who are really thinking about this, but binding it together is very difficult. Another one where actually I think there is more progress, and one less obvious one is from space and the use of satellites. I think you may have heard the news about, I don't know when, it was about a few months ago, when Elon Musk launched this array of satellites that you can see sometimes going across the world, this sort of line of data. This is about to unleash the power of observational data. Now, where it was a little bit like you describe, insurance or education, are talking about ed tech and what have you. Yes, Earth observation data, that's great. It's our satellites giving us data on whether it's a data source from up here, giving us some information from here. That is now being transcended by not just a better array of things up here, but actually things that are on the ground at the same time. And that's called geospatial data. And that's like between an 8 to 12 times kicker between the power of data. And what that means is it brings all different sources of data to go beyond prediction, what we call predictive data, into prescribing the best of options moving forward, because we've got enough information. So these things are starting to come together, and I anticipate them to accelerate over this year. When I say this year, this next coming year, 2021. And by 2022, if we have this same conversation again, I think we could point to giant leaps rather than small changes.
Yes, Jeremy. In fact, we have heard about this. It's called Starlink by Elon Musk. It's a company which is being powered by Falcon X. And I think they will have to have, if this succeeds, this is going to replace the 5G of Huawei. So I think we are all waiting for it and quite excited, because if there are 4 satellites on my head, then I can have pretty much a very high speed of connectivity. So I think we are all waiting for the hardware side of it. But I think there is still a lot of scope when we say digital. So there is still a lot of scope to convert the whole perception of doing business. For example, there is going to be a lot of AI, which is going to come up in a big way, predictive learning. There are a lot of applications waiting to happen in ed tech and health tech. But I don't see too much activity, especially from Indians. I will say that frankly, I don't see too many apps being developed by Indian companies which are sitting on the forefront of the IT revolution here.
What's interesting when you mention this is that while India, based on the research that I did, is very well positioned, I have to agree with you that the potential just simply isn't being realized. And when we understand, when we kind of go into why, and when we start to look at what you're just saying right there, we come to the human touch, which I would argue is stifling the acceleration of change. So, for example, the way I talk about it sometimes is to say that there is 20th century thinking and there's 21st century thinking. Now, there are a lot of really fantastic, great organizations that were started that are flourishing in the 21st century in India at the moment as well. And it's those and around the world that are the ones that have slowed in terms of their digital acceleration, if you like. It's the newer companies that are growing, which are the ones that are more ready to move forward. And there are some great examples of companies right around the world, actually, small startups that are making a big difference. But one of the problems is that to shift thinking from 20th century mindset is not just about, we've got to now start thinking about digital. We've got to start thinking about our workforce being a completely different beast, not based in bricks and mortar, remote, a mixed workforce, or I call it a blended workforce, permanent workers, but equally independent workers who are part of our team. We don't have even structures that can manage that particularly well beyond managed services. We need a completely different mentality about what our culture in organizations needs to adapt and look at for the digital era. We need to bring our people with us. But in the research that I did, I go back to the point that 40% of leaders globally were not ready for this. 40% of that total were not even willing. They were apathetic. It's not my problem. I'm retiring in 5 years. It's somebody else's problem. This is not the attitude that we need. We need some of these leaders to stand up and be counted and say, you know what? I don't know all of this stuff and I need it. So we need to get beyond the traditional hierarchical approach that we're looking at, the position and authority that we might have, and the pride of not being able to admit that maybe we need to develop ourselves. Great example in Singapore, ABS Bank. The CEO, very enlightened CEO, Piyush Gupta, who held his hand up a few years ago and said, we need to be digital. And I don't know what this is. Neither do my management team. We need to get really uncomfortable with this. So they did a series of hackathons. They committed to it. They learned it. He learned it as well. And they're now voted for, I think, the 3rd year running the best digital bank in the world. Their whole vision and purpose has changed beyond the bottom line, saying our whole sense of being is to make banking joyful. That is not a vision I've heard before, and so, but that is a vision for the digital era, because that actually unleashes a new way of thinking. How can we use technologies to do this? So, how can we mobilize technologies, as in put it onto our mobile, be mobile first driven, go beyond our bricks and mortars banks to have different relationships with our clients and attract millennials and Generation Z who view banking in a completely different way to what you and I do, CK. They have no interest in traditional banks. They're going for the new breed of banks like Starling, Monzo, Go Henry, these kind of things that are out there. So I think when we come back to India, there is, I think, the difference between the new breed of organizations and some of the traditional organizations is speed and perfection, actually. So speed, that ability to be agile and do things quickly, but also that ability to think that we do not need 100% solution. In fact, the co-CEO Jessica Tan of a Chinese insurance company called Ping An, said, actually, speed is the competitive advantage these days. A 70% solution can kill us. So, we have to be comfortable in getting a 70% solution out there and not waiting for 100% solution, because the pace of change in technology these days means that you're constantly evolving it. It's like when we download an app, the very next day we're getting version 1.1, with a patch, and it's completely normal. SpaceX, we talked about Elon Musk before. It took him, 13 times to get that rocket up into space. Look at it now. So I think there's lots of things going on there, but it is fundamentally an attitude piece at human level first, and that ability to think differently about what our businesses need to be to accelerate digital.
In fact, Jeremy, there are a few businesses which are going through major trouble right now because of pandemic. I think there are serious issues related to the print media because nobody's buying. There is a serious threat to advertisers because there is no need to advertise because nobody's buying. So I think the whole scenario of business is in a limbo. I think you have given enough examples to our viewers, and I know for sure you are truly a global citizen, and you work with a lot of chief executives helping them in their journey. So I think the whole intention for me to bring you to Jeremy Blaine Live is to make sure that your message goes to some of these startups and SMEs which are struggling or not sure how to do things. They can actually come back to you and ask for your advice. So I think, this is one of the things that we should do actually.
Yeah, actually, what's very interesting, after we did the piece of research last year that I'm talking about, what we realized was that how-to model or thing to help organizations through it. We had to invent one because it's great. I can read McKinsey, I can read what Accenture is saying it, and they're looking at various component parts of this transformation, but not the whole thing. So actually, I had to invent a model which I call the ticking clock, which actually does help organizations through this step by step in terms of 3 stages and 11 steps. Just kind of very, very simply trying to bring things together, because I do reinforce the point. What's important is coming away from the terminology digital transformation and looking at whole business model transformation, and then considering what that digital, technological, human component part is and how that links to our customers for the future as well. And ultimately that's where we are. And I think one company in India, Tata Consulting, for example, well, in fact, the whole kind of organization is in a superb position to be the champion for Indian business outside of India, and to start actually sponsoring, and I know they do have these incubators within the organization that is sponsoring a lot of these smaller organizations within India. And I think it's time to give them that springboard and start to really shout out loud, here's what we can do. Here's what we can do versus kind of California and Mountain View. You need to talk to us.
That's right. I think that's a very good message that you have given. I think we can end our discussion today because digital transformation is a very, very huge subject, and it's huge, and it may be very different for different people. So I think you are here with us, and that is a very good thing because a lot of knowledge is there within your pedigree, your network, and anybody who wants to get into digital transformation can reach out to you, can reach out to us. We can connect you with that person, and you're already working with worldwide CXOs, helping many organizations. So I think with that we can end our discussion. Jeremy, it was certainly my greatest pleasure to talk to you, and we will catch up next Tuesday with some other interesting business subject.
Episode 2 coming your way. Thank you very much, CK.
Thank you and take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmac Technologies, and welcome to today's edition of CEO Roundtable. In this edition, we want to discuss about ways and means of handling the negative criticism or negative feedback. The negative feedback can happen from your bosses or from your clients or anyone from the industry. To discuss this subject, let me introduce my guests on the panel, Mr. Naval Gund. He joins us from London, and he's the chairman of MindFit Limited.
Good morning, everybody.
Pleasure to see you here, Naval. Our second guest is Farida Charania. She's the CEO of a very new age HR company called Career Zoom. She joins us from Singapore.
Hello, everyone. Hope everyone has had a good week so far. I'm very much looking forward to the weekend.
Yes, Farida, welcome to the roundtable. And our last guest is Ms. Kanchan Verma. She joins us from India, and she is the CEO of Akulmac Technologies.
Hi, how everybody? How everybody is?
We are all fine, Kanchan. So let's start the discussion. See, many times when we face the people, when we are in public life or even work with five people, there is bound to be some sort of input for us. And what I feel is that when somebody is giving negative feedback, you know, and anyone can give positive feedback, but if someone decides to give a negative feedback, it's not easy for that person to come out and give that feedback. People tend to know this, yet they don't take this as a constructive feedback. They get into shell. So let me call Naval in discussing this further. How should we actually take this negative criticism forward?
Well, it's a really good question because it happens all the time. And in fact, it happens more often than we care to think about, because whenever we hear negative things around us, we tend to shut down and stop listening because we don't like it. We don't like confrontation. But underlying all of this is we need to realize what feedback is all about. Feedback is, break it down, feed. We're feeding something that we need. We're getting really important information back. So for what reason? So we can understand what we're doing better and we can do things better. So it's to grow. They say feedback is the breakfast of champions. And I talk about this all the time. Why is it breakfast? Because it's the first meal of the day. And you should enjoy feedback. So part of this is not giving negative feedback because people won't listen to it. So you need to stop yourself doing it. And I'm sure we're going to get into some of that discussion of how you can do that. But more importantly, keep your ears and eyes open to receiving feedback. And even if it is negative, take it on the chin, because there might be a nugget in there that's really important that will make your life a lot easier if you listen to it and take it on. So this is such an important subject, really. We're not taught feedback. We don't have a lesson on feedback, do we? We don't start our school career having feedback lessons, and yet we get feedback all the time. So open it up to everyone here, because we've got a really diverse audience, a diverse panel this morning, which is really good because we've got lots of different views from different parts of the world, and we've got that great feminine male mix here. Because ladies, do you like people shouting at you? Do you go to areas where people shout at you? Do you enjoy being shouted at? I don't, by the way. I mean, this isn't a male or female.
Kanchan, you want to go first?
Yeah, I also want to tell you these are few important points which we are discussing. As Bill Gates says, the most unhappy customer is the greatest source of learning. So feedbacks gives you a opportunity to learn. Now, when a feedback is given, then it should not be taken as emotionally, and you should not maybe ask a person who's giving you feedback in a negative way. Don't speak to him in a negative way. Rather, you find out, you say thank you, because there is an opportunity of learning in that process. And you can always think that where as a manager or as a product manager or as a service provider, where I am wrong. So, and then you should be giving thank you to a person who is giving feedback, and then maybe take time to reverse back whatever the fault is, and also give information that this is how we have changed based on the feedback which is given by a person. So in this process, what will happen, though you first encountered a negative feedback from your customer, from your friend, or from your boss, but when you correct it and then you inform these correction to the concerned person based on the feedback, that person feels good, and eventually there are chances that that person will become as your customer, or maybe somebody who look at up to you for further guidance. Isn't it, Farida?
I think excellent point. And to answer Neville's question, whether we enjoy being shouted at, I don't think a lot of people enjoy being shouted at. But feedback is it's a tough animal to tame, honestly, because we all kind of say that we are good to get feedback, but most of us actually are emotional about this feedback. So like Kanchan was advising, that don't take it emotionally, but the fact is that we are humans, we are all emotional. So I have a 3-step process for absorbing any kind of feedback. One is listen. So listen to respond, don't react. Because understand, in a work setting, the feedback is not about you as a person, it's about your performance. And feedback is basically an opportunity for the person to see where there are gaps and understand their developmental areas. So first is listen and understand, don't react, don't get defensive, because you might just put off the other person, and then it is your loss because you are not listening where there are gaps. Secondly, absorb it, understand as to what part of the feedback is something that you can actually work with, what are things that you can do, because ultimately it's about your performance. It's about how you are in the workplace and what you can actually do or tweak to make your performance better. Also assess, because there are two types of feedbacks. One is negative feedback, which is for making you aware of the developmental areas the other person sees it, and one is there are just some nasty people, so that you can always kind of keep aside, because that's criticism and sometimes it might not even be constructive. And as a person, we are able to understand that if we listen, we don't react, and we respond and we absorb. Absorption is the stage where you start evaluating all the points that someone has actually told you. It might be negative, but you need to pick and choose what you can actually work on, you can change, and it can be something that's constructive. It will be useful for you, it will be useful for the people that you work with and the organization you work for, or even in general if you are in school, etc. And the third step is basically follow through. So now you have realized after evaluation that I was given this feedback, it sounded negative, but these are 3 points that I have picked up as an individual which I want to work on. Follow through, have a plan for yourself where you have, for instance, if there was feedback that you are very scattered in your brain, whenever there's a meeting, you are never prepared. It's a very straightforward feedback, it is negative. But the thing is, that, and it will actually be useful. So next time, the follow through means that you understand what things actually you could change in that approach. This is not an overnight process, but it's a gradual process. And eventually, after actually following through for a while, you might yourself see a difference. So, the 3 steps which I like to summarize again is listen, absorb, and follow through. So this is my take on it. And of course, coming back to somebody shouting at you, I don't think that's acceptable. In any setting, nobody should be shouting at each other, because we are all professionals, or we are all grown-up human beings, and when someone talks to someone, it shouldn't be shouting. It should be a conversation.
I love that because it's contextual, and that's the important thing. And let's look at listen, absorb, and follow through. LAF. If you start to say what LAF, it's laugh. Have a laugh, because that's what feedback should be about. Have a laugh, enjoy it, get it forward. So thanks, Fareed. I mean, I've learned something there today, because I can now give someone else. You should have a laugh. Feedback, you have a laugh, mate. And it's nice having that East End accent on it, because they spell laugh, Laugh, LAF, because it's quick and easy, and we can all understand it. But just picking on that is contextual. So Kanchan was talking about in a customer service type arena. I mean, we're all customers. I bet we've all walked into a shop really angry about having bad customer service. And yet we're all on here talking about you shouldn't be angry, you shouldn't be shouting at people, you should be giving feedback to the assistant. I mean, the assistant didn't make that beautiful dress that actually has got a stain on it and should never have been given to you and should never have been put on the hanger. The assistant's just an assistant. They're just there as the front line of that organization. But how many people do we see in an ordinary week as we go around the shops where someone is having an argument, a real stand-up argument with a sales assistant who is probably paid a lot less than they are? So contextualize things in a way that we really should be thinking about it. And then we'll have a laugh.
So I think I take the opportunity to summarize these very nice advices given by the panelists. But before that, I would like to clarify that shouting is not really a feedback. I just want to draw a conclusion around it. Shouting is misbehavior. So I don't think anybody should take shouting lying down. They can take it in whatever way they want to take it. The feedback is really positive feedbacks are there because many times you have the intuition, you already know what is working, what is not working. But I think people, when they give negative feedback to different people, it needs courage, because giving a negative feedback, it actually would result into snapping of ties, and yet some people give negative feedback. So I think it is our responsibility to break it down, and I will take on from where Farida stopped, which is follow-ups. So I think from my point of view, you take the negative feedback, analyze it, um, see where we are going wrong. Second thing we can do is talk to other people about it, because you never know, you may be doing things which are absolutely wrong and you don't even know about it, and just that one out of the blue person has given you this feedback, maybe you should check it out. Maybe you should find out whether it is reality or not. So you do a little bit of survey, and then having found certain things about the feedback, you should go back to the person who has given you as a follow-up. So I think these are the three steps that we should do uh, as a first, in the first instant. But then the negative feedback can also become a strength. So I leave it open how to make this negative feedback become our strength. And anyone can come and talk about it.
I like to pick that up because I strongly believe that negative feedback is better than no feedback, because you're getting something back. Uh, One of the things that, if it's really something that bothers you as a person, ask for time to process that feedback, because if you don't get feedback, you would go on doing the same thing. A lot of people might think, but like CK said, it's a very courageous thing to give negative feedback to someone. So that person is actually taking that step and telling you that there is something that needs attention. Yeah. So absorb it, ask for time. Sometimes there are, I mean, if the person is very defensive, sometimes people start apologizing right away. That's not really something that should be the reaction. If you really feel very, very bothered by it, and if you feel that, oh my God, what has happened, ask for some time. It's all right. Just relax. uh, so there is an incident which I'll share. Many years ago, this is a lot of you people watching might not be born by then, but this is very long time ago when I was in school. And I I was always used to having positive feedback from my teachers, because I was one of those kids who was good at everything, at least I believed so. And then one day I had my physical education teacher give me feedback, saying that your stride is long but you don't have speed. Now this is very simple thing, but I actually went into a depression because I couldn't take that feedback. I said, no, I've been winning, trophies for my school, and I am good at it. But I was very young, because at that, the age of 12 or 13, you don't really kind of understand how to process that feedback. So it's the same thing. Some of us grow up, we still think that way because we can't process the feedback. And it impacted me so much that I actually stopped running. And it went on for a while before I picked it up again, and I picked it back in my 20s. So this happened when I was maybe 12 years old, and till about 24 I didn't run at all. I didn't do any competitive running. So uh, the cusp of the whole thing is that if this feedback is impacting a person negatively, honestly, the person giving the feedback is not going to, bear the brunt of it. You as an individual are going to bear the brunt of it. So be happy that someone gave you that feedback. It's an opportunity. If it doesn't apply to you, I mean, it's all right. But if you can take something back from that, why not?
I think that's a
I feel
brilliant example.
yes, it is, and I would like to take it from what Farida is saying. Taking feedback positively is also very, very essential, because many times people don't know that how to get the information about that particular feedback. So, and they become disoriented, and they don't know how to get data. So that is also very important to really take it positively. That is first step. And second is that get more information, what is wrong and what is right, how can we improve this, and what, because there are always a scope of improvement in any services, or we can even improve a little bit in our product also. So I think to get more information, to get more inputs and get more data is very, very essential, rather than becoming disoriented during this learning process.
Yeah, it's really important that we can get disoriented. You're absolutely right. And the key message that I think we need to be telling people today is, if you're giving feedback, I don't like this positive and negative issue. It's feedback. Why am I giving you feedback? Well, I'm either going to be praising what you're doing, and when we praise people, actually, we praise in public, because that shows actually everyone else how good this person's doing. But we never criticize in public. We always criticize in person, away from everything else. But as I say, we're giving feedback for two reasons. We're either praising you, and one of the best phrases I had from a boss of mine, who wasn't really forthcoming in very appreciative words, but he used to tap me on the shoulder, and it wasn't very often, by the way. He used to tap me on the shoulder. He said, "Well done, Neville." Now that meant everything to me, because I knew that praise from this person was like winning the gold medal. And we all know what that feeling is when we've done something really well. But we don't need that praise from someone else to be told we've done it really well. We know we've done it really well. So give feedback to yourself, because that's really important. Look in the mirror and say, you did this really well today, and you could improve on this and this and this. Notice that's not negative, is it? So it's how we're delivering it. And remember, we're giving feedback to somebody else. So who's it for? It's not for you, it's for them. So you need to get them in the right mood to accept it. And Farida, as you said, you were in the mood to get something, but it was very negative. And then for 10 years, it was so negative, and yet wasn't that negative really when you look back on it. It was, you can improve this, but it was given to you in the wrong way from a teacher. I mean, that's the embarrassing thing. And more importantly, when that teacher saw the effect it had on you, they did nothing about it. So we've got to remember that when we give feedback to somebody, we've got to think of the consequences. And we need to be there to help them with the consequences, not just to say, well, I've given you feedback and now I'm just going to clear off. You know, so there's in a business context, you're there all the time, so you can actually see the consequences. And I'm going to go back to this, have a laugh, you know, because it's where it should be. In a business arena, we all want to be the best. We all want to not be the weakest link in the team. We all want to be part of the team and pulling in the right direction. And the only way we're going to do that is to get feedback. And it's as simple as that, really. Let's not make it too complicated. And remember, if it's important to give it, find a way to give it in the best way you can.
I also want to add one point is that if you get some critical feedback, so don't take it in isolation, because there are it can impact you in your emotional, necessarily your emotionally, but rather than you can seek help to people who have more experience or somebody who's closer to you. So in that way, you are more sound in really accepting that negative or constructive feedback. That is also one important aspect.
So let me summarize this. So we're going back to the same point where we need to analyze the feedback. We need to do a little bit of survey, do market study of that feedback, and then we have to follow with the person who has given us the feedback. But how do we utilize this feedback as our strength? So in my opinion, the strength would come from doing all this exercise and then adapting the best method way forward. Because all the feedback, I mean, if you look at the journey of all other leaders, Neville was talking about feedback is the breakfast of champions, and so on. So all these champions we have seen, I don't want to take any specific name, but I think they have been criticized almost like 90% in their lifetime, in their career. And this 10% is what that makes them a leader. So I think the leadership journey is based on negative criticism and feedback. And this is how you can convert all feed. In fact, you should demand feedback. And you should not look at positive feedback because it is already known to you, but you should more specifically look at the negative feedback, because that is what will determine your future journey. Neville, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think this has been a really interesting conversation, and we've given people, lots of little tricks of the trade to get out there and do it. I think if you're not very good at giving feedback, start with yourself. Look in the mirror on a daily basis and start the day off with feedback. Feedback is a breakfast of champions. Start the day off. Look in the mirror and saying, today I'm going to do this, 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 and this. And even put a sticky note on the mirror. And at the end of the day, go back and look at the sticky note. Did I do it? Yeah, I feel great about that. And immediately you're giving yourself some feedback. And if you didn't do it, you say, actually, I didn't do as well as I thought I was going to do, but tomorrow I'm going to do this differently. And as soon as you start to do that yourself, all of a sudden that practice will move into practicing with other people. This isn't difficult to do. We haven't been taught how to do it. We've been taught to do science and languages and maths and goodness knows for many years, but we've never been taught how to relate with other people and have a conversation, because feedback is just a conversation. Nothing more, nothing less. And I think that's where we need to start. Have a conversation with ourselves and start to be honest. And then we're in a really good position to have a conversation with other people.
I'd like to add to this. So George Bernard Shaw actually said that the biggest problem with communication is the illusion that it's already happened. Yeah. And I think feedback is the same thing, because a lot of us actually live in our own silos, and especially now in the in the COVID prone pandemic world, we are all working from our homes, we are working in isolation. There is very little exchange. So if there is feedback, it shouldn't happen the way I took it when I was a child, because it put me off something completely and I was too young to deal with it. But I think any feedback that comes is an opportunity, and now more so because we work alone, since we are working from home and we are not in an office setting, so it's very difficult to even understand the body language of the person who's giving you that feedback. So use that opportunity, don't take it personally. Remember one thing, in a work setting, it's not about you as a person. So if I am getting feedback, and this I as a child, when I couldn't relate to it, it was not about me, Farida, as a person, it was about my performance. And had I taken that feedback, spoken to somebody, I would have been able to improve. Who knows? I could have made sports my career, but I didn't do that. So I think I have learned from my mistakes. And the same thing I would say to the viewers, that if there is feedback, don't react. If you need to talk, respond, because understand what the person is saying. Sit back, take a deep breath. Again, I'm stressing, it's not about you as a person, it's about your performance. And it is an opportunity to actually change some things. It's a developmental area, and it's eventually going to be in your benefit. So feedback is better than having no feedback. Negative or positive doesn't matter, but feedback is important, and somebody is actually put in time to give that to you, so use it.
Good point. Very good point.
Kanchan, you have any last comments?
Yeah, I just want to add that don't dwell on the feedback, rather find out the solutions. That's very important. And take it as a chance for improvement. Take it as a chance, at least somebody has taken pain to really come up to you and tell what other person feels about certain service or product. So take it as if it's a learning, rather than you start arguing and taking time and positioning yourself that you are right or other person is wrong. So that gives a very, very bad impression. So I think you should take up a feedback very positively in a healthy way and try to learn out of it.
And one closing point, and it's picking up again on Farida's experience. She was a child. We all know children, and some of us have got grandchildren. When we speak with them, that's feedback. Just think about what we're saying to our children and our grandchildren, because they believe you. Remember, you're the person they love. You're the person they believe. And if you say something about them, they'll believe it. And it might damage a blossoming career, as we've heard, but you just don't know what you're doing. And this is the problem. We need to understand what we're doing with that conversation. And with children, please be careful, because you could damage a very blossoming career down one arena because you've said the wrong thing.
So I think we had a great learning from the panelists today, and it's a very large subject. It's a huge subject. We can go on. Um, it's a never-ending, and feedback itself is a very big subject. So we have shared certain tricks to handle it, and this is just tip of the iceberg. So if viewers, if you want to know more about it, you can engage with us, and we can take you through the journey of handling the feedback. It is not for the benefit of the people, but it is your benefit, because if you are able to take feedback, then you will become a better leader and successful one. So with this, I will end this discussion today. Do engage with us, do write in, and we can get you the right teacher for you to learn the tricks of the trade. And with this, I'll say goodbye, friends. I'll catch you again in the next CEO Roundtable next Friday. Bye-bye all.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello, friends. Welcome to Akul Mac Live, and I am Chandrakant. You know, India is a union of states, and there was a major exercise done earlier in 50s, soon after India got independence in 1947, to integrate India from all these dominions and princely states. And one of such state was Jammu and Kashmir. So in today's episode, we will discuss about how the integration of Jammu and Kashmir happened in India. Before we start our discussion, I must tell you that there is a giveaway. Please stick around till the end of this video, as in the end we will tell you how you can win your free gift. Welcome back, friends, and today we will discuss about how Jammu and Kashmir, state of Jammu and Kashmir, or J&K as we call it, got integrated into India. And for this discussion, let me invite my friend from Ahmedabad, Mr. Jeet Bhatt, who is also practicing advocate in Ahmedabad High Court. So without further ado, let's begin our discussion.
Hello, Chandrakant. Good afternoon, and thank you for having me on your show. Yes, today we are going to discuss about the integration of Jammu and Kashmir into India and the historical aspect of how it got integrated. But before we delve into 1947, a brief history of the rulers in Kashmir is interesting. As till the 14th century, Kashmir was ruled by the Buddhist and Hindu dynasties. And the earliest source of Kashmir is provided in the works of a famous writer named Kalhan, who has provided in detail the entire history of Kashmir in his work called Rajat Rangini. Rajat Rangini is the river of kings in Sanskrit. So certainly it was a dynasty, it was a kingdom, and it was known as the river of kings. And from the earliest sources, he has traced the history of Kashmir in this work in the 12th century. But later on in the 13th century, Kashmir first fell into the Muslim ruler named as Shah Mir, and who ruled Kashmir for 2 centuries till 15th century. When in 15th century, Kashmir fell in the hands of Akbar, and Akbar established the Mughal emperor in the year 1587. And for the next 200 years, the Mughal emperor established its empire and also termed it as the summer residence of the Mughal emperors. And that is why we see these Shalimar Gardens and Mughal gardens in Kashmir, which were originally built by, especially the Hari Parbat fort, etc., which were built by Akbar himself and then by other Mughal rulers. So in 1752, Kashmir then passed from the Mughal Empire to the Durrani Empire under the rule of Ahmad Shah Abdali, who was the powerful ruler of Afghanistan. And he ruled Kashmir for a period of around 70 years, when in 1819, Kashmir was conquered by Maharaja Ranjit Singh, who was the Sikh ruler. So it is in 1819 that it came under the rulership of a Sikh ruler. And he had established one Ranjit Singh Dio as the commander of Jammu. And later on, who was the Dogra chief of Rajput descent. And his great-grandnephew was Gulab Singh. But in 1846, the Sikh lost the Anglo-Sikh war. And therefore, in the negotiations that ensued, the Sikh Maharaja was called upon to pay an indemnity of 1 crore rupees to East India Company. And he also had to forfeit large territories in Punjab. But as the Sikh Maharaja, the Sikh ruler, was not in a position to pay this war indemnity, he ceded all his hill territories from Beas River to Indus River, which includes this Kashmir Valley, to the Britishers. Now, this was entered into the Treaty of Lahore and mentioned in that treaty, where the Sikh ruler ceded his territories to the British. But the British were not so much interested in having an administration in Kashmir at that time. And Gulab Singh, who was also the ruler of Jammu and was the great-grandnephew of this Dogra chief of Rajput dynasty, who was ruling Jammu, he came forward and saw this opportunity, and he agreed to pay the war indemnity on behalf of the Sikh ruler. And he paid this 1 crore war indemnity to to the Britishers on a condition that the British give him the entire rule of Kashmir. And that is how the Treaty of Amritsar was signed on 16th March 1846, which marks the commencement of the history of Jammu and Kashmir state as a political entity. So this is how Gulab Singh became the Maharaja of state of Jammu and Kashmir. And it is the Hari Singh, the ruler of Jammu and Kashmir in 1947, is the great-grandson of Gulab Singh, Maharaja Gulab Singh. Maharaja Gulab Singh's son was Ranjit Singh, and then his son and Ranjit Singh's grandson is Gulab Singh. And Ranbir Singh is important because a lot of acts in Kashmir are known after Ranbir, because Ranbir Penal Code, Ranbir Code of Procedure, also the Constitution mentions him. So Gulab Singh was the Maharaja, and he succeeded his Gadi on 23rd September 1925. So since then, Maharaja Hari Singh is the ruler of Jammu and Kashmir, and he played an important part in acceding Jammu and Kashmir to India. But geographically, if we understand, Kashmir consisted of 4 natural regions. In the south is Jammu, in the center is the valley of Kashmir, in the north is Gilgit-Baltistan, and between Kashmir and Tibet is Ladakh. So Ladakh is predominantly Buddhist dynasty, and Buddhist people live there. But in the valley of Kashmir, Gilgit, majority are Muslims, whereas in Jammu, majority are Indians. So at the time of partition, around 77% of the entire population was Muslim, whereas only 20% were Hindus. And so it was very difficult for the Maharaja in 1947 to decide whether he wants to accede to India or Pakistan, as per the 3rd June plan of the Britishers when they were to leave India. And the paramountcy of the Britishers were to lapse. So Jammu and Kashmir was thinking whether to accede to India or Pakistan or to remain an independent because of the natural regions and the population it consists. Because if Hari Singh had acceded to India, it would certainly have had some repercussions in Gilgit, Baltistan, and some other areas. Whereas if it had acceded to India, to Pakistan, then the Jammus and the population of Jammu would be in some difficulty. So therefore, he was not able to decide. But he had, on 12th August 1947, entered into a standstill agreement with Pakistan. He also wrote a letter to the government of India saying, I want to enter into a standstill agreement with India. But India, at that time, the policy of India was to enter into both the Treaty of Accession as well as the Treaty of Standstill Agreement. Because standstill agreement only ensures continuity of trade, travel, communication, and similar services which were existing when the Britishers were having the paramountcy. So it was just a standstill agreement, but without a treaty of accession, instrument of accession, India was not willing to enter into a standstill agreement. So,
Jeet, I have a question here. In fact, you have explained beautifully that there was a Sikh rule established, and it was almost there for about 200 years and odd. And that is why there is a lot of Sikh lineage in Jammu and Kashmir area, and there are Dogras also there. But I think it's also open fact when you say the demography was 80-20 in favor of Muslim population. But during the Shah Jahan's reign and Aurangzeb reign, there were mass conversions done in Kashmir. And those brutal acts have been recorded in some of these gurdwaras in Delhi, where they pictorially depicts the history of Kashmir, where the atrocities were committed. And you say that 20% were Hindus, but the entire 80% population of Muslim descent were also Hindus 200 years back. So I think that is a slightly complex situation. But we would like to know exactly what happened after 1947 from you.
Yes, absolutely, Chandrakant. Yes, because till the 14th century, it was a Hindu and Buddhist dynasties which ruled. So certainly Mughals and Muslims came afterwards. So there must have been conversions. But then what happened is that Jammu and Kashmir entered into a standstill agreement with Pakistan, and also because there was contiguity with Pakistan as it was its neighboring state, and around 460 miles of border it covers with Pakistan. Also, Gilgit-Baltistan had contiguity and also road connections with Pakistan, and also the natural resources, the forest resources like timber, was being exported to Pakistan, and it was one of the major sources of revenue for Jammu and Kashmir. So they had a lot of trade with Pakistan and roads and connections in these areas like Gilgit-Baltistan, etc., which had immediate contiguity with the Pakistan dominion. So they had entered into this standstill agreement, but also talks were going on with Hari Singh, with the government of India, and Pakistan at that time had become insecure because of what had happened in Junagadh. And Junagadh, though India conducted a plebiscite, but Kashmir, the government of Pakistan was not so much in favor of conducting a plebiscite at that time. And the Lord Mountbatten, who was the last British Governor General, wanted the people to decide in case where there was a issue with regards to the ruler not being able to decide on which state to join. But because of this insecurity growing amongst Pakistan, and they stopped the supply of essential commodities in Jammu and Kashmir. So in that time, Jammu and Kashmir situation, especially Srinagar, was so bad that they had to request the government of India for 5,000 gallons of petrol to avoid complete breakdown of transport in Srinagar. And this is what the government of Pakistan was trying to play and pressurize Kashmir to accede to Pakistan. They were also conducting military pressure of hit and run and border raids in the border areas, and also trying to increase insurgency, which ultimately on 22nd October 1947 resulted into an around 5,000 to 10,000 raiders, the tribesmen, who attacked Kashmir, the state of Kashmir, and due to which on 24th October 1947, Hari Singh was extremely, the Maharaja, was in a precarious situation, and he made an urgent call to the government of India to help. So it is because of this call that Lord Mountbatten, Sardar Patel, Nehru all decided what was the next course to be done. But under the international law, the Indian army could not be in a position to send its troop to a autonomous state, because till that time, the state of Jammu and Kashmir was an independent state. So therefore, that was not feasible. And that would have created international pressure on India if it would have done so. So Lord Mountbatten, along with Sardar Patel, came to the conclusion that if the Maharaja was ready to accede to India, then India was in a position to send its army to Jammu and Kashmir. So therefore, on 25th of October, personals along with army, some members were sent to Kashmir, where they had a word with Raja Hari Singh, and he was asked to come to Jammu. And on 26th October, he agrees to enter into a treaty of accession and signs the treaty of accession, whereby he agrees to accede to India. So it is the instrument which was signed on 26th October 1947, by way of which the state of Jammu and Kashmir accedes to India, and which was accepted by the Governor General of India, stating that we are ready to accede to Jammu and Kashmir into India. So therefore, it is because of this treaty of accession. But I must mention one important article of this treaty of accession, which is very much material and which is right now being discussed. And it is the source of Article 370, which we popularly know. Because in the treaty of accession, Maharaja Hari Singh has mentioned and has been accepted by India is that nothing in this instrument shall be deemed to commit me in any way to the acceptance of any future constitution of India, or to fetter my discretion and to enter into arrangement with the government of India under any such future constitution. So therefore, the state of Jammu and Kashmir acceded with respect to three subjects, namely defense, communication, and external affairs. But it reserved its right to constitute its own constitution, and also not to concede or accept the Indian constitution as it is. So this is the clause in the instrument of accession due to which there was a special arrangement under the Indian Constitution, due to which an Article 370 was drafted, and it is through Article 370 that a special status was given to the state of Jammu and Kashmir to have an autonomy. So this is the basic history of 370. But on 26th October 1947, this instrument of accession was signed and was accepted by India. And on 27th October 1947, immediately after the accession morning, the Indian army was airlifted to Kashmir, and without much planning, because it was to be done immediately. At such a remarkably short notice, around 100 civilian and Indian Air Force planes were mobilized to fly troops and equipments and supplies to Srinagar. The Indian Air Force and the civilian pilots rose to the occasion and worked heroically to make the airlift a success. And this was at that time unprecedented and one of its kinds operation, which was undertaken by the Indian Army. Even Lord Mountbatten, who was the supreme allied commander in the Southeast Asia and had an experience of a lot of wars, even he said that an airlift of this nature put into operation at such a short notice was never heard of. So when the troops landed in Srinagar, the raiders, though, were in Baramulla. And therefore, the troops immediately advanced to Baramulla and were able to disperse the said raiders. And ultimately, the situation was brought under control by the Indian by the end of November in 1947. But thereafter, there was even Pakistan had entered, brought their military, and there was almost a war between India and Pakistan, which lasted for around a year. And Pakistan occupied a lot of territories in Kashmir, which is known as the Pakistan occupied Kashmir. Now, at that time, by that time, the issue of Kashmir was taken over by the Ministry of External Affairs, which was headed by Jawaharlal Nehru. And therefore, the Ministry of States was not concerned with the issue of Kashmir, because it had already acceded into India. And therefore, it went away from the hands of Sardar Patel into the hands of Mr. Nehru. But on 31st December 1947, India sent a complaint to the United Nations Security Council, appealing it to help in order to secure peace, and therefore the appeal was made under the UN Charter, and India went to the United Nations in order to secure peace and a plebiscite. So this is how, in 1949, the United Nations Committee on India and Pakistan was formed based on our complaint to the United Nations, which sent its delegates and its report and its recommendations. But Sheikh Abdullah was made the Prime Minister of Jammu and Kashmir by the Maharaja Hari Singh at that time. So this is how the accession of Jammu and Kashmir took place by way of a war with Pakistan, and ultimately sending the Indian troops, and ultimately the Maharaja Hari Singh acceding to sign the treaty of the instrument of accession on 26th October 1947, that J&K became a part of the Indian Union.
This is very, very important lessons for us to learn, how such a critical and large state also got united into India. And why Pakistan was so much interested in acquiring Jammu and Kashmir. Some people say that it's because of water. So what is your opinion? Because all the water which flows into Pakistan emerges from this area. From your point of view, is it the water treaty which was causing trouble in the mind of Pakistani rulers at that time?
In fact, I think it was water as well as trade, and also contiguity, and also some areas of Kashmir, because of its demography, that Pakistan was very much keen on acquiring Kashmir as a part of the Pakistan Union. But Kashmir, I think even the Maharaja wanted to have a separate and independent state. But since because of this attack, he had to join and accede into India, and we had a special relationship with the state of Jammu and Kashmir by having Article 370. But basically, Pakistan immediately after coming into existence, within 3 to 4 months, because 14th August 1947, they also became independent along with India, and two dominions were formed. But within 3 to 4 months, they acted in such a manner to prejudice the people of Kashmir that Kashmir had to accede to India. So therefore, the conduct of Pakistan at that time, by sending these raiders along with the Pakistani army, training these raiders and invading Kashmir, was absolutely unjustified and a breach of international law.
Well, Jeet, J&K or Jammu and Kashmir is not the only state in India which had 370. There was Nagaland also that had 370. But then I think when India approached United Nations and UN rightfully said that it has to be done on the basis of democratic rights of the people, and the plebiscite was supposed to be done. So why it has not been conducted? Do you have any opinion on that?
Well, yes, the commission formed by the United Nations on India and Pakistan, through its resolution of 13th August 1948, carried out certain arrangements for the plebiscite, which were to be carried out by both India and Pakistan, wherein the Pakistan had to withdraw its troop as well as all the raiders from the region of Jammu and Kashmir. Also, it had to hand over the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir to India, to the Indian territory, because as per the Treaty of Accession, it became the part of Indian Union. Also, it had asked the Indian government to withdraw its troop and only necessary in order to secure law and order were to be kept. Otherwise, all the troops were to be withdrawn. But Pakistan, in order to comply with this condition, never complies, and it never neither asked the raiders to withdraw, neither it withdrew its troop from the Pakistan occupied Kashmir, and it also never handed over the Pakistan occupied Kashmir to Indian Union, and therefore the plebiscite fell through and was not possible to conduct a plebiscite under the auspice of United Nations. So that is the reason why it could never happen.
So I think a lot of water has flown under the bridge. It's been almost like 72 years, and now finally it looks like, it appears so, that J&K has been finally integrated in 2019. From your point of view, what has happened really in 2019, and how Indian government integrated the entire region into India?
Well, in 2019, the presidential order was passed, whereby it, and the constitutional amendment, whereby it deleted Article 370 and Article 35A from the Constitution. And also it withdrew all the earlier presidential orders which were passed by the president from 1951 onwards. So yes, Jammu and Kashmir was part of Indian Union, but the special status that was given under Article 370 was revoked, and Article 335A, which provided the state of Jammu and Kashmir to enact laws, was also taken with regards to the permanent residents, and also with regards to immovable property and settlements in the state and employment. And therefore, now it has become a union territory rather than a state. So that is how they have integrated Jammu and Kashmir now as a union territory into the Indian Union.
I think your narration about the events which preceded after the independence of India, and in the past episodes we have discussed about Junagadh and Hyderabad, and this is a third one where a very complicated situation arose, and it has taken a lot of years, a lot of sacrifices of our soldiers and civilians to integrate J&K finally into India in 2019. So Jeet, is it final, or the matter is still under courts, sub judice? What is going on right now?
So yes, this constitutional amendment has been challenged before the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court has already constituted a constitution bench to decide on this issue of Article 370. The matter is sub judice and pending before the Supreme Court for adjudication. So that will decide the finality on the issue of the state of Jammu and Kashmir.
All right. So we'll keep visiting this particular subject because I think the matter is still in Supreme Court and decision will be taken. So, but until now, I think this is very, very important. The way you explained, right from very early beginning, almost 1,000 years back till now, what has happened. It is very valuable lesson for all of us. So thank you, Jeet, for finding time and coming to our show today, explaining this very important lesson from history.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for having me.
So I'll catch you in the next episode. Until then, I'd like to say goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
We have some unique Akulmak memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of these beautiful Akulmak gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmak and smash that like button.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmak Technologies, and today in the video I would like to give my views about the collaboration, online collaboration tool which are cloud based, and we have launched one such tool for Indian wealth management, financial services, insurance type companies. Uh, Now the idea is basically when their officers are engaging with their high net worth customers, then they have to spend a lot of time in traveling, crossing the traffic, meeting the client, convincing him, and so on and so forth. What if they are able to sit in their office and have a secure video session with them? During the video session, they can actually talk about their product in much more length, and there is complete secrecy maintained. There is complete IP secrecy maintained. At the same time, if there is some form to be filled, the client can fill the form, and the financial advisor can guide him step by step on how to fill these forms. All of these steps are recorded in an audit trail, and with 128-bit encryption, and all of this is available for future scrutiny, etc. So the advantage in this collaboration tool is, one, the finance officer is not traveling and going through, wasting a lot of time going through the traffic, and so on and so forth. At the same time, he can then service more number of clients. For example, if he is traveling from his office to the HNI customer, he will have to considering the time spent in going from one point to the other point, and so on and so forth. On an average, if they can manage 3 to 4 meetings in a day, with our tool, which is called Busy Desk, they can have 10 engagements. So this way, their profitability in terms of utilization of their time can be much better utilized, and they can do a better job in terms of managing their client. At the same time, client need not wait or plan a specific meeting with his finance advisor. He can take the call as and when he is free in his own leisure time. So these are some salient feature of Busy Desk, which we have launched in India, and we feel there is a huge potential for adaptation of this particular tool, specifically with insurance agent, insurance aggregators, banks, wealth managers, and similar companies like this, even brokers who have the customer dealings. So with this, I would like to just leave this at this particular point, and look forward to meeting the insurance and banking players and giving them this demo of how powerful this tool is. Thank you very much and see you next time. Bye bye.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmak Live. My name is Chandrakant. And as you know that we are passing through a pandemic situation, especially in India, where the rise of the second wave has been almost exponential, and based on the declared figures of the infection or the people who are infected is quite alarming. And we have also heard that all kinds of different mutation about the viruses, and definitely this will have impact on the business. So what we want to discuss today is with this new wave coming our way, and the IMF had declared very good growth numbers for India. Will it impact the growth? And in this situation, what businesses should do to make a course correction and stay relevant, maybe recalibrate? So this is the point of discussion today. But before we start our discussion, a word on the giveaway. Akulmak works with many SMEs and startups world over, helping them in not only building their sales and marketing teams, but also help them in improving their success rate. As you can see, we have summarized our years of knowledge into these easy to follow steps, which can be used by any smart leader to promote their group or a company. In order to encourage people to take the right step at the right time, we have used this proprietary graph in our corporate memorabilia so that the knowledge can be accessed by whoever, whenever, wherever it is needed. You can become eligible to get one of these beautiful gifts delivered to your doorstep for free. All you need to do is to subscribe our channel and smash that like button. Also, please watch this entire video and provide your valuable comments, suggestions, or you could also share your experiences. Person with the best comment and interaction would be chosen to become a free recipient of one of these displayed items here. In addition, we would invite you to Akulmak Live to participate in our show as a distinguished panelist. What are you waiting for, friends? Go for it. Now, let's get back to our discussion. Hello, friends. Let me introduce our guest today. He is Jeremy Blaine, and he joins us from UK. He is a management guru, and he is also a best-selling author. We are very honored to have Jeremy on our show. Welcome to the show, Jeremy.
Thank you very much. What a great introduction, especially the author bit. 2 weeks on from launch.
Well, I think your book is already doing so well, and it's also ranked among the top 10 books across the world. I think it's an achievement.
Yeah, I'm really, in fact, it feels a little bit unreal. You know, you're a little bit worried when it comes out, but the topic, which is about empowering others, unleashing the power of people and how to do it, seems to be just right for now. So it's hit a hot button, and I've been delighted with the reviews that are now starting to come up, and the consistency of how it's being picked up out there. So it's for me, it's really astonishing, but I'm so grateful.
Well, I wish you all the best, Jeremy, and I'm sure these numbers become real. The today's topic that we want to discuss is about the pandemic situation, which is now unfolding in India. And as you know, India is a very populous country, and it is much bigger than EU, including UK put together. And in terms of population, it is United States and EU put together. That is the kind of people that we have in this country. And the new cases which are being reported by the government, various state governments and the central government, are literally going like a proper J curve, exponential growth of the virus infection. And the worrisome fact that I came to know is that it's a different mutation which might be happening in India. So we don't know much about it because it has not been reported officially. And again, an unofficial truth that we have heard is it might start infecting below 20 population, which is below 20. So our kids are going to get vulnerable, which is about 41% of the population. And while all this is happening, there were very good projections from IMF about India, the growth of 12%. I'm sure with the new lockdown which is now looming over our head, these businesses will have to recalibrate themselves now again. What is your opinion on this?
Yeah, well, we've just come out of our sort of semi-third lockdown here in the UK, and and I can understand it, and I think countries like Brazil, like the US, like India, who are finding some of these mutated strains coming out, it's really kind of putting a full stop on what the narrative has been around getting back to business, around becoming normal again. And I think there's been a dramatic underestimation in many countries around the world around what that actually means. So we've just come out of this latest lockdown where it's been 3 months and a really tough one, I have to say. But we just don't know if there's going to be another one coming up. There's a lot of optimism, and I think governments around the world, including our own, want to put a positive spin on it. They want to say, we're on top of it. We've got a great vaccination program going and so on. But, what about these mutated strains? So from a business perspective, there's still a lot of uncertainty out there. And there are two camps in business. The first is the more positive one, are those businesses that had already started to transform before we came into 2020 and then accelerated through the pandemic and saw where the reality was, with a view to say there won't be going back to normal after that anymore. This is the new way, hybrid working, partly office, partly remotely, choice, asynchronous working, all of these kind of things. So they've geared themselves up digitally and from a human capital point of view that way. But then the others, who have just been kind of limping along and struggling because they've been focused more on survival than they have been on kind of the long term. They've become very short term, and quite understandably in cases. And they've been going kind of week to week, month to month around the numbers. And the problem is that might be sustainable over the first and second wave. But if we get third waves and fourth waves, it's not sustainable for the long term. So the cost to business and to leaders who are not as enlightened in terms of thinking about how to really pivot their business, I think are going to really suffer, where those ones that have already accelerated their transformation and have embraced this next normal, regardless of whether there will be another wave or not, are going to succeed better. But I think there's a big risk out there.
Yes, in fact, I'm also quite worried now looking at the exponential rise in cases, and this time it is different because the virus is spreading faster than the first wave. The rate of infection is very, very high, and people are not taking too much precautions because they thought that it's already gone and we've got the vaccination and it's end of story. So as we call them covidiots, there are many here, and they're just going out and doing their business as usual, and the virus is on the rise, and it is also mutating. And incidentally, in India, we find all kinds of mutation. We have a UK strain being reported, we have Brazilian, also South African, and also this new one which is more infectious, and it may infect the younger generation, which is about 41%. So situation is a bit worrisome, at least when we are sort of confined to our homes. We don't have social interaction. So when we look at the TV and hear the news, it looks worrisome. I'm not sure how it is outside in the field. Yeah.
Well, it's kind of interesting looking into India, because I think you've got the central government trying to control the states who have different approaches to this. As we've talked about, I know before, some states are practicing herd immunity, some are going ahead as business as normal. The central government is trying to drive more testing so that there's more recording, but that's difficult to do as well. So you've got all of these kind of disparate decision making happening, and a lot of it, because also there are elections in some of those states, a lot of it are kind of not entirely driven by making the right decision. It's about making the decision which is potentially right for them or the party or for what that is. And that happens everywhere. I mean, and you see that even at the highest governmental level, if we consider Brazil, and and how Bolsonaro's decision making in Brazil has caused what is an absolute travesty and a tragedy across the country, in many different ways, and he is now finally being held accountable, or the starts of this is happening. So I think there are and in India it's like it's time, I think, for the central government to kind of put their foot down and say, we've got to do something, particularly if we've got double mutated strains, if we've got the younger generation now more likely to be infected, and potentially with the new strains, so it could impact them more, which would be crippling for India if that happened. And so some brave decision making may be needed, and it's exactly the same in business. Brave decision making is needed, and particularly as some countries are moving to normalize what they're doing, those brave leaders are the ones that are not just focused on now recovering their business, but they have, as far as their leadership sort of radar, how do we protect the community, our people, that is, and the people externally to our businesses, so that when we are practicing normal business, we're doing it in a safe way, in a safer way. We're protecting the people that we're seeing, our customers, the communities within which we serve. So it's exactly the same. So whatever level your leadership is, from government level right down to business level to startup level, everybody has that responsibility now, a planet-wide responsibility to society to protect people, while at the same time trying to build a more solid base for what the future might look like, which is a hard act to do. But it is time that actually the good of the many started to trump the good of the few.
I think you made a very valid point. So, from your point of view, what is the type of business people should recalibrate to? Because we have been saying for almost like 1 year that the digital embracement has to be done, and this change which the virus has made is going to last for a decade now at least. So now going forward, what is your advice to the business houses, how they can leverage the new digital age, and what all can be done? Because I think it's very easy to say that, hey, let's go digital, but what all can be done? If you have any inputs on that, it'll be great.
Yeah, well, I think this is again, it's the two camps. The one camp that says, I can't wait to get back to normal, which normal was how we used to do things. And the camp that says, actually, we can do things better. We found new possibilities and ways of working. Even if we were digitally enabled to start with, we found new creative ways, not just to work with our customers and internally, but also to innovate new products. And there's lots of examples like that. So I think there is the new model, which is being most talked about now, is the hybrid working model, which is we will embrace the best of both worlds. So we do recognize that, for example, the face-to-face element of doing business is critically important, but we can do that in a safer way. So we could say to our people, we could say to the way that we work with customers, is that we might cut our face-to-face interactions down by half, or by even greater than that, so that then we will have a rota system, but whereby you can work from the office for 2.5 days or 3 days, and then it's remote working for the rest of the time, and you can choose where you remote work as well. This is another thing that's happening. It doesn't have to be home working. It could be in dedicated spaces around where you are. So there's a few companies experimenting with specific co-working spaces where they might have employees, not large offices, but places where they could have a hub of more manageable numbers of people to go behind. But of course, everything is underpinned by the most appropriate digital technologies, and we shouldn't be frightened by that, because all we're talking about really is what are the most appropriate tools that enable communication, collaboration, and efficient working and productive working, to unleash the human potential. So, while we might be doing it remotely, we still want that human touch, like we're talking about right now. So I think the big difference for businesses is finding not just a quick fix from a technology point of view, but finding what is most appropriate for your business and the way that you work together and with customers, because it may not be like the latest fashion or the latest technology that people are talking about. It might not be your Slacks. It might not be, your Zooms anymore. It might be something different. So you've got to find what's right for your business rather than rushing from one place to the next and finding certain things work, but certain things don't. Then, of course, CK, the one thing that we haven't talked about here is that within all of that, the big lack actually has been supporting training and development behind this. So to upskill people in the new knowledge that they need to manage all of these things and work in different ways, the new behaviors that they need to display when they're doing it in hybrid working, and how they interact when they're with technology, and the new skills that they need to not just embrace the technology side, but find slightly different ways of using their communication skills so that they can still demonstrate a very strong empathy and human touch, even through a camera, as well as when they're face to face. So I think there's a lot of things in place, but actually what a lot of my customers particularly are realizing is they've not spent enough on the training and development side that supports it, and then the repurposing of management to support them through coaching behind and support behind the well-being, coaching behind the new skills, and helping people work more independently and asynchronously versus how they used to do before.
Well, I think you made a very interesting point, Jeremy. In fact, a few days back, we had in the medical section in our program, we had a doctor, and we actually discussed about Zoom fatigue. And surprisingly, that video is trending, and even today there are people watching that video. So I think you're right in a way. And I was trying to relate and thinking about my conversation with the doctor, and when you were talking, is that not enough being done, because while Zoom is there, it can take your 2D image and show it to you. But I think what we need is an AI based video conferencing, which I don't see any solution right now.
Yeah, it's a good point, that actually, CK, and I think you and I, we operate both our businesses through this little hole here that we see on top of our on top of our screen or wherever it is, and I totally get what you're saying. I mean, after I do a 2-hour or 3-hour class, what I find I've done a lot of staring, not enough blinking. I'm active listening to the extent that you realize that you didn't do it quite as well when you were face to face, and I find it really tiring, and quite straining, and it can give you headaches, it can give you this, but then you've done a year of this, so you've got to ask what's the impact on your health if you're not managing yourself correctly, kind of doing this. But it's as well as having that AI technology that can help it, it's doing those human things, I think, which is getting up after an hour or taking off your glasses, looking into the distance, giving your eyes some relaxation, going out for a walk for half an hour. Lots more small breaks really have made a benefit. And I've had to, I talk about this stuff, but I fall into the same traps, and I'm supposed to be aware of it. It's crazy.
Isn't it? I mean, I think you're looking for a solution which will give you some respite, some sort of a personal touch where you can have a cup of coffee with people without any agenda. It's not always agenda which drives people when it comes to a relationship. So I think that is what is missing. And from my point of view, if we don't have that, then it's quite difficult to embrace the digital wave if there is no support like that.
Yeah, I agree.
So I think there is a gap in the industry. While we say that the pandemic is here to last longer, I think it will mutate, and virus is quite intelligent from the evolution point of view. It will find ways to infect us again and again and keep going around the earth. One day, some strain is discovered somewhere, and then the other day it is, the cases are found some other country which is like 12 hours away. Even though we are not traveling. So virus has its own way. So we have to understand that while the new entrepreneurs must understand that the market is very, very ripe right now to create new avenues. And I think Zoom is the base platform. Zoom, Google, or any of these platforms are the base. And from here, you can now. I'm thinking that even Zoom can start doing this because they have the base already. They have the charge model, and they can include the AI engine so that you can have breakout sessions, you can have coffee breaks, you can roam around you can transfer your call from desktop to mobile to your tabs, etc. So those capabilities should be present in order to really take our business on the digital bandwagon.
Well, and of course, we were talking even before this pandemic about mixed reality, so virtual plus, and then probably more appropriate for big business, augmented reality, so that where you can, but nobody was really geared up for that, so it was a technology that we were talking about a little bit and was in pockets. It was used in certain technical trainings, and it was starting to be developed more of as an office tool, so people from around the world could come as avatars into rooms. We could wear headsets and we could be more immersive, and I think that would be actually a much better way of doing it, because if you have the tools like that where you can actually walk around as well as you're doing it, as long as you've got some space where you can't trip up on everything, actually you can start to have some quite different interactions. So I've been actually surprised that we haven't heard more around augmented or mixed reality solutions that are here. It kind of proves to me that they're not quite fit for purpose yet. And while there was a lot out there in terms of flash and some great as in some kind of great things that we would see and some great marketing behind it, the reality is quite different. But that could be the way forward. And I think unleashing technologies like 5G, for example, or the microcomb technology, these are the technologies where perhaps something like that could really come into its own, and maybe that's the next step for us within the next year. CK, who knows?
Well, I see this happening this year. At least the need is there this year itself, and the same is true for schools, because I think the children are missing out a lot of interaction, the school environment. I think same is true for schools. So I think you mentioned very vital points. I'm sure viewers will get some ideas, entrepreneurs will get some ideas, and if somebody is looking for any help on advice how to go about it, they can reach out to Jeremy, or they can reach out to us. We'll make the connection happen. So that some guidance can be provided to the new entrepreneurs and startups and SMEs. So it was pleasure talking to you, Jeremy, after almost a month. It's always a pleasure to know new things and learn new habits for business.
It's great. Thank you very much for having me, CK. A very vital discussion I think we've had there.
Thank you so much, and we will catch up in our show next month.
Will do. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello friends, welcome to Akul Mac Live, and in the leadership section today we have a very distinguished personality joining us from Jaipur. His name is Mr. Naveen Toshniwal. He's an industrialist and he also have a hobby of practicing grapho analysis and graphotherapy. So without further ado, let's welcome Naveen to our show, and we will learn more about graphotherapy.
Hello, how are you? Hope all well.
Welcome to the show, Naveen, and everything is fine. And I think our viewers are liking the new concept of graphotherapy and analysis. So basically, the question that a lot of people have asked is how actually this therapy works, in much more detail. So what is your opinion on, to start with, what is the prerequisite to come for a graphotherapy?
See, in the initial episodes, we had discussed about how the mind is linked with the strokes in the handwriting. Whatever is there in the mind, it comes out by way of strokes through the hand and through the pen on the paper. So when we make a conscious effort to change the strokes, it impacts our subconscious to change us. So this is how the therapy actually works. And remember, it is not an overnight process. You have to keep some patience for about 3 weeks of time, and you have to devote 5 minutes a day to practice the recommended or prescribed therapy so that you can feel the desired changes in this duration of about 3 weeks.
Well, Naveen, I think this is where the therapy starts. But let's understand that a personality may have multiple traits which needs correction, and obviously some of the traits will take longer time, some traits will take shorter time, and you are providing therapy for 3 weeks. So, what is the basic? So, I'm assuming this is a basic therapy where you can actually correct some of the attributes, but if certain attributes require more time or a break between two therapy sessions, what is the optimum time frame from your experience a person would need to have a holistic improvement in personality?
See, in the first step, we go in for the therapy of the most important traits which require changes. For example, if someone is having low confidence level, or or someone is not able to define goals, long-term goals properly. So we will start with those basic and important therapies, and thereafter we go in for the other minor changes. When we start feeling the changes, we are doing for the basic therapy. See, as you rightly said, every trait has a different stroke in the handwriting. So it is not possible to give multiple stroke corrections at a time, because then the mind will get confused. How many stroke changes you will practice at a time to actually change yourself? It is not easy, because you have a fixed pattern of handwriting, and if I tell you to correct 5 strokes or 6 strokes at a time, it will not be easy. So we always go in for the therapy in phases, in short phases, so that you are able to make the changes comfortably, and you are also able to observe the changes. Now I'll show you some chart which will give you an idea how it goes. Now see, in this chart, this T bar going up indicates a person who is ambitious, and a T bar going low like this indicates person who is lacking self-confidence or has self-doubt. Now a T bar going to the right is temper, and T bar going to the left is procrastination. Now, if someone has to be given therapy, if someone is having strokes with the T bar is going low, and in some places it is also going to the right, that shows a person is lacking confidence in abilities as well as having short temper. And this person, since the T bar is going low, the long-term goals are also not well defined. Then we will recommend a therapy to consciously make the T bars like this, where the T bar is cutting towards the top of the stem. So this will take care of 3 things at a time. One is defining long-term goal. Second is developing confidence in abilities or getting over self-doubt. And third is getting over temper, because you are not taking the T bar to the right, you are cutting it in the center. So with one T bar, you are able to correct 3 strokes, 3 traits. Now let us take this lower loops, where we have a straight downstroke Y, which is for strong determination. And then we have a loop like this, which is showing creativity, and a half loop like this, which is showing that the person's creativity is not being utilized. So I may give a therapy to complete the Jeev loops so that the person is able to properly utilize their talents, their creativity. A straight downstroke like this indicates determination. So if someone has to be given strokes to develop determination, then we will tell them to finish Y ending word with a straight downstroke like this. So this helps to make up the determination. So these are just examples which I'm giving to show how actually the therapy is done. But remember one thing, most important thing, never do therapy on your own, because therapy will be based on the complete assessment of the characteristic of a person. I'll give you a small example. Suppose someone, we have to develop his willpower. So there is a stroke for willpower by correcting the T bar. But you have to be very careful that the person does not have any negative traits like dishonesty or extreme temper. Because, if you increase the willpower of a person who is having extreme temper or dishonesty, don't you think the increasing the willpower will actually make him move in a negative direction? So never try to do therapy on your own. It is always based on the entire analysis of the personality so that a correct therapy can be developed for the person.
Well, I think you have answered the question that was lurking in my mind is about how much is the involvement. So I'm assuming that it's a couple of weeks, Naveen, the first session or the one session which is correction of few things which are easier to correct. How much time it will take? 2 weeks or 3 weeks?
See, generally, as per my experience, people get the desired changes within 3 weeks. Some people start feeling the changes after 2 weeks. Some people may start experiencing some changes even after 4 to 5 days. Some people may not experience so much of changes even after 3 weeks. Then we extend the therapy for another week or so. But in general, in a time of about 3 weeks, we are able to see the changes which we are experiencing. For example, if someone is having irritability, just by changing the irritability stroke in the eye, the person may be able to actually judge that, oh yes, I can feel the irritability is going down. The same situation, if the person had faced earlier, he would have probably felt very irritated, but now that irritation is lesser. So this is how we observe in the first 3 weeks.
So, Naveen, who's more easy to mold? Is it the youngsters, which are very easily moldable, or is it the elderly people who are easily moldable, who understand these things? What is your experience?
Nothing like that, Zav. Actually, anyone who is interested in self-improvement and anyone who does the therapy with a dedicated effort by spending only 5 minutes a day will definitely feel the changes. Whether they are youngsters, whether they are old people, whether they are middle-aged, that doesn't matter at all. The stroke changes, if done consciously, will affect anyone and everyone.
Have you ever faced a situation where the person who you are trying to improve turns back and say two things? One, uh, well, it is not possible for me. It's not happening. I am trying very hard to change this stroke, but it is not happening. Other condition could be that, hey, I have changed, but my attitude is still the same. Have you encountered such people during your therapy sessions?
Yes, see, there are people who face difficulties initially because, see, someone has a set pattern of handwriting, which you are consciously trying to change by making an effort. So initial 2-3 days are a little tough to adjust, but then I tell the client that, okay, you keep patience. Even if the strokes are going wrong, don't worry. No need to cut it and correct it. When you're writing the next line in the therapy, make sure that the correction is done consciously. So it is just a matter of habit and keeping patience that the handwriting or the stroke changes which has been recommended, they slowly get set as per what is required in the desired therapy. And the second part of your question, someone saying that they have not felt the results, by God's grace, that has not come till today. Anyone to whom I have given therapy and they have done it dedicatedly, they have definitely come with the changes. Yes, those people who have been very loose, that okay, I forgot today or I didn't get time. Now, didn't get time is a very lame excuse, because finding 5 minutes a day is no excuse at all. Maybe the seriousness to do the therapy was not there, so then you will not get the desired changes. You have to devote the time with a positive mind that yes, I am doing this therapy for my own good, to improve myself. The results are bound to come. There is no if and but about it.
Excellent. I think this is very positive information that you have given, that this therapy works, whatever the case may be, if it is done seriously with positive attitude. So now let's talk about the therapy session. What is the process? Is it the engagement starts with an interview, or you want to first talk to people and then say that, hey, come to my therapy session, and this is what end result you will get? How does it go? I mean, if you can share that.
See, the first step is doing the detailed analysis, like I had done for you, if you remember in the first meeting. So there we are analyzing the complete personality of a person by determining individual traits. Then after that first initial discussion of about half an hour, 45 minutes, I will tell the client to spend some time, go through the analysis which has been done, and then make up the mind what are the things they want to improve first, what are the traits they want to tackle first as an improvement. Then we will discuss maybe after a few hours or maybe the next day that okay, I want to make these changes in my personality or in my character. Then we will decide the therapy to which will lead to the changes in those characteristics. So the first step will be to I will give a line which will have the particular strokes which are to be corrected. Those strokes are to be practiced for 1 week. After 1 week, I will talk to them and then assess what changes they are feeling. And thereafter, I will make a slight change in the therapy for the second week. Then at the end of the second week, again, we will have a discussion. And in the third week, I will again make a slight change in the therapy. So it's a course for 3 weeks, by the end of which you will be able to experience and feel the results.
Well, I think this is a very interesting concept, and viewers who are watching this must listen each and every word of this conversation very carefully. And if you want to try this therapy to improve your personality, your leadership quotient, I think you must contact Naveen for taking his time to fixing your appointment for the therapy. And if you're not able to reach him, you can reach us directly and we will make the connection happen. By the way, we have the India Business Bunker Forum happening on 7th of January this week, where Naveen will be also present. So just in case, if you have any questions, you also join live and ask your question during January 7th event, which is starting at 2:30, from 2:30 to 3:30, which will allow the people to interact with Naveen live on any social media platform. So Naveen ji, thank you so much for joining us. And it was pleasure to know a little bit more about how the therapy with regard to grapho analysis and graphotherapy are being conducted. It was a learning experience for us.
Thank you so much. My pleasure.
All right, Naveen. So I'll say goodbye and I'll catch you during the India Business Bunker meeting on January 7th. And you have a good day. And viewers, you can actually write to us. The email will be published at the end of this video. You can write directly to us and we will make the connection happen. But don't forget to join India Business Bunker and interact with Naveen live during the show. and I'll catch you in the next one.
Good morning, Neville.
Good morning, CK. Did you have a good weekend?
Yes, the weekend was good. In fact, it was quite busy. Although we watched a few movies, but weekend didn't feel like a weekend. It was like a working day.
And it'll feel like a working day for lots of people, because we need to be very careful now, because for those that aren't used to working at home, the weekend has disappeared. So you need to make sure you take that break. You and I are, are seasoned professionals in this arena, in that our business is almost 24/7, but we take breaks in the week because we know that the weekend might be busy. So there's a message for everybody here. Take some breaks. This is day, what now? Day 6?
Today's day 6
of lockdown? Day 6 of lockdown. And let's face it, although there's another 15 days planned, we expect that to be extended. Even the Western world, even Donald Trump now is being aware that perhaps we need to take this a bit more seriously, and we might need to extend the measures. So let's take a leaf out of their book. But you watched some video. You watched some TV and some movies. What movie did you watch?
Yeah, so I watched the kid movie, but I think more important subject which I would like to inform you is that there is no news at all, actually, because there is nothing happening. Everything is in lockdown, except there was one news which was sort of a fake news, and that created little bit of chaos in certain parts of India. And as you know, Neville, India has a huge migrant population. The people who work as laborers on daily wages. So some troll told them or gave them the impression that they can go back to their native places, to their villages, and there will be buses available to ferry them from major urban areas to rural areas. So although this message or this troll is under investigation, because I think it looks like there might be a conspiracy to against India as a country to spread the virus into rural population, which is so far not affected by that. It's only the urban centers. So I think that is the only news which created a global news, because India lockdown is a global news. India is controlling the count of corona patient is an edge above 1,000 in a population of 1.3 billion. So it is controlling quite good. So this basically created a bit of a anxiety, but the government stopped this whole nonsense timely. All the migrant workers who flocked on the bus stations across a few major centers across India, they were given shelter and food, and they are not going to their respective homes. So they have been stopped. Government is taking good care of them. So this is
that's brilliant. And the interesting thing was, it did go global. I mean, I saw exactly that, and it was covered on not just the BBC, which is supposed to be very factual news. I mean, they covered what the news was giving, and you might say it's not very good investigative journalism. Nearly got that word right. Because they really didn't look at the real issue here. Because, as you say, it was fake. Someone had put some fake news out there. And this is going to happen all the time. And it happens in business all the time too. And our audience listening today, we need to focus on that one thing.
Fake news will affect you if you stop thinking. If you allow hearsay to work, not just in your social life, but more importantly, we're talking about our business life, you will make the best decisions on facts. So make sure you get the facts. If there's a gap in your understanding, don't fill it with assumptions and supposition. Fill it with thoughts, expectations, what ifs. Because as you say, that fake news wasn't just limited to India. It went viral. It was covered on the BBC News, not once, not twice, but 4 or 5 times in the same day. So they just repeated and repeated and repeated. And by the end of the day, I actually believed what I was hearing because I'd heard it so many times. And the other thing is they're putting it out on all of the BBC channels, on the World News, on radio. It's on BBC One News, it's on BBC Two News, it's on BBC Three News, it's on BBC Four News. So eventually I'm going to believe it. Unless I start to ask the questions. Now I'm lucky enough, I've got you. You know, my Johnny on the spot, my man on the ground, who is a very smart individual and he's living it. And you know the facts. Now, the point is, that's a really good example. If you don't believe it, phone a friend. Phone a friend who's actually really good thinking. Not who's going to be affected by this shiny spoon mentality, shiny objects. You know, we all know what it's easy to follow shiny objects. We can all follow them everywhere and be very unproductive. But get the facts. And you get the facts by talking to people like you and using this. And that's the message for this week. There's lots of fake news. It's going to be out there in spades. You know that your business is going to be the best if you act on information that's right. So get the facts.
And I think the message is there for BBC also because they are not getting any news anywhere. So they are also struggling to create their own program. So they get some negative news about some country which is not their native country, and they keep repeating in all the channels, you know. So if you repeat it 100 times, people start believing. So
Yep. And the thing is, you know, they're not to know until someone says that's wrong. Because they're just reporting news. Businesses don't work on news. Businesses work on facts. You know, it's a small word, and facts actually come from information and using this. So garbage in, garbage out. That's what we don't want to be working with. So I say the message this week is don't create something, don't fill a gap because it needs filling, you need to do it. And it works. You know it works, I know it works. So that's the simple message today, day 6 of lockdown. Get the facts. And then your business is going to be in a far better shape.
great, Neville. So how your day looks like today? Are you also in lockdown like us, or?
Yeah, we're locked down. We've been in lockdown for a little bit longer than you. You know, as we speak, I can hear things happening outside. Our refuse disposal is still working, so there are still things working. The ambulances and police sirens are still out there, but the birds are singing. The air is clearer. You know, when you put your face out the front door, it's a cooler breeze and it's clearer air. So there are some positives about this. And the other thing is, let's think forward now. Lots of people have become very productive working from home. The really good businesses are going to mix and match working from home, working from the office, because they now know that you're on day 6. You know, you've had effectively 3 days, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, of not traveling to the office. That's saved you, on average, 6 hours. An hour, most people travel good 45 minutes or an hour to the office. So you've got 6 hours you've gained in your life. But are you using it productively? That's the question. Wouldn't you prefer to have 6 more hours? And this week, it'll be 10 hours, 2 hours a day. Fantastic. Use it. Fill the brain with facts.
Yes, Neville, absolutely. I think we got extra hours which we can utilize productively. And I will catch you tomorrow to check how the lockdown in London is affecting. And I will also share how my lockdown is working in India.
And don't forget, everyone, remember to thank all the people that are having to work and having to save our lives. You know, let's not forget those. So keep them in your prayers all the time. But yes, CK, I'll see you tomorrow. London will still be here. And so will all of India. So let's get after it.
Sure. Take care, be safe, and bye-bye for today.
Hello friends, this is Akul Mac Live and my name is Chandrakant. Budgeting sometimes can be very scary word, you know, because many people don't know how to do budgeting, and especially now a lot of solopreneurs, a lot of entrepreneurs, they have to do a lot of budgeting in terms of when to forecast an expense, when to forecast inflow, and not only for the business people but also for everyone, you know. And that is one of the subjects that we did not learn during the school days. So it is very interesting. And to discuss this matter, I have a very special guest in the studios. We will be only discussing briefly about budgeting, but the main discussion will follow through on Friday in a group discussion in our program called You Should Have Learned in School But You Didn't. So this is just a precursor. So let us welcome our guest in the studio without further ado. Welcome back, friends. And this is an interesting episode where we actually discuss about what you should have learned at school, but you didn't. And to discuss a very interesting subject today, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Neville Gona.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Yes, everything you should have learned at school but didn't. Fascinating arena. There are millions of things we should have learned at school while we had the opportunity to do it in our comfort zone where there were no risks. And that's why we should have really learned them at school. But the interesting thing is, some of us did, but most of us didn't. And let's look at a subject today which is going to switch a lot of people off if I talk about accountancy. Immediately, I can imagine a lot of people are saying, well, I don't need to know about accountancy now. Well, the fact is, you're absolutely right. You don't need to know about accountancy. But what we're going to talk about today falls into the arena of accountancy. And it's called budgeting. Now, that's might be going to turn a lot more people off, you know, budgeting. Oh, no, that's numbers. I don't like numbers. I'm not good at maths. And immediately, this negativity starts to come through your mindset. Well, we're going to keep life very simple, because when you get older, when you start to have your own premises, whether you rent a flat or an apartment, or you own a home, or you're having a family, you really do need to know about budgeting. So where can you learn that? Well, you could have learned it at school. So CK, I'm going to put you on the spot today. You're our little guinea pig as usual. Did you learn about budgeting when you were a young boy?
I didn't think I even learned it when I was in college. So forget about being a young boy.
Well, you know, when I was in college, I was a young boy then as well. But the point is, let me make it even simpler. Were you given an allowance by your parents? Like we used to call it pocket money. Were you given an allowance?
Of course, I was given an allowance, and I was quite tidy on that. I used to spend some, use some, store some, save some for my movies.
So you know all about budgeting then. So you just lied to me. You in this video, you've lied to me. You said even when you were at college, you didn't know about budgeting. And yet you've just told everybody that you knew everything about budgeting. How to use some, how to lose some, you know, how to store some away for the future. In other words, live within your means. So you work within an allowance. So you're a liar, CK. Publicly opened, you're a liar. No, we're having fun, everybody. You know, the point is, because I asked a particular question in a particular way, CK, like many of you out there, will have gone into, well, I didn't know about budgeting. But when I turn around and say, were you given an allowance? Did you have pocket money? No. Your parents were teaching you budgeting. They knew how important this was. And the point is, they didn't call it budgeting. They said, you know, here's 1,000 rupees for the week. You know, we expect you to do your chores to earn that 1,000, but you're going to get it up front, maybe. And therefore, at the end of the week, you will have earned that 1,000 rupees. Now, that's a really good way of doing it, you know, so you know that whatever you are doing for them has value. But the reality is you were doing it for yourself too, like making your bed, you know, tidying things away. Remember all these little things they used to say to you, CK?
Of course, Neville. In fact, I just want to clarify that you know, when you ask me about budget, it sounds like, oh, budget, you know, it's things like that. But when you ask me second question about pocket money, okay, it was just 10 rupees. You know, I used to get 10 rupees. Within 10 rupees, I had to manage my day, and that was the practice we followed. I never got allowance for a week. My parents were very prudent. They used to give me pocket money for that day. And that involved catching a bus, going to college, going to school, going to cafeteria in the school, buy tea or some patties and enjoy yourself. So I had to manage my day in that 10 rupees. Maybe that 10 rupees is worth 500 rupees today, but I don't know. I used to get 10 rupees during my days. And I used to also save some so that, you know, once a week I can bunk some classes and go to a nearby theater without telling anyone, along with my friends, and watch a movie.
Well, I'm not talking about bunking classes, okay? That's just a different discussion. But the point was, you were budgeting. So come along on Friday, and we're going to learn a little bit more about budgeting, or in other words, how to run your household when you get older, how to manage your finances. I call it money management. It's quite easy because it's 2 M's. It's 2 M's, so you don't have to forget that it's M&M, and money is quite easy to remember. So money management, we're going to be talking about money management on Friday. Everything you should have learned at school but didn't, but the fact is you probably were learning it but didn't notice it. But not necessarily from school. It was during school days. So here you go. There's a bit of an insight into what we're going to be talking about on Friday. And CK has set the tone absolutely perfectly. He's shown how old he is by only getting 10 rupees a day. I'm sure a lot of young people to say, 10 rupees? I wouldn't get out of bed for 10 rupees. But that's another story. That's about value, and we're not going to be talking about that. So we'll see you on Friday for another episode of Everything You Should Have Learned at School But Didn't.
Absolutely, Level. So viewers, please join in our group discussion, which is about everything you should have learned at school. but you didn't. And this Friday, we will be talking about budgeting, which will be very, very important for you if you're running a business or if you're running a solopreneurship. I think you must join and learn those tricks. Naval is going to be the chairperson of our discussion. He is going to teach us how you can do effective budgeting and run your business effectively. It's going to be very, very interesting. From 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. India time, both of us will catch you in large numbers. So, adios, amigos, and catch you on Fridays.
Ciao, everybody.
Friends, there are new innovations happening almost every day when it comes to space exploration. And space exploration is not the final frontier. We have a long way to go, but it's definitely the next frontier. And when we talk about space exploration, I want to draw your attention to the middle school science that you have studied. So let me ask you, do you draw any equivalence with launching into space and throwing stone in the air? If yes, let me draw your attention to this slide, which talks about the science of parabola. And if you remember, this science of parabola basically gives you impression where you can actually send your rocks that you're throwing at an angle of 45 degrees, and just by throwing at 45 degrees, you can have the maximum distance covered. However, if you throw them high, then there could be a chance that you can actually throw them high enough and they will get into orbit. So it is like throwing your rockets into space, and by virtue of sending them at the right speed, at the right angle, you can actually put them in orbit. But have you ever thought about just drawing the examples of throwing stones in the air and drawing a parabola through the atmosphere? Have you ever given a thought that what it takes to send a spacecraft into orbit? And that is the orbital velocity. And when you talk about orbital velocity, is basically the spacecraft which is being sent with the intention of not leaving the Earth gravity, but reach the space and remain there in a particular set orbit. And when you actually send a spacecraft in an orbit, you actually design this spacecraft with that intention, and at that height, the spacecraft is supposed to do certain things. So you actually plan the whole thing, but the biggest obstacle is going against the gravity of the Earth. And that is where this formula comes in. This is a fairly standard formula, and this formula gives us the velocity required to reach certain orbit. So if you want to reach certain orbit, say example, you want to reach 100 kilometers above Earth or 300 kilometers above Earth, you know your objectives, and by applying this formula, you can get the launch velocity required in order to reach that point in the orbit, because other three parameters are constant. You know, if you look at the gravitational constant, it is a constant. We know this is a figure. If you want to know the mass of the Earth, it is again a constant, and also the radius of the planet, so that you can calculate the distance required from the surface of the Earth to the orbit. And so this will give you a orbit, the velocity required at which you have to throw your aircraft into the Earth's orbit. And then you can apply other scientific principles to come out with what is the size of the spacecraft, how much weight it has, and in order to carry that at this particular velocity so that it can reach that orbit, what is the kind of propulsions I would need, how much energy I need, and so on and so forth. Now this is with regard to sending your satellites and other spacecraft like space station components into orbit, and this formula never fails. It works on moon, it works on sun, it works on Venus, it works on anything in space, anything on Earth. This is a formula which is required to send objects into orbit of those planets or Earth. Now, what if you want to send the aircraft in the outer space? That means the spacecraft has to now totally get out of the clutches of the Earth and get into outer space. So for that, the using the same formula, if you look at the speed that is required using the same formula is 11.2 kilometers per second. This is the kind of velocity at which we have to launch the spacecraft and send into outer space. Now, this is a lot of speed. I mean, if you look at this speed, it is mind-blowing. 11.2 kilometers per second is something which is unachievable. I mean, you can achieve something like 25,000 kilometers per hour, but 11.2 kilometers per second it's very fast. So in using today's launch technologies, the scientists basically cannot achieve this speed from ground level, but they ended up achieving this speed from the orbit. So they use the Earth orbit to increase the speed of the spacecraft, and eventually it will go out of the Earth's clutches. However, the same formula applies on moon, and because the moon is a much smaller object, the moon escape velocity, as we call it, is 2.38 kilometers per second. Still very high, still quite high, but not as high as required to evade the gravity of the Earth completely. But if you look at the sun is a huge object, and sun is so large that it can accommodate 1 million Earth inside it. The amount of speed required is mind-blowing, 618 kilometers per second in order to escape the clutches of sun. So you can imagine if you get into too close to sun, you will be completely sucked inside the sun, and there is no way you can come out, because this kind of escape velocity you will not be able to generate unless you have the right skills and right technology. So the friends, actually why I'm talking about this and why I started by giving you an example of throwing a stone, because when you are sending your spacecraft in orbit, you are actually throwing them in the very high trajectory, and when they reach the orbit, they want to start falling back on Earth, but when they are trying to fall back on Earth, the Earth is also moving, so they cannot fall back on Earth. So this is the meaning of orbit. So when you are in orbit, it is a motion of constant falling, but you will never reach Earth because you are in orbit. So for that, you can use this formula which I showed you. However, to escape, to venture out on the other planets, to escape completely from the clutches of gravity, or to go to moon, you have to use a totally different type of aircraft or spacecraft which can take you there. It is a huge, if you look at the Apollo program, the rockets used were huge. I mean, they are really huge, and the initial velocity at which they are being launched is also very high, and they will eventually attain the escape velocity out in the outer space. So considering all that, the expense of sending these spacecraft into outer space is huge. The amount of energy, amount of material that you need to burn in order to create the thrust is also huge. So if you want to send large spacecraft, and if you want to live a dream of sending large spacecraft with a lot of crew, I think it's just a pipe dream if our technology does not improve. So there is an innovation which is happening in this area, and this innovation will basically, you can get rid of sending these large spacecraft, and we can get out of this conventional use of the hydrogen and other or any other propellant, which is very heavy, very expensive, and you need very large vehicles to launch them. So this company called Spin Launch, it's basically a startup. Right now they are doing testing, and they are coming out with a different mechanism And this mechanism basically is similar to a catapult. So as the name suggests, a spin launch. Spin launch is basically a huge centrifuge. This round drum that you see in the background is a huge centrifuge which basically has an arm inside the centrifuge. And by the way, the size of the centrifuge is much bigger than the Statue of Liberty. So it's huge. By no means it's small, but the amount of energy which will be used here is going to be much less than what you will actually end up using by sending a spacecraft into using conventional method. So what it does is that it uses some sort of electric energy or some sort of kinetic energy to generate a spin inside this drum. There's a huge arm which basically to which the spacecraft is attached on one side, and then this arm starts rotating. And when it rotates many times the speed of sound. And as it continues to rotate, it generates a lot of speed, and the speed keeps increasing, and you can actually control the amount of speed required. So you will calculate using the same equation that we covered in the beginning. You will actually use the same equation to calculate how much spin is required at what speed, depending on the weight of the spacecraft that you want to launch. And once that parameter is attained, that means the spin is equal to the amount of speed required in the air to launch this spacecraft. The spacecraft is released and it will reach the orbit. Now this system will be much more less energy, it will consume less energy, and the promoters of this company, which is a startup, they are saying that it is going to be consuming 80% less energy as compared to a conventional rocket. And that is why this could be very effective method and very safe method, because the things are more predictable in this manner. I mean, if you compare the safety record of rockets, many things can go wrong because there are many moving parts within the launch vehicles. So if there are more moving parts, that means there is more chances of failure. Whereas in this one, you can attach the payload, rotate it, and then launch it. So the things can be very in a very controlled environment. You can predict most of the outcome. The weight of the payload that you want to launch in the space. So this way you continue to launch your spacecraft into space, and especially this may not be suitable for sending the livestock or crew to the space. I think the conventional method will be used to launch the crew. But a lot of these different components of the larger ship can be sent out into space, and they can be sent into orbit, where the crew can then go out and assemble them in order to make a huge spacecraft. Because when you're constructing a spacecraft on Earth, launching that spacecraft into space will require a lot of energy. So it's not practical. So this is a very innovative idea, and I thought when I read about it, I thought I'll talk about it today. This is a very, very innovative idea, less dangerous, and especially the components can be sent through this sort of catapult, which can be they can be constructed at many places on Earth. So it need not be on a launch pad or something like that. So these are very easy to use component. However, it requires a lot of R&D, a lot of testing is required. So I think they have started conducting tests, and they have launched certain things, certain payload to up to 10,000 feet so far successfully. And the company says that they will be conducting a lot of tests till 2030. The testing has already started. So I think that will take time. A lot of funding will be backing this sort of initiative, because this is going to reduce the launching into space by manifold. So eventually the launch stations that we see today, the launching pads or launching rocket, will be the thing of the past, especially when we are sending the cargo or things like that, or components into space. They can be sent into space at very low cost. And therefore we see a competition emerging for SpaceX now, especially in the launching pad arena. And so after 2030, I think a lot of exciting things may be in store for us. A new sort of competition may be brewing up. Friends, this is something very exciting to me, and especially when it is related to innovation, especially in the area of space exploration. Do write in your comments, and if you have more information, you can share your knowledge with us, and we will read your messages in the next section of Akulmak Live. I'll say goodbye today, only to catch you in the next one. Hello, friends. Good morning, and this is a chilly morning here in north part of India, and it's almost like 6 degrees here. It's quite cold, but let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Neville Gold.
Good morning, CK. Well, it's chilly here too, so join each other. Although I don't seem to be having the overcoat that you've got on.
Oh yeah, because you get heating in the UK, so you are you have a cozy environment, whereas we have winters only for a couple of months, so we just wear more clothes. That's it.
There you go. So let's talk about the chilly environment. No, let's not talk about the chilly environment. Let's talk about something progressive, something that's changing in your world, which although it's taken some time to change, it recognizes change. It recognizes things need to change.
Certainly, Neville. So there has been a lot of activities at the country level, and as you know, just to give you a little background, India is a federal country. That means different states which are ruled by state governments, and the state governments are also elected by the people, local people, by direct vote transfer. So if I want to select a government, I have to personally vote in my name directly to a member of legislative assembly. So we call them MLAs. They are pretty much like MPs, member of parliament, but they rule the state. And from each state, there are MPs which are selected and they go to the parliament. The idea being that the people who are elected by normal citizens will carry their issues forward and discuss it out and basically become a lawmaker. What works for us, what we need, what are our requirements, those are represented in the assemblies at the state level and in the parliament at the country level. So in India, there has been election right from grassroots, right from villages to housing societies and then townships and state. So everything is very politically charged up in India because there are no absolute powers. There are no power for life. All of these positions, starting from the village head to the prime minister, are elected for a short duration. Now, having said that, there are federal structure also. So all these different state governments are part of India. They follow the Indian law, which is unified law. India is a secular country, and it allows all types of people to coexist, having different languages, different religion. And that is a very good, powerful system that allows countries to join India or leave if they want to. So it's a completely federal structure. It gives a lot of freedom, political freedom, and as under this system, there are set number of people representative goes to the parliament. And when the India got independence from UK in 1947, the ratio was, depending on how many people were there at that point in time, and the figure was 530 and odd member of parliament in the lower house and about 230 in the upper house. The role for lower house is to run the government, and the role for upper house is to govern the parliament and the lower house. So basically, they are the house of elders who will watch what is going on, and nothing is going wrong in India. So that was the way the parliament in India operate. And even after independence, a lot of different states or different countries who were independent earlier joined Indian ecosystem. And the last country to join was a small country up north, bordering China, next to Bhutan, called Sikkim. In 1973, it joined India, became 29th state of India. So we are 29 different government under the umbrella of the Indian government. Now, having said that, this is just a background for people to understand, for some of your friends to understand also. Uh, the population of India has almost become 2.5 times after independence. We are now 1.3 and plus people, and elections are going on. The ratio of member of parliament versus the people of India is nearly 3 million now. And that means 3 million people are sending one MP to the parliament. And that is a huge number. We were finding it difficult to represent everyone in the parliament because there is limited space in the building, and parliament is an institution by itself. It comes along with a lot of other facilities and the government working, etc. So it's a very huge structure, especially for a country like India. It has parliament building, it has security services, it has annex which provides the translation, because there are people from different part of India do not understand language. So there are automatic translators, bookkeeping, record storing, and all that. So it's a huge structure for the Indian Parliament, and there was a need to expand it. One, to represent Indian people better, and also to allow new federations to come and join Indian subcontinent. So finally, we've got approval. Government of India has given 2 years time to construct a new building, which is almost like 2.5 times bigger than the previous one. And this will have facility to have nearly 1200 plus member of parliament. So that means currently we have about 700 and odd, but the growth is almost like 300 to 400 extra member of parliament approaching, working together into the parliament. So I think that is a very big update, especially for this part of the world where India, being a democratic country, right from grassroots to the level of the country, and also a federal country. That means each state can come and join and follow the Indian laws and rule of law. So, and at the same time, maintain their identity, language, religion, and so on, and freedom to live, freedom of liberty, and different kinds of rights. So, I think this is something which I wanted to update you today, and wanted to take your opinion also, because you are joining us from UK, and the name of the program is Naval Gund Live. Want to really understand your perspective on this one.
Well, it's a fascinating change, isn't it? We do know that governments take years and years and years to change. One thing that we know, it's a fact of life that governments move much, much slower than a business moves. However, what we need to applaud is the fact that change is happening. No matter where it's come from, and this presumably is from a pressure of the people, be more democratic. We want to be better represented at the centre, because we are a much bigger nation than we were when this was set up. My guess is, listening to the numbers that you have there, it's very similar setup to the UK Houses of Parliament, House of Lords, and the House of Commons, which isn't too surprising, really, because that's how India came into pass in 1947. And the good thing is, you're now moving forward. So it's an evolution. People are growing up. But let's look a little bit more at what's physically happened. So let me ask you a few questions. And it's really around why this has happened. So I'm making a few assumptions here, but let's make sure those assumptions are facts. The population is much bigger today than it was in 1947. I mean, that is a fact. So is the government recognizing that it needs to be more representative of this growing population and the growing differences around? You say India is now 29 states. That's a huge number of states, really. I mean, you're getting over half of the states in America, for instance. So it's a huge number of states, and all of those have got differing requirements. I mean, in the UK, we have the north and the south. The north very industrial, the south more service oriented. And in India, I know there's a huge difference between the East Coast and the West Coast. And certainly the industrious arena of the north, and certainly the northwest part of India, than the northeast. So is it then that this is just clearly to become more democratic? So simple question.
It's so funny, Deval, you said the government don't take, they take a lot of time to change. So Indian government is no different. It is similar to any other government. They have taken a lot of time. This need of expansion of parliament was recognized officially in the parliament itself about 30 years back.
Wow.
And finally, the Modi government had guts to move the whole thing, because it's going to be a more than $1 billion project, because you're shifting your parliament, you're ensuring that the functioning of the government is not hampered. You're also ensuring that the advanced systems with security, with the latest gadgetry, is also installed in the new parliament. It is going to be completely paperless. So I think government of India, if you look at whichever party is ruling Indian government, they have taken a lot of time. We should have expanded in the last century itself, because population has been growing. But I think this government has shown the guts to take drastic measures, and they have given just 2 years time to build the new building. It will be ready by 2022, and we'll be having a new parliament in 23.
Well, it's great. You say, they've taken the guts. So it's been 20 years, at least 20 years in the making. We're being generous now, okay? And they've taken the guts in the last sort of 2 years, because Modi's only been around, really, for just over about 18 months or so. So it's this word guts I want to focus on, because I'd now like to talk a little bit about business, because it's having the guts to do something different. I don't want to talk about political differences here, because now we're just going to flip into the business world. What does it mean for you? Have you got the guts to change? If you've not been listening over the last 7 or 8 months, you haven't heard of this word COVID. Now, I don't know where you've been if you haven't heard of this word COVID, okay? But wherever you've been very fortunate, because you haven't heard about it, okay? The likelihood is that's 1 in a trillion chance of you not hearing about it. So you have heard about it, but what have you done about it? We've seen schools, the archetypal networking arena where you have to go to school to learn. They've gone digital. Kids no longer literally go out of the front of the house, take that short visit to school, create this pandemonium of traffic around school time, and all of a sudden the traffic dies down when every kid gets into school. Now they get out of bed, they have their breakfast, they get washed, and they go online. That is a massive change for anybody. But have you experienced it in your business? Have you gone online? Have you become the digital whiz? Have you created social media platforms that you need to do to meet the requirements of your audience? Because, by the way, your audience is no longer traipsing up and down the street. In the Western world, we've seen massive bricks and mortar retailers collapse. Not because of Amazon. I mean, lots of people have been blaming Amazon, you know, the click and collect, the click and deliver. It's because COVID has accelerated what was happening before. People's behavior is changing. And this is the thing we should be talking about today. So Indians' behavior is changing. They've been crying out for, we want to be more democratic. We want more leaders at the center. We want more people that can represent what we want to be doing in our area. I'm not interested in what's going on in the north because I live in the south. You know, we are a completely different business community in the south than the north. And that's what the government has changed. And now what you need to be doing is thinking about your business. How have your customers changed? Have they changed? Do you even know who your customers are? Have you canvassed them? You know, have you gone and asked them, do they like your product or service? Could they recommend you to somebody else? And again, all of this can be done digitally. You know, you don't need to be physically in front of everybody anymore. So if we can take this leap of faith, the government has had the guts. You use the word guts, so we're going to focus on the word guts. I'm going to ask you a question now, and this is never rehearsed, as you well know. Have you had guts to change your business?
Yes, I think we have the guts, and I'm changing my company. It is not 100% perfect, but you know we have recognized. In fact, you raised a very important question. In fact, the customer profile has also changed for us. We are now finding customers, different types of customers, because before the pandemic, we were focused on the SME and startups, and also the corporate clients. But now we are focused on individuals, because I think those are the people who need our help more than the companies. And the companies are, like us, who are an SME, also needs to change. And you know, I will end my my point by just stating one more point related to the government of India specifically. When the Indian became India as a country, Indian subcontinent, there were nearly 600 Maharajas. And the UK government said, hey, when we came to this part of the world, we got these Maharajas, and when we are leaving, we want to have a justification, and we don't want to gobble up their properties and their statehoods. So when the British left, there were the India as a country, which was mostly unnamed, unmanned land, and within this country there were 630 princely states, which were later unified. And that was a job done by the Indians themselves to unify the uh, entire region into one government. However, the dynastic culture did not die out. I mean, you can remove the dynasties, but dynastic culture has taken some time to to eradicate. And what was happening is some of these Maharajas joined politics, and they used to get lavish properties to live on, just like you have the Prime Minister's house in UK, which is a building, and you come and go. I mean, you acquire that building, and then you, once the tenure is over, you go. But here also, the ruling was the same, but on the garb of creating a monument for a big man, that building was confiscated, and it was created like a museum for the memories. So this was going on. Whoever basically becomes somebody in this country had a monument for him. And I think that also is a big change. Along with the parliament, there is going to be a prime minister house, there is going to be vice president house, there is going to be president house, and they will be the property of the state. Nobody will be able to confiscate that. So I think it's a very big change which we are going to see in the political system.
It is a big change, but I'm going to go back to this word guts. Your current, I mean, now is not the time to be spending money on government buildings. The criticism will be immense. You know, it should be spending money on what's going to be best for the community. But the interesting thing is, this should be best for the community. because it's allowing governance to happen easier. And if that message is getting over, then that's great. But let's come back to the business side. You know, congratulations on firstly recognizing your demographic has changed. There are so many businesses out there that don't even know what their demographic is. You know, I see it on a regular basis. I'm not talking about one-man band businesses now. I'm talking about quite sizable businesses that have, they hear about what's your demographic, who's your ideal customer, what's your break-even point. We need to go back to some basics, some brass tacks. What makes our organization be successful? What have we got to do to make the change? And if you're a startup, you know, a small organization, you have a real opportunity here to ask all those questions before you get into difficulty. But even for the small business, ask your own employees, ask your partners, have a brainstorming session, which isn't about blame culture, you know, because frankly, I've got more things wrong than I've got right in my career. So if I was just to beat myself up for everything I've got wrong, I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing today. I'd be miserable, you know, sat down watching morning TV and not actually progressing. But that isn't life. You want to be getting forward. You want to be enjoying yourself and having fun. And at the end of the day, business should be fun because that's what drives an entrepreneur. And this is where great opportunity now. I mean, we're coming up to the Christmas period in the UK. We're in tier 3 lockdown, which you probably have no idea what that means. Frankly, there's so much confusion over here. I'm not so sure many people really do know what that means. But we're on the 16th of December, and typically businesses have shut down for Christmas. It's the festive season. There are office parties, typically. It's a celebration of the year. All those things have sort of gone by the by. The only real activity that's going on is the big service industries, the banks, and retail. That tends to make Christmas happen. Kids are about to come away from school in the next 3 or 4 days, and then there's this 2-week shutdown. That's what happens in the Western world, certainly in the UK. And I know for a fact that many Indians actually do take a shutdown over the same period as well. You know, coming out of Diwali, it's now time to look at the future. You know, it's the festival of lights, you know, new creation, the new world. Hanukkah follows a few days later. And that is, again, that's a festival of lights. And even in Sweden, they have an equivalent festival of lights. So it's a new birth time for everybody. We're coming up to the new year here, and that's a new birth too. So now's the time to have a really good look at your business. Get yourself in a position for the new year. 2021 is only 15 days away. 15 days, 1-5. Fortunately, it's double digits. So you've got a few days to think about it. But go and look at your digital profile. Go and look at what people are saying, how they're communicating with your competitors. Look at the really big competitors that you dream to be in their pocket. So whatever business you're in, there will be a big competitor. It doesn't matter whether you're in management consultancy like we are, where we've got Accenture, we've got McKinsey, they're all there. I can see what they're doing. Do I want to follow them? Do I want to repeat what they're doing? Are they making inroads? Ask all those questions because change will happen. That's the issue, you know, and you've got to have the guts to get ahead of the game. So this all started with discussion about, you know, new government building, new government democracy for India, but you can actually flip this into your own business and take this as an opportunity to look at yourself.
Well, I think your points are very, very relevant and very important. I think what I have been noticing in the field is that while people realize that they have to change, they have to find new marketplaces. They no longer thrive on what they've done for last 20 years. It's like rebuilding yourself yet again. So it is at that juncture we are, the entire humanity is, and many people don't know how to do branding for themselves. So would you have the last say on this subject? Because I think that is becoming very important. You mentioned you have competition, so now the competition is online. You mentioned that you have to have your unique selling point, so that people have to, come up with some uniqueness in them to sell themselves on digital platform. And for that, branding is very important. Would you like to throw some points on this?
Certainly, and we'll talk about. I mean, brand is such a big issue, as you well know. We're just going to talk about the one-man bands, the very, very small businesses. When you start the business, the first thing you tend to go and do is create a website. You also create a logo. You get business cards. Now, there's a reason for that, because it's your brand. More importantly, it's your personal brand, because people buy from people. I mean, we've said it many, many times in our conversations, CK. You know, we've even had CEO roundtables on the discussion. People buy from people, and when you're starting up, your brand is you. So at the very, very simple point, whenever anyone sees your logo or your website, they're actually seeing you. You haven't got 1,000 people in your team. Eventually, I hope you do have 1,000 people in your team. But on day one, your brand is you. So this is where you need to be smart. Well, how do you want to see? How would you like to see yourself? Have a look in the mirror. You know, you smile a tremendous amount on videos, and people can see that. I don't smile as much as you do, but boy, when I really smile, you can't stop me. It's a guffaw. It's hilarious. But do I portray that? Is that my persona? And the other thing is, if you don't like what you see, change it. Because you can. Your DNA is not written in stone. When you were born with a brain that is incredibly flexible. It's the biggest PC you will ever know. And your experiences are the software that goes into it. And as you improve your experiences, good or bad, I mean, you need to reflect on yourself. So the key thing is branding is absolutely critical to your success. In the first instance, it's personal branding that is going to count. So who are you? Have a good look in the mirror and start there. And then the next thing is move very quickly. Get into the digital space. You're going to make mistakes. Don't worry about it, but just get out there. Go onto LinkedIn, create a profile, send it to your best friends and say, do you think that's me? And if they are your best friends, they'll give you a really good laugh and they'll say, you're joking, you know, when did you do that? How did you do this? You know, and you can have a bit of fun building up that profile, because that is the brand. We forget about where brands start. In Your Passport to Grow, which is a sort of subsidiary of MindFit, we talk about the brand of me. BOM, not BUM, by the way, BOM, the brand of me. And it is, who am I? How do people see me? Do they believe me? Really tough questions, actually. Even tough questions for an SME that's been around for 5 or 6 years. But if you start off, you know, you ask the question, you know, how important is the brand? Where's the brand come from? Well, it starts inside. It's like happiness. Happiness is driven by you, not by anybody else. The environment can make you feel happy, but only if you're prepared to listen. And the other thing, by the way, while we're on this subject of happiness, it takes fewer muscles to smile than it does to frown. So typically, as humans, are very lazy. Smile a lot because you're not using as many muscles. So, but anyway, coming back to the subject of branding, branding starts with you as the individual. You need to be focused on who you are, why you are, what people see. And you won't get it right all the time. But the more you practice, the better you'll become.
Neville, I think this is a very good input that you have given. And people who are watching this program, and if they need any help, they want to take advice from Neville, they can reach out to us or directly to him. We'll make the connection happen. And they can learn the rules of doing branding and grow, similar to what the Indian government has done with erecting new buildings and new infrastructure to govern better. So thank you very much, Neville, for finding time this morning to talk to us. And we will catch up in some other edition of Neighborhood Live, probably next week.
It's been a pleasure, CK, as ever. And if anyone wants to know about branding, just look at what's going on your screen behind you. Because there are brands galore. And we don't even notice what's being shown. So just be smart. Go and have fun. Go and practice. Because the right practice makes perfect.
Thank you, Neville. Bye-bye for today. We will catch you next time.
Cheerio.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmak Live, and today's in the space section we want to discuss the matter related to space exploration. And as you know, it's a major news. All the larger enterprise, well-known people are behind setting up their systems and establishing colonies outside the Earth. And there are a lot of countries who are in the race right now. There is US, there is China, there is India, there are a few others. I think a lot of scientists are also making statements that in order to survive, we need to colonize other planets and probably leave the solar system altogether in long run. So I think when we go about setting up our colonies, sending humans outside the close and comfortable environment of Earth, what it takes to have a space travel. So I think there are technical challenges, which we all know. The distance itself is a very big challenge for humans to leave Earth. Then there is a challenge with regard to radiation. But today, I think I would like to talk about the social element, which is also involved in planning our trip outside the Earth. And if you take the closest star, that takes about 4 light years away. I mean, that is, even if the light travels, it will take 4 years to reach the next neighborhood, which is in the close proximity as far as the universe is concerned. So when we have to go to Alpha Centauri star system, there are very promising signs that one of the planet, which is Proxima B, is very similar to Earth in terms of gravity and in terms of heat signature. It may have liquid water on the surface, and it will also have a surface. So I think it is a very close candidate to send humans out to Proxima B planet. However, with current technology, it will take about 32,000 years. So there is no way we can actually travel. 32,000 years is like an eon. The only way we can plan such a trip is we make the generation starships. And when we talk about generation starships, it actually means that when a bunch of people start their journey to Proxima B, they will be fully equipped to reproduce on the ship. And by the time they reach Proxima B,
they will multiply, and there will be a separate humanity riding on the spaceship. So the spaceship is called Generation Starships because it will be designed to uh, to support the generation of human beings. So, scientists have done a lot of these research, and they have come up with a minimum number which can travel on this generation starship to start with. And this minimum number is something like 49 men and 49 women to travel. And they will be paired in certain genetical order, so that they can reproduce successfully. So having planned this trip out, I think we need to remember that when these people are going out, they will be moving far away from Earth, and they will not have too much influence from Earth. They will not be driving too many instances and examples from Earth. They will be in connection, in constant connection with Earth, but then gradually, as they move further and further away from Earth, the connection will start basically diminishing, and they will have to come up with their own methods and own systems in order to create a process. In other words, the people who are going to Proxima B, and they are prepared, their ship is prepared to support something like 30 to 40 generations by the time they reach there. They will have to design a way where the goal of their journey is percolated downwards into many generations. Because if that is not done, then midway they may decide to turn their spaceship in some other direction and go somewhere else. So we have to ensure, or the people who are residing on that generation starship will have to ensure that there is a process where they remember their goal. And second thing they will have to remember or to create is a governance system, some sort of a governance systems, because humans brain is can be very fictitious at times. They may have emotional issues, they may get into hypersensitive environment, they may start committing crime. And then there is no government, like Earth has a government to enforce the law, and these people are out there in space with no interaction with Earth, or very little interaction with Earth. They will have to make some sort of a system which is sort of a law on the spaceship. And once they are able to create the legal system for the spaceship, there will be a need to enforce the legal system. There will be a need for policing. So I think to start with, it is not only solving the technical issues around sending humans outside in this space, but also coming up with a process where the law is implemented, the goals are very well defined, responsibilities across humans will be very well defined, who will do what, those kind of things will have to be very well defined. And once those are defined, the legal system is in place, then only you can actually put these 49 men and 49 women on a generation starship, which will be traveling to Proxima B or some other planet which we may decide in future to travel to, in order to establish human colony outside of Earth. The fourth problem that we will get now is the education. When the offsprings are taking birth on the ship, what is that they are learning? On Earth, children study history, music for a holistic development, sports. They also interact with their own classmates, and overall, the personality of a human is shaped gradually over the years. When these people are going in a spaceship, they will not see the surrounding as we see. We will not see. They will not see mountains, rivers, etc. So, what sort of education system their kids will have to undergo, so that whatever they are deciding in terms of law, goal, and human ingenuity has to be taught to these children, and their evolution in terms of being an adult when they grow up has to be controlled in certain manner, so that their offsprings can also carry these values, because we have to plan for many generations, and these are some of the key items which will be required and will be implemented. And this is nothing to do with technical aspects of traveling out in the outer space. This is about
making a process where humans can successfully travel in space, in terms of medical support, in terms of legal support, in terms of creating courtrooms, in terms of understanding the cultivation. For example, if they reach Proxima B, by this time they will have no idea how to do cultivation. And even if they land on Proxima B, they will have to relearn these processes all over again. Whereas on Earth, we already know there are a lot of farming activity going on Earth. There are a lot of farmers. They can replicate quickly. I mean, if the journey is like 1 or 2 months, people can replicate that system on any other planet, whether it is Moon, Venus, or Proxima B, which is 4 light years away. However, if the generations are going to take for us to travel and reach and establish human colony on the next door neighborhood, takes many generations, then by the time they reach there, they would have forgotten. So there has to be process where this art, culture, and processes can be kept alive, because if you don't do that, then the humans will not be able to survive after landing on Proxima B. And friends, I think 49 or 50 people have to be onboarded on the Generation Starship. It's because at least 50% of these people will reach. I mean, the offerings of 50% of these people will reach, and the chance of getting perished in the journey is diminished by 50%. That means if 50 men and 50 women start after multiple generations, at least 50% of the people, eventual number, will be able to establish their colony on Proxima B, provided they are able to get their act together during the journey and make a process, make a goal, and percolate this goal downwards into generations. It should not happen that they actually have a mutiny in between and they kill each other, because then the whole objective of sending humans to set up the next neighborhood colony is futile. Now that will be futile. So I think that is something that is very thought-provoking. And I thought, instead of discussing technical aspects of sending humans, I thought in this episode I will discuss the emotional and social aspects of sending people on a long journey in space. Friends, do send in your messages and I will respond, and I'll catch you in the next one.
Dear CEOs and industry leaders, you are most graciously welcome to Akulmak Business Bunker. This is a forum where you are able to showcase your products to the masses, to the investor, to the prospects, and to your client. And if you want to promote your company and yourself, you have landed at the right place. Before we continue, do like and subscribe our channel. Friends, we have been hearing about the augmented reality or AR, and sometimes we must be wondering, what is this AR got to do with our real life, and especially when there are important things happening in the corporate world. And for instance, for past few days we have been hearing that the Facebook has changed their name to Meta, which is Metaverse, and they are actually making a lot of investments in basically making sure that this makeover is very prominently known to the people across the world. And they have recently also announced, in fact day before yesterday, that they have come out with the world fastest supercomputer. And why a company like Facebook would like to get into changing their name to Metaverse, and also building the world fastest supercomputer, for what? I think let's look at the other trend which is also happening in the industry, and that is related to Microsoft. Microsoft is also not not trying to not get into augmented reality. They are also working on their own devices, and recently they have also purchased a gaming company for a whooping 68.7 billion. Who would have thought a gaming company would be as much as 60.87 billion worth? And a Microsoft will end up buying a company like Activision, which is one of the prominent gaming company across the world, rolling out many games. And so when we talk about games, I think the gaming software or gaming companies have the right infrastructure to create different characters, and that is why these companies are investing in these gaming companies, because they have already built the infrastructure, servers, applications to create different characters, so that when the augmented reality comes into picture, they should be able to create different graphics which are lifelike. And that is why these companies are investing in these things. So Facebook has invested in the building the world fastest supercomputer, whereas Microsoft has basically taken a different route, where they have taken over a gaming company. And all this is now getting up to start the augmented reality. And when we talk about augmented reality, I think we are far ahead in the digital world if you look at today. But in terms of augmented reality, what we need is to merge our physical world with the digital one. So one of the best method to do that is having a glass. So all of these companies, these are super powered giants like Facebook, Microsoft, Google, Apple, they are all coming out with their own technology around these glass. Lot of development is going on this these devices. There are different technologies being used so that the users of these different applications which are running on these platforms like Facebook, Microsoft platform or Google platform can be accessed not by a PC but by a glass. So you can actually have a glass, and you can get all the information that you need. Currently you see on your mobile, the same information can be delivered to you on your glass, while you continue to look into your real world. And then you can put what portion of the vision you want to see these characters to, or the screens to fly by in your vision, and what portion of your real world should be visible to you. Or you can dedicate one eye to the digital world, one eye to the real world. Full combination permutations are possible once you have a glass which is sensitive enough to do all this. And people in fact argue why we do all this, why there is a need to do all this in the first place. I think the life is going on pretty nicely. Why we need to bring all this new fancy augmented reality or virtual reality in future to our real world? I think the need is there, and I tell you why. If you look at the schools today, I think the going through education process using Zoom link through a video platform is very, very dry, and students don't have opportunity to interact with their own classmates. And because of that, you need something more richer. So when people are sitting and working from remote location, joining their schools, and different they are doing different types of studies, what if there is an AR associated with this whole concept of school education, where by wearing a augmented reality glass, school students will be not only be able to interact with their classmates as if they're sitting across the table, but also experience things which which the teachers can explain much better, like triangle, a floating triangle they can see in front of their eyes, and whatever teacher wants to tell them, that how the triangle or a a 3D object looks, like a sphere or a trapezium looks in real life, and how geometry will function, how the formula will actually depiction of the geometry in algebraic expression and so on. So you will be able to provide better study, better experience to students if you have the augmented reality associated with your school ERP. Similarly, if you look at the medical sciences, I think there again there are huge opportunities in the area of medical sciences, because the doctor can examine the patient's vitals sitting at off location, not in the hospital, and then they can use various depiction models to see actually what is the condition of the patient, and probably if it is right, they can demonstrate the condition of the ailment to the patient in a 3D format without the patient or doctor visiting the hospital, and also tell them that this is the kind of medicine you will be given or administered, and after the medication, these are the things which can be subsided, or there could be an operation by which you can depict upfront, you can give a lot of information to the patient about how the operation will cure their ailment. At the same time, if you have an augmented reality attached to a robot, you can probably conduct an operation also remotely using AR. So a doctor can use the AR technology and then direct the robot to conduct an operation on the patient while he is not sitting in the operation theater. So these are certain applications which are possible in the area of medical world. Similarly, if you look at the official environment, most people are working from home, and because of that, they are having the same issue what the school students are having. They are missing out the team effort, the challenges of team, the collaboration, etc. The challenges of a school students and the office going people are different, but the nature of these issues are same, which can be solved by having an augmented reality, and that will bring these team members together. Say for example, if you're working on if you're giving a lecture, instead of seeing different windows, why don't you see actual people in front of you? So when you're sitting on the table and give a lecture to your camera, in your glass you start seeing these pictures of your audience as if they're sitting in front of you. I think that is going to be very, very good, very life-changing experience without leaving, without leaving the work from home environment. You can still experience the real world. So that is why augmented reality is going to change our life. And that is why companies like Microsoft, Google, Facebook, they are investing big time and betting big time on this, because that is where the future lies. If we have these devices and we have these augmented reality based applications associated with us, which I know for sure that Facebook is working on it, and eventually they will launch in 2022. By end of 2022, Facebook is going to make a very big announcements about having a AR applications available on their platform, on their tested, tried social media platform. All users will have to do is buy a Facebook Glass to get connected with their Facebook application. Similarly, Google Glass is also coming out. They are also bringing some latest technologies, and there are a lot of talk around the Apple Glass, which is going to bring the next level of AR, and they are doing a lot of research in that area. So I think the future for augmented reality is there. There is a need, because I think there is a lot of loss right now in terms of how people should interact with each other, because in the end we are social animal. We learn by interacting with each other. We hug each other, we actually talk to each other, etc., greet each other, and so on. There are so many expressions which we are missing out, and especially the young generation is also missing out on all those things. And therefore augmented reality will be a good, pleasant change to our digital world, which we are now completely seeped into. And I'm fully waiting for this augmented reality to come to our life. Not the virtual reality, but augmented reality is going to help us a lot, will give us a lot of information about our surroundings. We want to actually see the news. We can see it. We don't have to have a TV in our house. We can actually sit wherever and start our television, and so on and so forth. So there are so many variety of application, permutation, combinations are possible in augmented reality. Friends, if you think you like some of the examples that I quote, do write in. And if you have any other thought around augmented reality, do share your thoughts. I will read out your messages in my next show. For today, I like to say goodbye, only to catch you in the next one.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmak Technology and welcome to the Naval Gund Live. And before we start our discussion today, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gund.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. It's the 5th of January. Yes, these videos are time recorded. Why? Because it's a new year. So, the subject for today, I've been thinking about this a lot, CK. So I thought we'd do New Year's resolutions.
Well, you really want to do that, Neville?
Well, the funny thing is that your immediate response is to laugh and then ask me a question, which is brilliant. Why'd you laugh, CK? Everyone does New Year's resolutions, don't they?
To be very frank with you, I stopped making resolution many years back because when you make the resolution, it never gets fulfilled. So why make them?
Well, the funny thing is, CK, you're a can-do person, and we know that can-do people are great performers. I say it all the time because it's printed on the sheet behind me, so it must be true. And can-do people are great performers, but interestingly enough, I know that most people have the best intentions when they make a New Year's resolution. And it's not just one resolution. Some people have a whole list. And we know what to-do lists happen, don't they? They just end up on the list. They never actually get done. But why don't we give our listeners something of a New Year resolution, but they can really focus on and they can really get involved with? Why don't we do that today?
It sounds like a plan, Neville. I think let's do that, and it will be very, very good, and it will be very insightful for the viewers.
Okay, well, let's do this. And the thing is, I'm going to tell you why New Year's resolutions don't work. Is because they're not well formed. There's no underlying purpose, and therefore they just don't happen. You don't put a plan in place. You don't have. It's like putting a business plan together. If it stays on the shelf, it gathers dust. If it's actually implemented, it has life. It has a living, and the business plan evolves. And same with New Year's resolutions. But let's give everybody, as I say, let's give everybody one thing that they can start with today. And that one thing is going to be very personal, because that's what a New Year's resolution tends to be. But it's got bigger implications. So why don't we do something that actually will help an individual, but also help that individual perhaps in a team, at home. You could have a bit of fun with your kids here, or in a working environment for a small business where you are the boss, you're the owner, you're the leader, the manager, whatever you're going to call yourself, and you've got lots of employees around you. And clearly, you want the best from them, don't you? You want the best from your team, don't you, CK?
Absolutely right, Neville. We want everybody to be at 100% performance level.
Absolute, and happy at the same time, because we do know that when people are happy and they're really enjoying what they're doing, the day goes really quick and they're high performers. Bingo. We're on about performance today, so we're actually building the foundation of you developing into a can-do person. Okay, so we're going to play a game. Okay? your children will love this game, your friends will love this game, your employees will love this game, because the outcome is completely unknown. This is not like playing Monopoly or Cluedo or chess, you know, where you get a winner and a loser. Everybody's going to win. That's not a bad game to play, is it?
Certainly not. I think it's going to be fun, and I am willing to present myself in front of you as a specimen. You can mold me.
Brilliant. So you are the guinea pig of the day. Okay. We're going to do this pretty fast, okay? But what I would like you to do, CK, is I'd like you to think of a word that you would like to live by for this year. Just one word. Now, while you're thinking, I'm going to explain to the listeners a little bit more about this. Okay? In leadership terms, there's lots of these phrases that are on the walls, you know, teamwork, building together, pulling in the same direction. And we have all these wonderful words that people never really understand because it's not personal to them. So if you picked a word in the leadership arena like integrity, empathy, sustainability, it's a long word, don't think the long words are more difficult to remember. Fair, a friend, faithful, committed, all of these beautiful words that we want from people in our organization to show that they want to be with you. They want to be a friend. They want to work with you. So you've had a little bit of time, CK, right? You haven't had much time. You've had about 45 seconds while I've been saying that. So what one word, just one word, not a phrase, not a sentence, not a whole paragraph, you know, just one word that you would like to focus on and live by in 2021?
Well, I've done a lot of thinking in last 45 seconds, and while you were talking to the audience, and the word that struck me is empower.
Empower. Now, that's a brilliant word. It's 3 syllables, so it's a bit complicated. All right? Now, I'm being serious here, you know. The more complicated you make it, the more difficult it is to do, which is why New Year's resolutions don't happen. But we're now going to take this guinea pig a little bit further. Empower, CK. Okay. What does that mean to you? What does the word mean to you?
Well, while you were talking, I was thinking, you know, what I will do this year, and I think one of the things very cut out for me for this year, considering my digital presence in the business, etc., and the amount of work we do extend beyond the company and goes up to the client and prospects. So I offer our solution and empower everyone so that they can do their business in a better way. So that was my logic of giving that word to you.
No, that's absolutely fantastic, because what you did was you gave me a story. Now, a story is really important because we remember that story. And that story's fixed in our minds. So the more stories we have that reinforce that word, the easier it is to do it again. So my next question was going to be, how are you going to do this? How are you going to show this word empower is going to come out there every single time? Because remember, what I said was at the beginning, what word are you going to live by? So if I cut you in half, right? Not that I will, by the way. This is just purely hypothetical. If I cut you in half, it would say the word would be empower. If I cut you from head to toe, the word would be empower. You would see it. It would jump out at you. You've already told me how that's going to happen. So how is really important. And the more how you have, the easier it is for you to recognize when you are empowering people. Now, here's the challenge. Before you say something, how about empowering yourself? Because you were thinking in the third party, empower others, excite others, enable others to do things. Empower, excite, enable. That's 3 words for everybody. Okay, those are 3 different words. Okay, but they're very well connected. Okay, CK, what about yourself? What about empowering yourself? How are you going to do that?
Well, I think I will, in my little mind, some certain examples are running. So I just break them down into 2 segments in order to just to give a proper answer to you. One is that uh, looking at the internal side of it, which is the company related. And the other is the external side, which is related to the clients and customers and prospects. So I think the whole resolution starts at home, and I would go first with the employees and try to empower them. Usually what happens, Neville, is that in a company we try to set up our boundaries, and we ensure that these are the policies of the organization and everybody has to follow it. I think this year I would like to relax a bit, because every employee has a sort of imagination, and maybe we can have something new, because I think we are now reliving the moment in the new era. So we can relax this a bit and empower the employees so that they can come out with new ideas, and I should be open to listen to them. So that is first segment. The second segment is make all this innovation which is coming from the organization, which is myself included and all the team members, open to the clients, and probably do the same exercise with the client so they can think and they can tell us, how we can be more effective for them. And that is how I see the empowerment will benefit all of us as a community. Now, to answer your core question, how about empowering myself? So if I'm able to do these 2 things successfully, it will result in empowering me. This is my thinking, Neville.
So your how, if you like, is by giving empowerment to people and encouraging them to take empowerment. Encouraging, by the way, is another word. Okay, so there's an opportunity for you to take another word. Funny how all of these are E's, aren't they? But anyway, that's another story. But by the outside happening, you believe it will influence the inside.
I believe so, because I think I would say that 60 to 80% of my time is devoted in this activity, and 20% is devoted for other things. So I would say that if the majority of my time is spent in empowering others for the benefit of everyone, I think leaving aside the 20%, I feel that is the way to achieve the resolution for the new year.
And that's brilliant, because what you've done is you've rationalized this. Okay, so you've given it the real how. And hopefully in this very short session, this little coaching session, if you like, it's made a word become real. And I know you're thinking, you're holding back because you're thinking of lots of things, and you're trying to, for this particular video, you're trying to be specific. But like anything else, this might take about a day. Okay? Give yourself an opportunity. Let it go for a day. So to empower yourself, let everything else go. Give yourself some time to be able to think about this one word. And as we've established so far, it's not just the one word that you've thought about, it's the context and how you're going to do it. Now, here's the next one. Okay? How are you going to get people to help you make this word live inside you and outside you? What would you like other people to do to help you? And I'm thinking now specifically about your team. Okay, I know you're desperate to get the words out, so I'm going to shut you down for a minute. You need to think, all right? Specifically about your team, but also about your social setting, your family, your kids. Because we don't work in a vacuum. Entrepreneurs don't work in a vacuum. They like to think they work in a vacuum, but they don't work in a vacuum. We work with other people. So if you're going to live by this word, you need to live by it, not just in your professional context, your entrepreneurial context, let's say, but also in your social context. So those two contexts, CK, how are you going to ask people to help you do it?
It is easier said than done, Neville.
Absolutely. Yep.
While you were talking, I was thinking, and you rightly, nailed me down by saying, "Hey, I will speak further," and you think. So I was thinking, and the thing is that when I say empower my employees, my team members, it is just a word. I'm saying that, I know for sure that, at some point in time, I will circle back and saying that, "Hey, I told you empower," but it doesn't mean anything. I am the boss. I'm going to drive everything. And if you come up with an idea, I have the veto power to accept or reject. So I think that is where the dilemma is. It's not really empowering in the true sense. It's a very big exercise for myself and for the entire team, and also for the client. It is not easy to empower people.
You're absolutely right. And let's focus on the business to start with, okay? Because there are ways of empowering people. And there are ways of recognizing that this is your word for the year, and this is what you want to be doing. This is what you believe in. And the point is, I know you believe that all of your employees should take more responsibility. Now, that's empowerment. But they don't understand necessarily that you want them to do that. So you could actually say to them, okay, I want you to take more responsibility, so I'm going to empower you to do that. But you're not going to put the company at risk. So what you could do is come up with a few ideas that perhaps we've tried before and not worked, or perhaps we haven't tried before and they should work, and then let's talk about it and let's see how we're going to do that. Now that is a way that you give responsibility and you give authority to them, because now you're asking them a question. You want their involvement, you want their expression, you want their engagement. And just imagine for one moment how that will make you feel if when you say it, they do it. Would that bring a big smile on your face? Or would it actually say, about time, Oh, thank goodness, The point is, this is about celebration as well. So you've heard me speak a little bit there. I'm trying to give you a little bit of time to think, because this is not easy. Not easy by any stretch of the imagination. And you would normally do this on your own.
One of the ways of empowering is, in a practical situation, is not telling them that, hey, I'm trying to empower you, please do this. What I will do instead is incentivize them, come up with a plan where with everything they do there is a little bit of incentives attached, so that the system becomes sort of automatic system where I don't have to really look at micromanage things or even macromanage things. There is an incentive attached for every new ideas. If it succeed, they will make it big. If they don't, then they don't lose anything also. So I think this is the way I'm thinking of implementing it.
And it's brilliant because you know your team. Just by saying to them, I want to empower you, frankly, is a waste of time. But by linking that empowerment, what will make them feel empowered? What will make them take responsibility? And you mentioned the word incentivization. That doesn't necessarily mean financial. It may be something else. But you're now relating your specific circumstance to how they feel, what's important to them. Now, just in this very short exercise, you can see how if I'd have asked you that question, CK, and I'd given you a few things to think about, you could go away in the corner and you could think about it for a day and just imagine where your thought process might have gone in a day, because you've gone an awful long way in 20 minutes. But we haven't stopped there, okay? This is a game, remember? It's a game that's got performance as a benefit at the end of it. Everyone's happier, people are more engaged. That's the key to the game, All right. So there is an end game here. The end game is bringing the team together. So now you've done it for yourself. Now the big challenge. You bring your team together. You explain. I've been given this game to play, and I think it's a great game that we can do. The ultimate aim is to benefit you, because this has benefited me. I've had a lot of fun coming up with my part of the game. And my part of the game was to think of a word that was important to me. What word do I want to live by? Just one word, not a whole list of things. And you can explain this to your team. You know, if you're a good team leader, they will know all of these words. You know, they will see your daily inspiration that you send them, you know, on an email, or, you know, on their calendar as it goes through, you know. They will know who you are, all right? But this is an opportunity to be very focused. And then you explain the game that you've played, and now you want them to play the same game. You want them individually to pick a word that's really important to them. And by the way, you need to give them some time to do this, okay? So it may have taken you a day. Give them 2 or 3 days, because they're not going to do it in isolation. They're going to go away with their best mate, and they're going to say, well, what word do you think I should have? And the other person will say, well, you're really passionate. So, you know, why don't you use the word passionate? Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. The thing is, what you're doing here is you're building team. You're building the team. You're getting them to communicate to each other in a way perhaps they've never done before. You're giving them the freedom to do it. CK, you're empowering them to do it, okay? So I'm using your word, okay? And I didn't know what your word was going to be today, but you are empowering them to go away and think about one word. And equally, you say the same thing. How are you going to do that? How will other people see it in you? What help could other people give you? Now, I say, do this over a process of 2 or 3 days, giving them a chance to think about it, and say, talk amongst yourselves, but we're going to have a team meeting on Friday. You know, it's 2 o'clock. Okay, by everybody, we'll spend a couple of hours having a bit of fun, just playing the game. Then you bring the whole team together. Everyone says their word, how it's going to happen, what it's going to mean to them, how other people can help them. And all of a sudden, in a team of 6 or 7 people, you've got 6 or 7 really important words. You've got maybe 7 better than before New Year's resolutions. Because these are New Year's resolutions that are going to work. They're going to be fixed. And why they're going to be fixed is because every time somebody does what they say they're going to do, you tap them on the back. You say, you're doing it again. Well done. Keep going. And just like anything else, you know, this is just a smile. This is just being thankful that they're achieving their goal. And this is how goal setting could work. And the bottom line is, can-do people are great performers. You are building people into a can-do attitude. Because all the time they've got this word emblazoned on their forehead. And the interesting thing is, it was there before, but they didn't know it. Yeah, I saw a little smile on your face there because, yeah, of course it was there before. Now it's being focused upon. And the thing is, if you come together and play the game on a regular basis, you can incentivize them. You can play bingo, you know. Oh, I did it 15 times last week. There's bragging here, which is funny and it's engaging. And then after a time, it becomes the norm. And then it becomes very serious because it's actually going to improve your business. And maybe you know, in a month or two's time, you pick another word. Because this is the game that never stops giving. You don't need to spend millions, thousands, or a penny on this game. You just need to be focused and have a bit of time. We should, by all rights, CK, you know, we should put this up and make people pay $1 every time they look at this video. Because imagine the value that's going to come out of this to your organisation. And the thing is, you and I know, CK, we have no idea what value means to these other people. But we do know if it generates one more contract that they weren't going to get, that's value. How much would you pay for that? It's priceless. And I say, this is a game that continues to give. We all love games, don't we?
Absolutely. I think that's a very good idea. Probably this time we will give for free.
Absolutely, we're going to give it for free.
This information is priceless. I think it's a fantastic idea, Neville, that you've given. And all the professionals, all the people who are working in the field should follow this process, even though they are alone. Solopreneurs can also do that, and a team managers can also do that. So I think it's a very good, insightful exercise that everyone should go. And it starts with resolution, but it need not end there. You're going to have a quarterly resolutions. So that's
brilliant. And the other thing is, right, there's going to be a lot of people here that say, well, I'm not too sure that's going to work in my team. Fine, not a problem. Start at home. Right. Start with your mates, you know, do it over a cup of coffee. You know, just have a little bit of fun and just see where they take it, how they appreciate this. Of course, you know, do it as a game, but be engaged, have a little bit of fun, do it with people that will give you honest feedback immediately. And then once you've done that, and it might, you know, could take 2 or 3 iterations, doesn't matter. I can assure you it will work if you do it in the right way. And then take it into your organization. And when you're really confident, look at your supply chain. Look at your customers. Play the game with your customers. Now, that's a real challenge, okay? And it will be a bridge too far for many people to even think about that, you know, because you're exposing yourself to your customer. But isn't that going to build your business?
In the new context, definitely the customers speak, or customer advice, or customer feedback is very important. So I think it should work. And we no longer can hide under the carpet thinking, hey, customers not even looking at us. So I don't think that is a criteria anymore. I think we should be open with the customers. That's my personal feeling.
Well, I totally agree with you. But there you go, folks. This is our thought for the week, if you like. It's an opportunity to have a bit of fun. Play it with your family and kids. Kids love this. Kids love playing games. And the interesting thing is, I've played this many years ago with a group of young people, and it blew my mind. The thought, some of the things that they were coming up with absolutely blew my mind. And I believe I'm a bit of a progressive thinker. But boom, 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 ideas were coming all over the place. So this is a simple one. As CK says, of course this is free. We're giving it to you for free because we want you to succeed. Unlike many other people out there, we don't charge for our interviews. We don't charge for our advice. We want you to take it. And once you take it and run with it, you want more. That's when you can come back to us and we can look at real value opportunity together. So good luck, everybody. This is the first working week of the year. So make it count.
Thank you so much, Neville, for finding time and coming to this show. We will catch up with you again tomorrow on something very interesting.
My pleasure. Take care, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Good morning, friends. Welcome to Akulmek Live, and I'm Chandrakant. There has been a new missile system tested by China, and that has created a huge buzz in the global strategist's mind because they don't know what to do now. And if you look at the missile system, we have very sketchy information available, but this is supposed to be called the hypersonic missile, which is 5 times the speed of sound, which is 5 Mach, or it could be higher than 5 Mach. So the missiles which are which are hypersonic basically flies 5 times the speed of sound minimum, and it could be 8 times, it could be 10 times, sometimes it could be 12 times. So these are all hypersonic. Below hypersonic speed, which is below 5 Mach, up to the speed of sound, it's called supersonic. And this is a picture which is available, very bad picture, but I think this is what the media in the US have posted. They have got the picture of this new missile system, which is sort of hypersonic. Even though this missile went to the space and then strike back, and it was off by 20 kilometers its target. But if you put a thermonuclear device, 20 kilometers, 1 degree here and there won't matter. So this is created a big headache for the global strategic thinkers and strategy community, because now they have to think of new balance of power, because the whole thing is now getting into a Cold War, and the Cold War is not like a real war. It is basically balancing out each other's power capabilities, and you need to find out if the one block has one capability, what is the break for that capability. And this really started in the 40s, really 50s, where there was a Cold War between US and Russia, eventually between Warsaw and NATO alliances. And one of the balance which was created was using the ICBM. Now, it is wrong to say that this is the first time that the Chinese have tested hypersonic. Hypersonic has been around for last many decades actually, and ICBM, as you see, is one of the examples here, which is intercontinental ballistic missile, a very large rocket which goes to the space very high up into the lower Earth orbit, and then strike the target on its entry. When it enters the Earth atmosphere, it is actually at hypersonic speeds. So this is not a new concept where you have a hypersonic missile system. It has been around, and there are countermeasures also in place, developed by Russia as well as USA, and they are keeping track of activities of both countries for last so many years, and different blocks are monitoring what is going on, and that is what the balance of power. With this new test, the balance of power is a little bit shaken. I will explain to you much more in detail. But as I said, the high-speed missile systems are not new. India has its own missile system called BrahMos, which is jointly developed by Russia. So BrahMos stands for Brahmaputra and Moscow River, named after the rivers, great rivers in respective countries. And these are all supersonic missiles. That means they travel at the speed of 4 times. And BrahMos especially is a short-range missile, which is it has a range of 300 to 500 kilometers. So when it is flying at supersonic speed, which is 4 times the speed of sound, the reaction time for activating your countermeasures is negligible. That is why BrahMos type of missiles are very, very deadly, because it will reach target in less than a minute or minute and a half. So you can actually configure the target and fire it, and it will travel at the very, very high speed. Not hyper speeds, but still very high, because it's a short range. And India is also developing its own BrahMos 2, which is a hypersonic, which is going to fly at 8 times the speed of sound, or up to 10 times. This is going to be really comparative missile system what China has developed, but it is not out yet. It's under testing right now. So, this balance of power thing, I think we need to discuss a little bit more in detail, and I'll tell you exactly what is the difference between these missile system. Now, if you look at the intercontinental ballistic missiles, and since there is so much of deterrence already built up across the world, all developed countries have developed it, and they have put the countermeasures already in place to counter ICBM threat. And moment these missiles are fired, the computer on the other side will be able to plot its trajectory. So what I'm trying to show here is in the red line, where if enemy nation fires a ballistic missile on you, you will immediately know that a ballistic missile has been fired, and your computer will be able to give you a trajectory. The trajectory will be very predictable, and you know that what is the target at the time of firing of that missile. And your countermeasures will be able to fly within less than a minute, and it will intercept this missile in space itself. It will not allow it to come near your area. So when it comes to ICBM, even though it's hypersonic, it depends, the success of your countermeasure depends on how quickly you identify the threat and eliminate it while it is still in the space. So this is how the countermeasure works, and that is why there is a lot of countermeasures across Russia, across United States. Some are in China, some are in India, some and many are in UK as well. So the countermeasures are already in place, and it is very easy to detect ballistic missiles, even though those missiles are always been hypersonic. The second category is a cruise missile, which I already told you by giving example of BrahMos. And there are many cruise missiles America has, and these are short range, very difficult to pinpoint. And especially with the latest technology, cruise missiles can change their target in flight. So these are very deadly. However, we know that there are cruise missiles. We already know that there are ballistic missiles. The problem is happening because the China has come out with a third type of missile, which is also not new, but this is changing the balance of power. The third missile type of missile is shown by, if you see the green line, it flies like an ICBM, and then it stays in the lower Earth orbit till the time the next command is given. And when it gets the next command, it will keep gliding until the time it gets the next command. So it is very difficult to predict where it is going to hit. Unlike an ICBM, where you can predict the trajectory at the time of the launch, in case of the new hypersonic missile system, it is very difficult to know its trajectory, where it is going to strike. It will just go to the space, remain there, and then attain hypersonic speed to hit the target. So it can come very close to target, and the other side will not even know where it is going to strike, because it can change, and within like less than a minute it will strike the target from the time you start giving command to the missile system. And because of that, because of these features in the new missile system, the strategists, the power strategists have a very tough time understanding the deterrence system. And because of this, now the world will start spending money in coming out with new deterrence systems which can track these kind of threats. There will be more money spent, because whatever deterrence you have built, measures, countermeasures, are not going to work against this new threat, because you will not be able to predict where this missile will hit. And the current countermeasures are built on predictability, because you can predict 10 minutes in advance, and 10 minutes is a very good time for you to initiate your countermeasures. This one will give you very less time. So 90% surprise element has been brought into this missile system. This is why this has become such a big pain for the global strategist. We will keep following this story. However, China has denied testing it, because that is what the large countries want to take this position. They have denied because they are saying that it is a routine testing of the vehicle system, And even though they had announced this particular type of missile system in 2019 itself, but at this time they want to remain in denial. We will keep following this story, and let me know, friends, what you think about what I have just said. If you have any opinion, just do write in, and I will respond to each one of you. And I will catch you in the next one.
Good morning, Neville.
Good morning, CK. Very good morning to you. Day 7. Day 7. We've made it.
We made it. First week passed through like a breeze. We got a few more days to go.
Well, that's the first start. So let's look at this word feedback here. Let's give people a bit of feedback and ask some questions. So 7 days in, what have you done? Have you got a routine in place? If you've got a routine in place, tell us about it. Tell us what's working for you. So, CK, you've been in this routine for many, many years now. So this lockdown really hasn't stopped you. But what have you seen that you've done differently over the last 7 days? Because everyone else is on lockdown and you've never seen that before.
Yes, you're right. None of my generation people have seen any lockdown. Even during the war with Pakistan, I was born after that. So there used to be lockdown. So personally, my generation people have not seen the lockdown. This is the first lockdown that we're going through. And to answer your question, I had a routine which was Monday to Friday, working from office, and weekends off. And right now that routine is gone out of the window. So you are right, I have built a new routine. My colleagues and my company workers are all working for the company that I head from home, and we are using the technology. We are ensuring that all people work for 8 hours minimum for the company. So we are ensuring that the support to employees is given in adequate form. So we are actually using a concept called virtual office, using whatever tool. I don't want to talk about tool, but there is a virtual office. So people actually finish their household chores, sit in front of their PC on a broadband, and they work very similar to the office environment. So in the software that we are using as a company, we can have multiple windows on the screen, and I can literally talk to each one of my employee face to face without losing any time. And I can call some of them into a closed room meeting as well. Sometimes I have a coffee break with people. I say, hey, what you're doing? So I call them, hey, let's have a coffee. So he bring his coffee, I bring my coffee, and we basically have coffee in front of the screen. So we have worked out a very nice system of 8 hours. And so people don't have to travel also, but they are spending 8 hours to the work for which they have been hired for the company. So that is my way of doing things. This is not perfect. I'm sure a lot of my industry colleagues will have some other bright ideas, and I think we should ask them as well what they are doing to create a routine.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's like anything else. Sharing means that we can pass something on to somebody else. And this isn't rocket science. We're not sharing the crown jewels here. We're not having any intellectual property that we're sharing. We're just sharing some really good practice of how to communicate, how to negotiate with each other. It's great that you've become a real virtual company. It's just imagine, it's as though you're in the office, but you're not in the office. And it'd be good to hear some of the feedback from your employees, how are they feeling about this? not spending 20 minutes to an hour to struggle into work every morning, and then thinking of leaving at the right time in the afternoon so that they miss the traffic. And, you know, I see you've got a beautiful background there, but just what it's doing to the environment. You know, all of these car fumes that are no longer there, all of these motorbike fumes that are no longer there. You know, we might even think about buying a bike and cycling into work. I don't know, you do on occasion, you know, because you've told me. But this is going to change. This is actually going to change our lives completely, and a lot of it could be for the better. So, yeah, it's lockdown, but let's hear some feedback from other people. Let me give you a little bit of feedback about the UK. We're on lockdown too, and equally, we've gone through something called Brexit, which means unless you're earning a particular salary, which is, they're saying, about £25,000, you can't come into the country from overseas. That includes Europe, okay? One of the biggest problems now is that we need food. We need to get food into the economy, and we've got millions of tons of food in the ground maturing because the sun shines every day, you know, and it's raining as well. So the fruit and vegetables are maturing, but we've got no one to pick them. So the feedback I've got, literally, is for if you have got any families in the UK, any friends or family in the UK that's actually suffering from this because they haven't got a job, they can apply to go and pick fruit, pick vegetables, and get an income, because they're crying out for people to pick this fruit and veg. Otherwise, billions of tons of good quality food will lay in the ground unpicked. It'll die. Now, that's real sad news from all of this, but it could be of a real opportunity for people that are living in the UK, that are potentially listening to this, that could sign up and get paid to go and do a decent job. And then it'll be a restricted profession. So they'll actually be able to move around a bit freer. So there are some benefits as well. So that's a bit of feedback from the UK. We need to share all of this good stuff that we're doing. And I'm sure you've got, you know, other really good things that are happening, but because they happen to you all the time, CK, you just assume they happen elsewhere. And one thing with feedback is, do not assume anything.
Right. So, like we have changed ourselves. So we are a small company. We actually deal in business consulting. So we are a small group of highly knowledgeable professionals. So since we are small, we could immediately change the way we do business. The challenge also, I think I should also talk about challenge. It's imperative.
Yep. Yep.
The challenge that we are facing is our clients are not as quick as we are. So they are wondering what to do. Sometimes they are shy to come in front of camera, and the work continue working as we were doing in the past. So I think the challenge is this this process of making your routine and becoming virtual is still not gone in fully. But I think eventually I have a hope that people will start getting used to the virtual platform and start doing business on their virtual platform. Maybe next week, maybe. I think I can share that feedback after a week. We can revisit this subject again.
No, I think that's a good idea. And again, reaching out to anyone that's listening here. Let's know your feedback, how you're doing, what routines you've got into that are really working for you, because they'll work for somebody else. How you're keeping in touch with your supply chain, you know, because they are part of your business as much as the people that you employ, or even your networking partners, you know, the people that were introducing you to other opportunities elsewhere. You know, what we need to remember here is, although parts of the world are on lockdown, other parts of the world are now getting back to work. So this started, you know, the epidemic started in the East. Those manufacturers now are going back to work. So look at the opportunities that those manufacturers are giving. The world needs what they call PPE, personal protective equipment. And there is a shortage. No two ways about it, there's a shortage. And as the East, China opens up, there's millions of opportunities that come from looking at who's got what. And like anything else, it's not necessarily the manufacturer that's got the relationship with the customer or the client. You might have that relationship. So, for instance, if you've got a relationship with anyone in the health arena in the Western world today, then you can buy and be that middle person that's buying from the manufacturers in China. Get that supply chain, shorten it, you know, be smart, be the entrepreneur. This isn't about people making money here. This is about people getting back into business and making things happen and doing the right thing. So there are opportunities. Get out there and start to do it. But the main thing is be focused on who you are and what you're doing. Be the opportunist entrepreneur that you always were, you know, prior to this pandemic. Who were you before? Get back to that person, because you might just have missed it in the last week. And in fact, probably a couple of weeks before, because people, even before lockdown, people were talking about the prospect of lockdown, which meant that we were missing opportunities. We were missing the entrepreneur values that people on here, the listening, can be doing. So feedback, give us feedback, guys. That's what we want to hear. Want to hear some good news stuff, that it's working for you, it could work for somebody else. How's that?
Yes, in fact, I would like to share some ideas from my
Brilliant. Yeah, let's do.
See, there are the big chunk of our society are basically called financial advisors, and
yep,
the people who are driving the investments from high net worth individuals or public by and large. The usual method, at least I've seen in the US and in India, is there is a set expectation of a high net worth individual that the person should come and meet me. So the whole idea is that the financial advisor will seek an appointment from an HNI and go and meet him and him or her in the customer's favorite place, like a club or some in a nice place, a golf course, stuff like that. So now this whole thing of meeting HNI and the financial advisor can straight away get onto the virtual platform and see how many HNIs one financial advisor can handle, because now they don't have to spend 3 hours driving or taking a flight, spending one day to meet an HNI. They can just do it in 5-10 minutes. So the productive announcement can happen rapidly.
Equally, the beauty about that is the HNI doesn't have to put up with a really crappy cup of coffee. They're in their own home. They're in their own study.
Right.
You know, they've got their own cake, coffee, tea, orange juice, whatever it is, you know, in the comfort of their own home. And they will be more appreciative of it. And the thing is, we're having a conversation here over 7,000 miles. We haven't flown. I haven't got jet lag. You haven't got jet lag. We're refreshed. We haven't stopped drinking in front of each other.
Right.
We are still seeing each other face to face. The only difference is you can't smell me and I can't smell you.
It's safe. We are not spreading viruses.
Exactly. You know, that may be a good idea that we can't smell each other. You know, but we've taken one sense. All I'm saying is we've taken a sense away.
Right.
But it's only one sense. We've put other senses back because now, hopefully, we're more relaxed. As you and I do this on a regular basis over the last, say, 15, 20 years that you've been doing it and I've been doing it and traveling around the world, we are very relaxed. You know, we do need to breathe when we're talking. We need to think when we're talking. And the more you do this, the easier it becomes. But going back to what you were saying, you've only got to start to do it and know that this is the only way that it can go forward. So I've got to get good at this. So you have no option currently. If you want to keep that connectivity going, this is your only option. So start using it, because the people that start to use it are the ones that are really going to benefit coming out the other side.
Right.
I mean, just imagine now one high net worth individual that has had a couple of these conversations and they feel really happy about it. And then the next we come out of lockdown, so we're into November, say, and the next person that may have a great opportunity, and that HNI turns around and says, "Oh yeah, well let's go online and talk about it." And that financial advisor says, "Well, I don't do it online." That person's going to say, "Bye."
Right.
Instantaneously, you've lost that client, and you've lost that client for good, by the way.
Right.
So it really is, we're being forced to use this, so use it, get on there. And a lot of it, as you and I know, is free. FaceTime is free. WhatsApp, in the majority part of the world, is usable and free. You know, they use WeChat, you know, Zoom, WebEx, lots of these free opportunities are out there. Skype has been free forever. So use the tools that are available. Get used to it.
So even if you take a licensed version for the branding purpose, you can display your logo, etc. The cost of taking the license is so insignificant in front of the physical expense that you would eventually spend in traveling and waiting and the time. So I think for businesses, it makes a lot of sense to migrate into virtual world immediately. They will save cost.
Absolutely right. You know, in fact, it boils down to less than a cup of coffee a day in most instances. Again, it depends where you buy your coffee, but it is, putting it into perspective, the one-off payment, it's a bit like Netflix. Netflix here is $7 or $8 a month. Now, in the first instance, you think, oh, that's if I only get one film, that's quite expensive. But as soon as you start to use the likes of Netflix or Amazon Prime or any of these other premium type arena, and you use it 10 times, all of a sudden, now each of those films cost me 70 cents. Use it 20 times, it's 35 cents. And it comes down to, it's less than a cup of coffee. You know, I don't know where you buy coffee, but you know, it could be, you know, some coffee over here is like £3 a cup, you know, and it's not coffee either.
In fact, Netflix makes a lot of sense even without lockdown, because if you go to a multiplex, at least I can share my experience in India, you would end up spending something like, about $100. A family of 4 goes to a multiplex, because the multiplexes are not a movie theater. They are the restaurants and F&B outlets. So they don't allow any food from outside. The water, the water bottle costs more. So you eventually go and watch that experience in an environment, and you actually end up paying more. Whereas you can see the same movie on your large screen TV with surround sound at home with just 70 cents. So
you know, if you're really nitpicking over money, then yeah, of course it makes sense. I mean, there is this other, you know, if we don't want to go on that Disney ride, you know, and we just want to see the movie at home, then do it. But like anything else, it's an experience, isn't it? You know, we go for that experience. We don't want to let ourselves or our children miss out on those experiences. Just like as we've been talking, I've noticed the sun is really shining coming through my window, because you can see that this pop-up banner, you can actually see the line down the middle here. Look.
Yes, I can see that. Yes.
So it's a beautiful day out there. It's sad that we can't go and utilize it even more, but you know what? You can put your head out the window and you can take in those sun rays. So literally, to wrap up today, it's about feedback here. You know, we've given a little bit of feedback. It's day 7. Hopefully you've got yourself into a routine. If not, come and ask CK and me to help you get into that routine. But more importantly, come and tell us what you've done. The good stuff about how you now feel about working from home. What difference it's made to not just you, but your family, but also to your customers, your employees. Let's get that feedback coming in, and we can really pass that on, share it with other people, because sharing is what entrepreneurs do. We're not sharing intellectual property here. We're just sharing a bit of common sense. So let's make common sense common practice, eh?
Yeah, right, Neville. So thanks for your advice. I'm hoping that a lot of my industry colleagues will give their comments, give their feedback, and hopefully join us in the conversation in the next few days.
That'd be great. That'd be great. Be safe, everybody, and we'll get through this together.
Have a safe and nice day. Catch you tomorrow, Neville.
Catch you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello friends, this is Akul Mac Live and I am Chandrakant. So much bad news is now coming. You know, if you look at the top newspaper or read any mainstream media, you will have all the statistics, you will have all these, when the vaccination is coming, a lot of politics is being discussed openly. So the challenge for us is, how do we keep our positive outlook? How do we maintain that, we always have a good, events happening, going to happen beyond the horizon? How do we maintain that as a business leader? Or in fact, this is a hallmark of the leadership. So to discuss this very important subject, I have been joined by a very important, very senior industry colleague of ours, joining me from UK. So an outstanding show coming up. Friends, there is also a giveaway. So please stick around in the show. We will tell you in the end how you can claim your free gift. Friends, let us welcome our guest today. His name is Mike Bradley. He is joining us from UK and he is Group Chief Strategy Officer of RHF and Scale Up Arena. So we will welcome him without further ado and we will ask him a very, very specific leadership question today. Mike, welcome to the show.
Good afternoon to you, Chandra. Good afternoon. How are you today?
I'm very good, Mike, and fortunately the curve of infection has sort of flattened. It's still growing, but it is sort of flattened because of the lockdown which was announced a couple of days back.
Right.
So
That's very positive news. That's very positive.
Yes. So I think the
And
question
we-
today is
we keep our fingers crossed. Fingers crossed that continues.
the question really is how do we maintain a positive outlook, or how do we remain positive with positive mind frame in the event of adversity? That's really the question for leaders and your advice for the leaders.
Absolutely. I also would phrase that as the art of true leadership, because I think anybody can lead when things are going well. But the mark of true example and leadership is when things are going badly, that person can still maintain the support and the spirit that enables somebody to overcome the challenge. So for me, that, you know, maintaining a positive spirit in the face of adversity is the art of true leadership.
So much bad news and new mutation of corona. Because of that, people are having a lot of hindrance in their day-to-day activities. The strategy planning also is not working because what strategy to plan for what month. So all those of complexities are now coming up in the business. So what is your advice? How do we maintain a positive outlook towards our business?
Well, I think one of the first things that's most important is we must maintain a positive outlook. We must always look for the positives in every situation, because if you don't, it's a downward spiral and things will only get worse. So the trick, I believe, is to get up one more time than you get knocked down. So I think there are 3 E's that come to mind when it comes to overcoming adversity. There is endurance, obviously. There is endeavor, and there is endearment. And I think those 3 E's apply in all situations, obviously in business, but also in education, in family, in health, in government, and of course, least likely to occur is in the media. Because, and I think, let's start with the negatives around this first. The first thing to do if you want to maintain a positive spirit in the face of adversity is don't go and talk to the miserable people or the miserable leaders, because they will drag you down. They will bring you quite happily into their downward spiral staircase, and you'll all be going down to the abyss together. So the first thing to do is to avoid spending time with those people who are always on the negative. Second thing to avoid is to avoid taking the mainstream media too seriously. Because if we listen to the media or we read the media too much, they love a story. And there's an old expression that used to be, bad news travels like wildfire. You know, what sells, what gets viewers, nothing better than a good old tragedy or some scandal. Some negativity will always get the attention. And a few years ago, there was a newscaster in the UK called Martin Lewis, and he basically was saying we should have more good news. And of course, he was very unpopular for saying this because, you know, unfortunately, good old auntie does not like good news. They really like to stir things up. And so they'll always look for the negatives. So the second thing to avoid is the mainstream media. Don't expect to get up every day, read the paper, and then have a positive outlook, because you will be, you know, disappointed. Because I can guarantee you, if you open up the front page of any Indian newspaper or any UK newspaper, particularly the red tops, as we call them, you will see a negative headline, because they love to drill into that. And of course, we all read these things, and we all, but what actually happens is nobody actually gets anywhere by focusing on the negatives. And I think, as an example, if wars start when both sides focus on the negatives, they seek revenge, okay? But the only way you ever resolve an argument or a challenge is to sit down with the other component parts, the other party, the other opposition, and say, how now can we solve this problem? It's only, and every war ends up with a sitting around the table of the two parties who originally started the war. So the crazy thing is, you have all this negativity in between, lots of deaths, lots of collateral damage. And at the end of the day, what solves the problem? Sitting around a table and seeking to find a positive way forward. So short circuit all that and start, I would suggest, with looking at the three positives I said, the three E's. So the first thing you have to do is obviously work hard, endeavor. Okay, so there is no point sitting in the middle of a room, head in hands. Oh dear, I've got a terrible situation. It's terrible. It's bad news. All I would say is stand up, get up, start trying to open the doors that you can see. You may get 9 doors slammed in your face, but the 10th door will be the one that opens. So the key to that is, leave no stone unturned. You as an individual, a leader, a worker, a member of the family, you are the only person that can change the situation to a positive. And you can only do that by trying to open the doors that are immediately in front of you. It's like nobody climbs a staircase by jumping to the top. You have to climb one step at a time. But who has to take that first step? You as an individual have to. So first of all, endeavor is vital. Yeah? Do you agree with that? And now I'll give you the next one.
Well, I think very good advice. So very important, stay away from naysayers, negative people is absolutely essential for our own good. And also not look at the mainstream media too seriously. I mean, you can look at it, but not too seriously. But I have a question, Mike.
Exactly.
The question is that, people used to read the newspaper and whatever they can grab, and they used to call themselves information junkie. And what happens to those kind of people who have this urge of knowing what is going on? Current affairs, they have to know everything, every bit of it, because that helps them decide the next move. What happens to those kind of people?
Well, I would probably fall into the same category myself, actually, Chandra, because I spent, longer than I care to admit, several decades being very interested in current affairs and politics. So yeah, I'm one of those. I will read the the intelligent paper, I would say, not the red tops. I'll read a semi-intelligent paper at the weekends. I will always watch the news. My father used to be compulsive about watching it. He'd sort of watch the 1 o'clock and then watch the 6 o'clock maybe, and he may even get around to watching 10 o'clock as well. I don't think the stories were that varied. Even in his old age, he didn't forget them, but maybe there was a slightly different slant, a little update. So I don't think there's anything inherently bad in following current affairs. In fact, when you're approaching these doors, we said you've got to keep banging on. If you don't take account of the environment that you're living in, then you're not going to actually take the right course of action. So I think, being aware of current affairs is very important. Also, I think on the the opposite side of what we said about mainstream media, Akumak, for example, is a positive influence. Okay, listen to Akumak every day. If you're having a negative situation, have some encouragement, have some positive input, and that's, I think, you've got a major contribution to make on that. Chandra, you're a decent, positive person, and you're running this show, and everything about this show is positive. So, you could do worse than tune into this every day if you've got a problem. And that brings me to the second E, which is, in my opinion, endearment. Because actually what we need around us is not the naysayers, but on the opposite side of the equation, you want the encouragers around you. You want the positive thinkers, the creatives, the people who say, actually, what about if you tried this? Or, I know you could work with me in this particular instance, and we could together overcome the challenge. So look for partnerships, look for joint ventures, look for people that are around you that you can build relationships with who are positive and make, the old word synergy, 1 and 1 equals 3. So find people around you who are going to actually contribute something positive in the face of that adverse situation. And that is, for me, the second vital element is not only are there the doors that you can go and open, but actually, if there's 2 of you trying to open doors, there's twice as many doors potentially to be opened. And you never know what might come from that. Because as we know, within the scale-up arena environment and within business growth environments, you don't get to enter into international markets unless you do it in conjunction with somebody locally. So, partnerships and joint ventures, having and finding those people that you can build this endearment relationship with, whether it be business or personal, will certainly help not only to maintain a positive spirit, but actually to maybe even establish a positive path forwards. So I would suggest, that's the second E, very much so. And as I said, Chandra, you're a positive person, you're an encouraging person, you're a good listener. And therefore, the show that you're producing, I believe, has a very positive contribution to make to that. And I think if more people listen to Akumak and listen to your discourses, particularly if they are facing a situation, they may get some ideas, they may be able to glean from the positive endearment and endeavor spirit that comes through the show. You can pay me later.
Well, definitely this is not rehearsed, and thank you so much for giving such nice compliments. We're trying our bit to not to have any negative impact, and we always cover the positive side. We always give advices to business because everybody needs advices. We also help people in networking. So try to maintain the positive outlook. So thank you so much once again, Mike.
Pleasure. And I think for me, the third E, if you like, is endurance. Okay, nobody ever said the journey was going to be easy. Nobody said that the difficulties are going to be over by, well, what time would it be for you? By 5 o'clock this afternoon. Nobody said it was going to be finishing and that it would be all plain sailing from now till the end of time. However, one thing's for sure, if you give up, you're never going to arrive. You're never going to break out of that situation. So, and I think it was, I think we've used this before, but on the expression that it's never over until you've actually achieved the objective. So if there's still the opportunities there, the situation isn't finished. And even if you get knocked down, the key is to stand up again. Some people have lost everything and then come back and made a fortune. So it's never over until you've actually given up in your mind. And those 3 E's, the endeavor, the endearment, the endurance, they came to me as the approach that a chap called Ernest Shackleton took, who was an explorer, who in the beginning of the last century, 1912, he used to do explorational journeys to the South Pole. And on one of these, he went down to the South Pole from the UK, and unfortunately, his wooden ship got frozen in the ice. And it wasn't just frozen for a week. It wasn't just frozen for a couple of weeks or a couple of months. He was actually stuck in the ice for, I believe, it was 15 months. It was way over a year. And and he obviously had a team of people, a team of men with him on that trip. And basically, those were the three characteristics of his leadership style that it meant that actually at the end of that period, and this is just a demonstration of endurance and endeavor, to manage to rescue his entire crew, which is what happened in the end. He didn't lose a man. And basically, when there was sufficient melting of the ice, what he did was him and two or three of his crew members, they rowed from where they were stuck in pack ice to South Georgia in the South Atlantic. They actually rowed it, got support and supplies, and rescued the rest of the crew. So again, if he'd given up, he would never have rescued his crew, but he never gave up. And to me, that's probably the most amazing example of leadership. If you can imagine 15 months stuck in white snow or ice with virtually no food, with virtually nothing to do. I mean, I think they used to play football, so a team sport for endearment, for, keeping their spirits up. I'm not so much a football fan, but I think even in that context, I would have played football. I'd have probably gone for rugby, but since there were no hospitals to fix broken collarbones, football was probably a better option. But for me, that and when we're talking about how do you maintain a positive spirit in the face of adversity, how many times in 15 months you must have woken up and wished, well, I wish today we'd had some melted ice, but no, we haven't. Another day, we got to endure, we got to work, got to keep busy, got to keep eating, got to keep positive, and we've got to keep working together. And because of his leadership spirit, and for me, that is probably the best example of leadership that I can think of. And then there was, of course, Horatio Nelson, who was quite a famous admiral a couple of 100 years ago. And just before the Battle of Trafalgar, he had a fleet of ships, and he used, and I couldn't tell you what it looked like, but he used flags to signify a message to his fleet. And the flags he signaled, and the message he signaled was, England expects every man to do their duty. And I think that's the other key, is we as individuals, in the face of adversity, have to do our bit. There's no point in expecting your next door neighbor to do it for you or somebody else to come bail you out. They've got their own challenges to resolve. Maybe they've got their own adversities. But one thing's for sure, if you sat down with your neighbor at a safe social distance, and maybe had a cup of chai and chatted through your challenges, built the rapport, given a bit of encouragement, a bit of support, some creative ideas, there is much more chance that something positive is going to happen for both of you. If you both sit down and, mournfully think about how bad my situation is, I can't get out of this and blah, blah, blah. Because the other good thing is you're not alone in it. particularly in the current situation, there's an awful lot of people in the same boat. And the other point that's relevant is there's always somebody worse off. It's not always easy to think that. Sometimes we want to be inward looking and thinking how miserable our situation is. But actually, the only way to look at it is to say, actually, I could be much worse off. If you've got a roof over your head, you're far better off than somebody who hasn't got a roof over their head. If you had something to eat today, you're far better off than somebody who hasn't had anything to eat yet today. So whatever happens, you've got to count your blessings. Because if you don't count your blessings and keep positive, you'll join the naysayers and the mainstream media on the spiral down. And that there's only one way that you go down, and that's to the abyss. The only way is up and forwards, in my view. So how do you maintain a positive spirit? You've got to work at it with endeavor, endurance and endearment.
Well, Mike, you gave a very good example of Mr. Shackleton. I think people who have not read about him must read and understand what is this endurance is all about. I think he went to the North Pole and then he wanted to find the South Pole, and that's when all these events happened, and I think many more events. His life is an example for everyone.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
So I think some of these very positive words came out from our discussion today. I think you are speaking from the heart and saying that, hey, let's not, there is no need to lose hope. In any adverse situation, we have to keep our positive outlook always, because something good will happen beyond the horizon. So I think that is what your advice is to our viewers, isn't it, Mike?
Absolutely, 100%. And the contribution from someone like yourself. And don't take for granted those people who can add a positive contribution in your life, because they are the ones who are going to help you get through whatever adversity you're facing today.
Absolutely. I think these are some of the positive encouragement we have got today from you, Mike. And I'll tell the viewers that if in case they want to talk to Mike, please contact us. We will make that happen. We will bring you live and you can discuss directly with Mike. So with this positive outlook and advice, I'd like to end today's show. Mike, thank you so much for finding time and coming and discussing and telling us so many good words today.
It's been an absolute pleasure as always, Chandra.
Thank you, Mike, and I will catch up with you again next week. Until then, bye-bye.
Goodbye.
We have some unique Akulmek memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments, or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of this beautiful Akulmek gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmek and smash that like button.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmek Live. I'm Kanchan Verma, and today in this episode we are discussing about media relation. PR is a performance recognition and how media relation plays a vital role in media relation activity. Stick around to this episode till the end to know more about it.
Friends, have you ever wondered that making a lasting impression online is similar to landing on the moon? If yes, we have a solution for you. Akulmac Genius program will help you prepare for your upwards trajectory towards success in the digital world. Our program consists of 12 unique tailor-made sessions of 1 hour each, spread over 6 weeks. Akulmac Genius program provide you practical knowledge about how to optimally use online video platform with lights, action, camera, as well as crash course in using virtual screens. The program also includes a session on the grooming and online etiquettes, which are important for running your online sessions and webinars. At the end of the program, our participants would be allowed to make their own videos, which will be published on a very popular business channel called Akulmac Live. This will provide global recognition to all our participants. If you like what you hear, then using the link in the description below, join the program straight away or visit www.akulmac.com and click on Genius program to know more.
Welcome back, friends. And today we have a guest, Ritu Gupta, who is a PR professional, and we will be discussing with her about media relations and why media relations are so important. So welcome to the show, Ritu. How are you doing today?
Absolutely fine. Thank you, Kanchan, and feeling very fine and happy to be again back to your show.
It is always lovely to talk to you, and then you also give a lot of information about especially the PR industry and how to be a good PR professional, since you have a very a vast span of experience in public relations. So today I would like to ask you, what is this media relation?
Media relations is the most important aspect, one of the important aspect, and the most important aspect of public relations. So, public relations cannot exist without having media relations. So a public relation executive, a public relation practitioner, or a PRO working anywhere in any organization for an individual, for anything, has to have good relationship in the media, whether it's print media, it is satellite media, it is any form of media. You have to have good relations, because it is the media which gives publicity to your thinking, to the project you have undertaken, the PR person has undertaken. So it is a very important thing to have relations with media, because it is the media which gives you the publicity. It is the media which gives you the kind of publicity you're looking out for. So you should know various people in media, be in touch with them, talk to them, send them your press releases, invite them for your press conferences, invite them for the press visits. So this is how you maintain media relations.
Well, for a layman, I guess media relation is contacting mediums of communication like radio, newspaper, television, even today like social media. Now, what are those tactics where we can apply for any launch or for any company who want to create awareness about their product or services? So what are those tactics one can follow?
Okay, so any person who's looking out for any kind of publicity, the company should have one PR person who has specialized in media relations. That PR person has to have media record, media list, where they have the name of the people working in TV channel, where they have the names, the list of the people working in newspapers, magazines, you know, people especially looking out for the social portals, the media portals. You should have the list of these people. Keep talking to them, sending them emails, inviting them to your organization. And when you are organizing any kind of publicity through press conferences, you invite those people. So maintaining media relation, first of all, you should know that who is working in which media house, what is the job of that person, who is there in the input department, who is there in the output department also, the right people. If your product is about, let's say if it's a political thing, then you should know who's covering the political beat. the political journalist. If it's about health, then you should know who's the person who looks after the health journalism, talks about the health. Then same goes for other verticals also. So those are the right people to whom you give your press releases, invite them into your organization. They are the people who are going to write and give your news to various media. So this is media relations.
Well, now the question arises, what is difference between giving an advertisement and creating a media toolkit? Oh, sorry,
so
media relation.
Okay, so advertising is a hardcore sales form. Everything is paid for. It's a paid form of publicity where you want people to see your product, buy your product. You design a creative on various medias because you want to sell out your product. But in public relations, we do not sell the product, whereas we make an image about the product. We make an image. For example, I just want to give you one example. When Prime Minister Narendra Modi became Prime Minister in 2014, in 2010 only his public relation work was being created where people were talking about Leher, Achhe Din, all those kind of things. So what were they doing? They were creating a platform, they were creating an image about a person, whereas in 2014, the final thing was done. So in the same manner, when we talk about any new product being launched, for example, now you can take your self-test of COVID sitting at home. There is one particular product you have to buy that costs around 200 rupees from the chemist, and you can take your COVID test at home. So for that, the image was already being created during the second wave of COVID, that we don't get time to go out to the doctors. What do we do? Do we have something where we can test ourselves, do the self-COVID test sitting at home? Now the product is launched. And I do see Mr. Akshay Kumar being the brand ambassador and selling out the product. Now that is advertising. But before that, before advertising, the PR work goes on. And PR and advertising, as we say in our industry, they are like husband and wife, always going out together.
Well, definitely, because PR plays a very important role when we have to pitch in and or we have to create a mind share, and eventually that turns into footfalls in any of the product or services arena. Now, there's an age of social media. So what has changed in this industry? How social media is being taken care and is acting as a tool for public relations?
Yes, a lot has changed in public relation industry because public relation industry was based on personal meetings. Going out, meeting your clients, meeting the prospective clients, giving your, letting people know that you are present in the market by personally being present on various events. But now we can't do that. It's not really possible. Most of the people are refraining. So those things are being done digitally, online. We are having online press conferences also. We are having online events also where different people are being invited. So as you said, the social media, this is the new vertical for public relation industry. And it's one of the very strong vertical to work upon, a very strong tool of public relation. Because speaking, reading, writing were tools, but now the social media is one of the tools. And it is a very strong add-on tool to satellite channels, newspapers, radio. I mean, the print media and the broadcast media, this is the very strong add-on tool. So the PR people, they have to learn to use various kind of, computers, various kind of apps. They should know that how to promote their products, services, and idea through these social media. If you really want to be successful, you have to learn all these things in today's time.
So any media relations you have done lately where you want to show that this is how we have worked with the product? or any services?
Okay, so I will discuss about it because this was an event just before the COVID started into 2020 in February. So what we did, we have a client and he wrote a book about himself, an autobiography and industry. So he wanted the book launch. So the book was the product and he wanted the book launch. So what I did, we did a function for him in the Shangri-La Hotel, Delhi, and where we also organized an award function to go along with the book for the upcoming new entrepreneurs. So there we had to invite the media people because you do any kind of event, any kind of function, it is not successful if you do not have media writing about it, media talking about it. So the different media people were invited and the award function took place, and after that there was a question and answer round about his book and also the work that person does, beacon industries. So he has various industries, clothing industry, he's into clothing industry. So what is the work he was doing? So in a way his book got publicity and also he himself, his business got the publicity. So you have to invite the media people. For that you have to do a lot of work, that you have to prepare the press kit and what you're going to brief the media about. A briefing session has to be done before the event so that the media knows what exactly is going to happen. They also get time to prepare the questions. They also get to see the event, and the food is a very important part. When any event function takes place, the food is an important part, and you have to be really nice host to the media people so that when they go back, they write good about you. And when the event gets over, the media people, they go back immediately. You have to send them the pictures of the event also, so that when they publish their news, the news is published with the pictures of the event.
Well, Ritu, as usual, it is so wonderful to talk to you today and know about media, how it works, and what are the benefits of keeping a good media relations. And as we discussed last episode, that this is a woman's place where women thrive when they join public relations. So we'll keep talking about this wonderful topic, public relation and public relation industry in our next episode. Till then, bye-bye and take care.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Take care.
Hello, welcome to Akulmek Live. I'm Kanchan Verma, and in the series of Delhi Sultanate, yet again we are with Mrs. Meeta Joshi, who is a renowned historian. So we will be discussing about one of the important aspects of history. So before that, I would like to welcome her. Welcome to the show, Meeta.
Namaskar, Kanchan. How are you?
I'm perfectly fine, ma'am. And today we were discussing, as you noted, we are discussing about Delhi Sultanate. And there is a great aspect is about the war of Panipat. So why this war was necessary, that's what I would like to know. And what made Lodhis to get defeated by a new invader, Babur.
See, after Balban's rule, there was no good successor who could take the legacy of Delhi Sultanate forward. So there was a decline in Delhi Sultanate. And then after Balban, Sayyids, Lodhis, they came. In Lodhi, Ibrahim Lodhi was the last ruler. And he was a very, very, arrogant type of a personality. He never assimilated with other people in the empire, and in that process, he had many enemies around him. In fact, Babur was invited by one of his cousins, Behlol Lodi, to India to have a war with Ibrahim Lodi. You know, these internal feuds were so bad in India that time. Before Babur met Ibrahim Lodi in the field of Panipat, he already had 5 expeditions in India. So he consolidated his position that way. And he knew about the climate, he knew about all the intricacies of Indian polity that time. India was politically divided into 2 groups, 2 rival independent groups that time. The supreme power was in the hands of Afghans, but they themselves were divided. Ibrahim Lodi, the Sultan of Delhi and Agra, was not the master of entire northern India. The nobles of Bihar were powerful enough to oppose his authority. His uncle Alam Khan and Daulat Khan Lodi, the governor of Punjab, were planning to capture the throne of Delhi and Agra. So he knew about these internal politics which was going on in India. When Babur came to India, I'll just give you a little backdrop about Babur. He was born out of Turkish Mongol wedlock. So he had the ferocity of Mongols and the ability of the Turks in his blood. He's a very tough warrior, Zahiruddin Muhammad Babur, as he was known. And he was the person who founded the Mughal Empire in India. Now, what happened when he came to India? As I told you, the political condition was not so good, and Babur had an upper hand because for the first time, the use of gunpowder and field artillery was introduced in India, which Ibrahim Lodi did not have. With the sound of the cannons, the elephants of Ibrahim Lodi's army, they got annoyed and they trampled their own soldiers because when any animal is irritated, they will not see whether they are our own people or they are, the invaders or foreigners. So those elephants, they trampled the army of Ibrahim Lodi itself. So on the first battle of Panipat, it was fought on 21st April 1526 AD. And why, as you asked me that why this battle of Panipat is significant. It is significant because it ended the Delhi Sultanate rule and a new rule, the Mughal rule, started after this first battle of Panipat. That's why it is so significant and important in the pages of history, because completely Delhi Sultanate was demolished by the first battle of Panipat, and Babur started and founded the Mughal rule in India, and thereafter the Mughal rules for around 250 or 300 odd years.
Well, I would like to know what is the duration? What was the duration of a war of Panipat? And as you mentioned, the first time the gunpowder was used on Indian soil. So, what are other features of this war? And as you said, it's very important because it established the Mughal Empire in India. But what are new things which happened in the war scene and later on that was used in wars in India?
See, before the battle started, both armies were stationed face to face for 8 days from 12th of April to 19th of April 1526 AD. And at last, Babur, he started the war and sent a contingent of about 5,000 soldiers and made a night attack on 20th April, but it failed. Then again on 21st April, Babur used two techniques. Okay, these are known as Mulugma and Abara. It was dividing the army like into east, west, north, and south, so that from all the fronts, the Lodi's army was covered. They were trying to take away the attention of the people, of the soldier of Ibrahim Lodi's army, and they succeeded in it. And then Babur's army, as I told you, had an upper hand because they, first of all, they used the gunpowder and field artillery, which Ibrahim Lodi's army lacked. Use of cannon. Okay, use of cannon was the turning point in the first battle of Panipat. And that was, though the army of Ibrahim Lodi was huge, 20,000 troops. It's a huge number. But all those 20,000 people, along with Ibrahim Lodi, were killed on the battlefield.
Well, when we are talking about Babur and his features about his art, war, I mean, the craft of war, we are talking about when Babur. So it's, I think, very essential to really discuss about Ibrahim Lodi also. What were those features? Though he got defeated, but he is a name when we're talking about that period and Delhi Sultanate. So I would like to know more about Ibrahim Lodi.
See, Ibrahim Lodi was not a popular sultan. There were reasons because he was very arrogant in his behavior and suspicious in nature, which created a rift among the Afghans. And they were unable to face their common enemy jointly. And this was one point which inspired Babur to invade India, because there was this rift among the own people of Ibrahim Lodi and the Afghans. And before him, the other Delhi Sultanate rulers, they were very popular. Like if you see Razia Sultan in slave dynasty, or you see Alauddin Khilji, you take up Balban, Muhammad bin Tughlaq, they were famous rulers and they were loved by people. But because he was so arrogant in his behavior and very suspicious in his nature, so even the Afghans disliked him. And that was the main reason that his own people, they invited Babur to have a war against Ibrahim Lodi. And thus this first battle of Panipat happened, which changed the entire track of Indian polity by ending the Delhi Sultanate and establishing the Mughal rule in India.
Well, as we discussed that there was some chaos in those period, and that's what helped Babur to invade India. So what are those characteristics of Babur which really help him to establish a Mughal empire here?
See, as I told you, there were many reasons behind the success of Babur. The very first reason was that he was an efficient and resourceful commander, and he had several seasoned and disciplined warriors with him who made his task easy in India. Having a good, capable army is the key to win any war, and Babur owned one. Okay. Number two, his war strategies, his tulugma and his efficient artillery paved the way to his success in India. Then he because he understood that the political situation was not very good at that point of time. So he took advantage of that and he struck at the right time. So all these things contributed to his success.
Well, it is an important aspect of the history, and it was so good to talk to you regarding this first battle of Panipat. We'll be meeting again and discuss further about our history, and we'll discuss the great kings and the sultans in coming series. Till then, bye bye, and you take care.
Thank you, Kanchan.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmac Technologies, and today I would like to talk about a subject which is very close to the emerging economies. Now if you look at the global trend today, specifically in the startups area, there are two countries which are well known for startups. One is of course Israel, but the second country is called India. And every city, all the major cities which are famous for IT in India are having some program or the other for startups. And if you look at the government of India, they are also giving a lot of freedom for startup to flourish, to start in the first place and then flourish, and so on and so forth. Now considering all of this which is happening, in fact if you look at, there are everyday new ideas coming out in the field, and they are fructifying all these ideas in terms of building a startup community. And in order to look at this market segment, the Indian market has also, and also in Israel, in Tel Aviv, there are a lot of co-working players also coming out and helping these startups to kickstart or bootstrap their operations from day one. So today, if you look at the co-working centers location, they are giving them places to sit, to set up their infrastructure, to have a decent environment for sharing their working ideas, give presentations, call client, etc., etc. And there are so many of them. So basically, the co-working centers, if you look at cities, one city, there are so many co-working options available for startups. And all of these co-working centers are giving them good working environment. So today I would like to talk about what these co-working should do as far as my opinion goes, because every one of them are giving them good working environment, good place to sit, and of course this place to sit is not free. The startups have to pay rental in some sort of the other. So my opinion is that in addition to providing them the place to work, to start their operations, I think the biggest challenge today is how the startups will start making money. Even though there is a lot of freedom given, first year or 2 years of tax haven which is available, but how these startups will actually emphasize on their technology and start making money, start finding clients. So one of the biggest challenges, while I have a space where I can start my operations, but I don't have any other shared services which are available from these co-working places. So it makes more sense for the co-working centers to form strategic tie-ups with different kind of players, players who are providing branding services, players who are providing them some sort of influencer services, players who are providing the marketing services, and so on and so forth. And there could be more innovative ideas. So in nutshell, what I want to say today is that it's no longer the space or the environment for which startups are willing to pay the rental. I think if the co-working can provide under one roof area to work and also area to promote their work, that will be the more compelling value proposition, specifically when there is nothing unique in this in today's world, when there are so many co-working places available across all cities in India, in Tel Aviv. This is something which I feel personally, in my opinion, they can differentiate with others. So with this message, I will end my video today. Hope you like this idea, and if you like this idea, reach out to topbrass.akulmac.com, and we are willing to partner with all the co-working business centers and have a strategic relationship where your clients can leverage our branding and marketing services under one umbrella. Thank you, and look forward to talking to you again.
Hello friends, welcome to Akul Mac Live, and I am Chandrakant. As we know that COP26 is going on in Glasgow, the matter related to environment is being discussed as such an important issue, and there are decisions being made by the world community. There are a lot of people who are actually very concerned about what the humanity is doing to the climate and what corrective measures we have to take. However, I am very sorry to say that while this is the main agenda, there is another agenda which was playing in the background, and that is by the Turkey president, Mr. Erdogan. And this is what happens when your whole ideology is based on certain Islamic, way of thinking. And this is why you're not able to think straight, Mr. Erdogan. And that is why I want to bring this to your notice, friends. So let me tell you what happened. See, while the world community is concerned about how do we cut our carbon emission, how do we succeed as one species and make sure that our environment is kept alive for us, for animals, for our future. Mr. Erdogan is worried about why there has been a special treatment given to India during this event. Well, the background of this outburst from Mr. Erdogan is really the lodging and travel arrangement designed during this meeting. Well, when the entire world is coming down to Glasgow, there are procedures laid down by the COP26 committee where they had told people to share their rooms, because otherwise all the hotels in the city will not be able to accommodate all these staffs, not only the members but their paraphernalia like security, their attaches, their people who travel along with them. So they said that, hey, why don't you, share room, and two people per room is sufficient where you can do that. And arrangements were made. And if you, if when you're traveling from your hotels to the venue, you don't want to basically create a sort of a traffic jam. So the committee organized buses from bringing people from their hotel rooms to the venue, and with the exception of only three countries. And these three countries are UK, US, and India. And why this exception was done? Because the leaders from these countries are very high profile leaders. The security measures are of a different level altogether. They're always on target of people, and you don't want, presidents and prime ministers of these countries to be get into a situation which is very difficult for them to come out with. So hence, considering the security measures of President of America, Prime Minister of India, and Prime Minister of UK, the special provisions were made, and these special provisions are not very, humongous. It's something that requires as a security protocol. Number one is these three countries were allowed to book their rooms, and they also were allowed to travel from the venue to the hotels and back and forth using their own security paraphernalia. And that irked Erdogan. I don't know why, because I think the matter of discussion, Mr. Erdogan, is the climate change. What is that your country has contributed to climate change or correction in what we need to do as humanity? You have not done anything. You have done nothing. And you're basically asking, hey, I'm not treated equally with India. What is your problem with India? This is what happens, Mr. Erdogan, when you actually think through spectacles of religion. You don't have to, I think you have to start behaving like a normal human being which coexist like everybody else. Don't create a situation where you start comparing yourself with large democracies like US, India, and UK. First, you bring democracy in your own country, you start contributing to the global requirements, and then you talk about comparing yourself. I think already there is a lot of flake in the world global community where you have been in the seat of power since 2002, and you're not getting out of this, and you're taking the country and the people along with you in the downward spiral. Your country used to be first world country, and see where it is. You are debt ridden. So I think you have your own problems to look at, and not look at, hey, I did not get a car, I did not get a room, etc. These are very, very trivial issues. I think you should look at what is more important in terms of your contribution to the global economy and global issues. So friends, this is something which happened. I found it very hilarious, and therefore I thought I'll make a video on this, because when the leader of a particular member country is behaving, hey, it's like a schoolboy. Hey, I did not get a car, I did not get this, and why the other guy got it? So I think it's something which is quite hilarious from my point of view, and I thought I'll bring this to you without mincing my words. Do write in your comments, and I will respond to each one of your comments, and I'll catch you in the next one.
Welcome to Akulmek Live. I'm Kanchan Verma, and in this series of great rishis of India, I'm again discussing a very popular, very intelligent rishi, Rishi Atri. His contribution is immense, and he's been recalled as one of the most talked, most popular rishi of Vedic era. Atri Rishi is most mentioned Rishi in Rig Vedas, and I think he is one of the most popular among Saptarishis. Atri Rishi is a Vedic sage who is being credited for composing numerous hymns about Agni, about Indra, and other Vedic deity of Hinduism. In Atri hymns of Rig Vedas are significant for his melodic structure, as well as featuring spiritual ideas in the form of riddle. The verses are also known for his elegant presentation of natural phenomena through metaphors, such as poetically presenting dawn as a cheerful woman in hymn 5.80. I think, will be very much popular because of his orator. Being a good orator, he had a very profound communication skill. That's why his origin is generally considered with the organ tongue. And I think that is also considered as the key knowledge of Vedas and chanting of sacred mantras in Vedic ritual, because over the period of time it is required to learn and to narrate these mantras of this Vedic era. The name Atri means the one who is free from predominance of triple impurities like Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas, and one of who is being in the form of triple entity are in perfect equilibrium. That is what is attributed to sage Atri. Anusuya Devi is married to Atri Rishi. Anusuya was sister of a very profound Kapil Muni, Kapil Muni, who has given philosophy about relation of cosmos and man, and we call it as Sankhya philosophy. Anusuya has a special place when we're talking about the dedication towards family, and she tops in the 7 Pativitas of Indian Hinduism religion. And what is Pativita? Pativita means somebody who is family oriented, most dedicated woman. And still we we give examples of Anusuya Devi when we are talking about the dedication towards family, and we call women to be more should be more family oriented and more dedicated. Apart of this, there's a very interesting story about the birth of 3 kids of Atri Rishi and Anusuya Devi. There are 2 stories, so I'll just continue with first story. First story tells us that both Atri Rishi and Anusuya Devi, they worshipped Trinity gods, Brahma, Vishnu and Mahesh. And when these Trinity gods became very happy, they came and then they asked that asked the boon from the god that you should come as children to our house. So this is how the story of and the birth of Dattatreya, Durbhasha and Chandra, the 3 sons of Atri Rishis and Anusuya Devi being talked about. Apart of this, there's very most interesting story about the birth of Dattatreya and Durbhasha and Chandra is that once Trinity God's wife Parvati, Lakshmi and Saraswati, they said who is most dedicated woman in the world. That means they are talking about the Pativritas. So they went and they found out that Anusuya is considered as one of the most dedicated, family-oriented women in the world. So they said, okay, fine, we will go and take a exam. Let us find out whether she is really deserving this title, because Anusuya Devi tops among the 7 most Pativritas ladies in Hinduism. So she went and they asked their husbands to really go and stay overnight in the ashram of Anusuya Devi, and these husbands, Vishnu, Mahesh and Brahmaji, cannot ignore the request, and literally they went in the ashram of Anusuya Devi and they asked that we are travelers and we want to stay overnight. And Anusuya Devi, because her husband was also not there, then she prayed to God that convert these Trinity into small kids. And this is how, because being so dedicated, so pious and so family oriented and high level of Pativita lady, God listened to her request and all Trinity gods became small sons, and this is how they stayed. And when in the morning Anusuya Devi and Atri said that please stay with us and let us have happiness of raising gods in the form of sons. So in this way Anusuya was has a special place beside Atri. She has her own aura, she has own place in Hinduism. Atri Rishi is being credited for writing most of the hymns, as we have discussed. These hymns include lexical and verbal play utilizing the flexibility of Sanskrit language. That means he has done an enhancement of the language. He has tackled the language in a very, very profound and very, very intelligent way. The surviving part of Atri Samhita suggests the text discuss about many things, not about the rituals and the rites which are being conducted on daily basis in Vedic era, but also talks about yoga and ethics of living. Now, when we are talking about ethics of living, there are few things which I just want to tell you that he talks about self-restraint. He said that don't be materialistic, and if a pain is created by others, don't put it that pain in the heart. Don't go into a spree of taking revenge, and that he termed as dham. He also talked about charity. So he said that even with a limited income, you should take a decision, or you make a habit of giving something daily to others with a care and with a liberal heart. Don't put it into your mind, oh my God, or don't feel proud that I'm giving dan, and that is he termed as dan. He also tells us about compassion. He said that one should behave like his own self. That means the way you want to be treated by others, you should treat other people like that way. And that implies towards relatives, towards friends, don't even towards enemy, don't make any envies to people who already has done bad to you. So these kind of things which he has written in Sanskrit language, in hymns, and I think the impact of his writing we can see even today. The lineage of Atri has a very special place when we are talking about Aryavart or we are talking about India. The lineage of Atri is through his third son, Chandra, which consists of many legendary warriors, kings and deities. The lunar dynasty, as we call it, in Hindi we call it Chandravansh. And you know that there is a very popular war in Vedic era with the group of 10 kings who fought with the Chandravanshi king, King Soma, who became victorious after defeating these 10 kings. And this King Soma was the first king of lunar dynasty who ruled over Prayag. More prominent kings of this dynasty lineage were Purva, Ayu, Nahush, Yati, Yayati, Samati, Ayati, Vidyati and Kirti. And out of them, Yati and Yayati were the children of Nahush. Yayati had two wives, Damayanti and Sharmishta. Through them, he had 5 children, Yadu, Turvasu, Drahau, Anu, Puru. Yadu is a progenitor of Yadavas. Turvayu were the Yuvanas, which we later call Greeks, Drahayu of Bhojas, Anu of Malichas and Puru of Purvas. They represent the ancient warrior clan who ruled different parts of the land known as I told you Bharatvarsh or Aryavart. Atri's lineage also consists of many popular sages. Every person just wants to live forever. They don't want to die. And then there's a concept of immortality has emerged not in India but in many civilizations, in many cultures. And this is how this incident, creating immortality for people, for devtas, for gods, for even demons, emerged in Hinduism also. So there's a very interesting story, and it is said that Atri sage became instrumental in churning of the seas, and the story goes like that once Indra, the king of heaven, he was defeated, humiliated. So he wants to restore his respect. He stole a sacrificial horse from Prithu against the wishes of sage Atri. So in other way, he actually invited a fight, and he wanted to revive his power, as I told you, and he indulged in a prolonged war with demons. And in this process, he also the king also took help of sage Atri. And in this process, sage power was diminished by Rahu and Ketu. It is said that Atri's action against Indra in this form, and he came a little ahead, and of the responsibility, because he is a sage, he is writing hymns in Rig Vedas, but here he is helping a king to defeat Indra, who is king of heavens. So this is how it prompted Devas to churn the ocean and extract the Amrit. The Amrit they required for immortality, and nectar for immortality. And this is how it became very inevitable to really say that stage role in churning or getting the nectar of immortality was not there. So I think this is a very important incident when we look into the life of sage Atri. Atri Rishi is also mentioned in Ramayana and Mahabharata. Because at one stance in Ramayana, it is mentioned that Anusuya Devi gave guidance to Ma Sita that what is the code of conduct or how we can behave in society or in daily basis. Atri Rishi has worked in the field of medical astrology. Now that is very important because we talk about astrology in totality, and here's one person who's specialized in medical astrology and the important role of medical astrology even used by astrologer today. So I think that is very very intelligent of Rishi Atri to really come out with a specialized form of astrology. Along with this, he also, as I mentioned, composed Atri Samhita. Moreover, Rishi is considered as the creator of mantra and its distinction. So he is not left only with creating the mantras, but he has elaborated that. He has also composed religious texts as well as beautiful stories of characters. So I think this is a way to giving how to live in society. I think that is more of ethics of or code of conduct to be social, to live with others in society and to be a good human being. That's what Atri has created. Atri is also worshipped as a person with a high intellect and knowledge. So I think that is something which makes Atri Rishi different from others, because he is most intellectual, most knowledgeable Rishi of Vedic era. It is most popular stream of medical science even today. And when we are talking about Vedic era, it was the only medical field, and we get the stances of treatment of very nicely. When we are talking about surgery, we find stances of surgery in Ayurveda. Even cosmetic surgery is also done, and it is there. The knowledge in Ayurveda, the surgery knowledge is also there. Replacement of organs is also mentioned in Ayurveda. So when we are talking about Ayurveda, and we still believe in that, and most of the people in India and abroad, they consider as first treatment stream for their ailment is Ayurveda. Now Ayurveda, medical ancient medical field, which always be great to this sage Atri. Why? Because he has lot of contribution when we are talking about eye treatment. He created many formulas in Ayurvedic, and especially for eye treatment. And that is why generally it is said that Rishi Atri believed to be originated from the eyes of Brahma. Atri Rishi has achieved some important medical achievement in medical science, which is always mentioned in Puran and in other texts of ancient Vedic history of India. So many things is being discussed in Atri Samhita, which is written by sage Atri. He speaks about social and spiritual upliftment of human beings. He talks about moral duty and the right and responsibility of human beings. And he also talks about kind, compassion, and how we should be treating other people. Atri Rishi is considered as most calm, lovely person. He was very down to the earth, spite of being such a big persona. He was most intellectual person. When we talking about rishis, he is very down to the earth when we are talking about his thoughts and the production of his thoughts. So this is something I just want to talk about Rishi Atri, and I look forward towards your comments, and I would like to ask you if you want to know more about some particular rishis of ancient India. Please let us know. We will bring a series on that again. So we'll be meeting again with some other profound profile of great rishis of India. Till then, bye bye, and you take care.
Hello friends, good morning, and today is Sunday, December 19th. It's a chilly morning. When I checked the temperature a few moments back, it was 6 degrees. So welcome to Morning Brew. I'm enjoying my morning tea. I'm sure you're also enjoying your cup of coffee or tea. So let's begin. The major item that we need to discuss as I check in my mobile, which is related to business, etc. I think one of the major news before I start talking about the news is about Paytm. Paytm has introduced a new feature where you can actually get rents paid directly from Paytm. So Paytm is an app, as you know. They already have a lot of other features, including investments and booking of your cabs, etc. for your business. But they have just added a rental tab to their app, and they are also giving cashback. So I think when you're paying your rent for your office or for your living premises, there could be a cashback. So this is something which is quite interesting today morning. And let's look at what are the other things, interesting things. Well, cryptocurrency price is now increasing, so I think that is pretty normal. Yes, this is something which I like to talk about. Bisleri, which is a water company which produce India's largest mineral water, bottled water in India, and very popular. They are saying that there is an app and they can get the water delivered at your doorstep. So I think this is interesting. I mean, people who believe in getting bottled water delivered to their doorstep, they can use this app to order it instead of calling the local guy, and waiting for him, etc. You can actually use the app, and why not? Even to get water, you should get high tech. And if some of us have RO fitted in our homes, but many times RO also requires servicing. So even if you want water delivered for a short duration, like a couple of days till the time your RO is fixed, I think this is a good option because this is an app which anybody can download on their mobile phone and use it. So this is something interesting which I thought I'll talk about. Well, it's a Sunday, so nothing much is happening. One more thing is that because of the COVID crisis, the income tax return date was changed to 31st December. And government has been very gracious. So friends, don't forget to file your income tax returns because this is very important. The last date, which is extended one, is approaching pretty fast in couple of weeks from now. The last date is 31st. So don't wait for the last date. File your income tax return now. So friends, I think this is something which I've already covered Paytm. And it has been predicted that the IT and telecom will have at least 70 to 70% upwards hiring in next 3 months. So I think there is going to be a lot of changes and to the gloom in this IT sector and telecom sector. I think there is going to be a boom. A lot of jobs are going to be available going forward. So buckle up, friends, from the IT industry and also from the telecom industry. What else? Well, there is nothing much with regard to business on a Sunday morning. But once again, I like to say that you have a nice Sunday, and I will catch you tomorrow again in the next version of Morning Brew. Until then, I like to say goodbye for today.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Ecolmac Technologies, and in today's video we will talk about one of the strongest feature of TopBrass platform, which allows our members to publish on social media. So basically with single click you can update your branding material and marketing material on TopBrass, and with single click you can publish it across the entire global social media which are following you or following the TopBrass. So in order to showcase that strong feature, I would like to log in, show you how to log in first. And once you log in, it will open up your dashboard, which will give you the feature of connecting your social media pages with TopBrass platform. So once you log in, you go to your dashboard, and then when you click on dashboard feature, you will be shown this additional tab on your screen which talks about blog to social. And here the first thing, that's a one-time activity where you connect your social media pages to your TopBrass, to your area of TopBrass. So click on network, and the screen will change, and it will show you all the popular all the popular social media platforms which are listed here. So one by one, connect using your profile IDs and your passwords, and once it is connected, that's it. It is set up for the lifetime till the time you're member of TopBrass. Now, in addition to these profile pages which belongs to you, TopBrass has 1 million followers in their own in its own social media pages. So those are also added to your content and your digital strategy. Once you've done that, you start building your branding material and uploading them in TopBrass. And with single click, you can publish the entire content into wherever you want to publish, whichever social media platform you want to publish. And this way, it will help you also create a very controlled strategy around your branding. In addition to this strong feature, we also have a calendar feature which will help you save your time. You can upload all your content for a month or so and run a campaign, and then schedule reposting of your content using this sort of a calendar, which will give you date wise and week wise and month wise areas where you can put and schedule your branding messages to go out into social media. So I like to also mention this point is that once you connect your social media, you have say 100,000 followers on your side. We bring another 1 million to your content, which makes it very easy for you to increase the reach to a wider audience globally, and then you can do branding of your company, of your product in a much better way. In addition to this, you also get a lot of peace of mind, because TopBrass will do the work of 2 to 3 marketing specialists without without deploying these resources. You can do it and schedule it once in a month and forget about it. So these are very, very strong features of TopBrass, which I feel is good for the marketing heads or marketing CMOs to use and save their time and save their revenue. So with this, I would like to end this video. If you have any questions, do write to us, and we would definitely get back to you. And we would like to make sure that you join TopBrass and today and leverage this platform to the fullest. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmac Technologies, and in this series we are on the journey of understanding our digital quotient or digital intelligence. So as you know, digital intelligence has become one of the key skill to have, and we have actually done a few chapters and we are going by chapters. This is a chapter dedicated about the personal security. And when we talk about personal security, we are actually trying to say that it's a personal cyber security. It has become very, very important for everyone to know, whether you are an old, middle-aged person, youngsters, to follow the personal security best practices while using your digital space, either on the internet, on your PC, on your mobile. So without waiting any longer, let's get into understanding the personal security aspects of of the systems that are available at our disposal today, and how we can be understanding those and be safe. So first thing is to create a strong password. So everyone who's using a PC or a mobile, and by using these different mediums, using different applications, must ensure that all our applications are secured by very strong passwords. The strong password basically means you should not be using something which people can easily guess and identify your password. So you have to use uh, some sort of special characters in your passwords. You have to use combination of small and large characters. The password should not contain your date of birth, etc. So you have to use these strong passwords. So chances are that it is very difficult for people to know your password and then log in into your work area. Now, there are a lot of applications today which gives the facility of automatically generate those passwords, which are very, very complex in nature. However, you won't be able to remember those passwords. So what I'm trying to tell you is, make sure that you remember some codes, define some codes, and create those passwords and probably memorize them. You don't have to write those, because if you write those passwords, again, there is a chance that somebody can see those passwords, copy them, and misuse your digital identity. So that is the first thing that everyone in today's world should learn and be safe by creating this strong password. But even that is not sufficient. You have to use the number two tip is two-factor authentication. So when we say two-factor authentication, what is two-factor authentication? So first factor is your password. And by merely typing your password, people should not be able to, or you yourself should not be able to enter, because the second factor is important. It's like having two keys in the system. You know, in olden days, the bank safe used to have two keys, and both keys have to be used simultaneously in in order to open the safe. So it is similar to that. So ensure that two-factor authentication is enabled not only in your Facebook, but also in your emails, your mobile, your PC, everywhere. That means it is similar to a banking login where you enter your password and the OTP is generated, which is valid for 5 minutes, and OTP is your second factor. So this makes your work area to be misused very, very strong. I mean, in the sense that nobody will be able to penetrate if you have two-factor authentication security enabled. So please go ahead, enable two-factor authentication in your Facebook, in your LinkedIn, because all of these applications today are providing these features for free. So enable that whenever you try to log in into Facebook and LinkedIn or Instagram or your email, the code will be sent on your mobile as an OTP. Enter the OTP, which is very unique, valid for 5 minutes or 10 minutes, and then you will be able to enter your work area. Next is identifying, because we are using all these social media platforms today. We create our accounts and then we use in some way or other. So the chances are that most of us are using all of these which are listed here, but then there are so many others. We create a profile and then we forget about it. However, the advice is to go and check the privacy policies and security settings in all of these different platforms. So if you look at Facebook, there is a facility where you can control who can watch your updates and who can see your credentials, who can see your photographs, and whose update you want to see on your wall, etc. So make sure that these settings are appropriately applied on your individual social media accounts, because your identity will be leaked only through social media, because your social media, if it is not set properly, is open to public and anybody can access to your personal information, your personal pictures and your personal profile, and can be misused. So therefore, make sure that you go and update these security settings as per their policies. Also, ensure that you set up the privacy policies appropriately what you want. These platforms keep coming out with new updates, new stronger security policies. So every time these platforms announce that there is an update in the security policy, you as an individual must log in and check what has changed and make sure that your security policy is up to date as you want it. So if you take these actions, the chances are your personal information will be secured. What is happening today is something called phishing. You must be hearing this in news and also in articles that the phishing has happened and so has lost so many millions of dollars. So what is phishing? Phishing is sort of a copying of your legitimate business. Say, for example, if there is a bank through which you deal, you do your banking, the bank website will be phished. When we say phished, it's like when you get an email from these these sources, it will look like your bank web address. However, if you see carefully, these web links will be, there will be one alphabet different, and without looking at these links, you click on them thinking that your legitimate bank through which you are doing business has sent you some information, and you click on those links. Moment you click, the login password etc. will be asked for, and then without innocently, without knowing what is going on, you will basically enter these your login password credentials, and it will go into wrong hands. So make sure that whenever you click on something, you check their website thoroughly. Don't fall trap to these phishing guys who are basically trying to get hold of your information. Now, the phishing can happen not only for banks, but it can also happen through on your Facebook, on your LinkedIn. So everywhere there's a chance that the people are trying to get hold of your data, which you are protecting. So something that you have to watch out for. If you browse your internet responsibly, the chances are your data will be secured. make sure that you visit the secure sites which are secured by SSL security layer, and make sure that these are not some sites which you are visiting which are not secure and designed maliciously to take your data. So make sure that you responsibly sign up into the accounts which are secured. And if you look at the website, make sure that the SSL certificate is enabled. If it is not enabled, don't go to those websites. The another tip is make sure that your softwares on your PC or your tabs and your mobile phones are up to date, because with every update there is a security which is beefed up. So make sure that your updates are applied immediately as soon as they are out, and don't delay this process. Your software should be up to date with security, with built-in enhanced security. So make sure that your softwares are always up to date. Make sure that your devices are always locked. So a lot of these devices gives finger scanning or face reading. Make sure that you enable all the security measures which are available in your devices, and they are always locked, so that even by mistake they should not be misused. At the same time, when you're leaving your work area, desk or your PC, do not leave them with your password on, so that without your knowledge, nobody should be able to gain access to your device. So whenever you leave your device unattended, make sure that you leave them in a locked format, not in unlocked format, so that your security cannot be taken away by somebody without your knowledge. There are a lot of antivirus, anti-spyware softwares which are available. If you can find some good anti-spyware software, you should actually get those softwares installed on your mobile as well as on your PC. Make sure that these spywares are not downloaded, because the spywares, as a name suggests, is a software which will do spying on you without your knowledge. So if it is downloaded on your PC or your mobile, all your activities will be recorded and sent to the person who wants to gain access to your private life. So make sure that you have a spyware installed on your PC or on your mobile, to make sure that you are safe and sound, secure from all these spyware attacks. And last but not the least, you have to use backups. Make sure that you take the backup of your devices, and in the in this way you are able to save your data. Now when we say backup, it's not merely copying all your files. It's basically a backup of your all your files on your device with date. So when you actually do your backup, you will be able to restore your backup with date, and this way, even if your data is stolen or something like that, you will be able to restore your devices in future. So with this, if you take these steps, your life will be much more secure, you will be much safer. And as in post COVID era, everyone is moving on the digital arena, your usage of digital platforms will be much more secure, safer, and you will be able to successfully use all of these devices without losing uh, control on your safety, security, and your personal data. So with this, I will say goodbye. Make sure that you follow these tips. Whoever knows about these tips, good enough. But if you don't know about these tips, these are the simple tips which you can follow in your day-to-day life and be secure. We will meet in the next chapter of DQ. The whole goal of this series is to basically enhance the digital intelligence for everyone, for all citizens of the world. Do write to me if you have any comments, and I will take those comments in the next session. Until then, bye-bye.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan Verma from Akulmek Technologies. You all are welcome to Top Brass Likeable Leaders. Today in our show we have Mrs. Meena Patange. Mrs. Meena Patange is Dean of College. Hello friends, I'm Kanchan Verma from Akulmek Technologies. You all are welcome to Top Brass Likeable Leaders. Today we have Meena Patange, who is Dean of one of the prestigious college of Telangana, St. Anne's College of Women. St. Anne College of Women is one of the top colleges in Telangana and a top institution across